Tony Dunn. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Welcome in, Panther fans. It's draft night. It's here. It's the 2024 draft, but this is the C3 Panthers 11th annual draft party for the podcast. That's right. The first one occurred when Kelvin Benjamin was the pick. Tonight, however, this party will be eventful for other fan bases, not the Carolina Panthers, it appears, as the Panthers do not have a first-round pick via the trade that they moved up for with Bryce Young last year. You never know. Carolina could pop into the first, but we're going to get prepared for tomorrow. The big show as the Carolina Panthers have 3 draft picks, I believe, tomorrow night. I know 2 in the first 10 picks of the draft, 7 picks of the draft. So tonight will dictate a lot that goes into the NFL draft tomorrow. And the Carolina Panthers and the rest of the league will have almost 24 hours to marinate on how to proceed. And maybe the Carolina Panthers can find a trade partner and somebody's offering something pricey for that 33 pick. Thanks for tuning into the C3 Panthers podcast, the 11th annual live draft party. And I'm so happy to do it with my co-host, my wheelman, Cody Lack.
Tony Dunn. Listen, man, draft night is a celebration. This is I believe my 6th anniversary on the C3 Panthers podcast. My first ever show was when we drafted DJ Moore. And
Wow.
Here we are, man, stronger together. You know, Tony, I almost feel like I can breathe a little more now that we're not intended to do anything tonight. We can kind of look at what's happening around the NFL, get a lay of the land, and it gives us some time to digest the options available at 33. Or you never know, maybe the Panthers like someone enough to move up. Either way, Tony, happy to be back here with you on draft night. Let's roll, brother.
We'll take some calls throughout the night. We'll be bringing in people throughout the show as we can fit them into the packed panel. And we'll be watching for the fireworks, for the trends. Every NFL draft feels like it has something that shakes it up. This NFL draft right now is projected to have a lot of quarterbacks going early. And then a run on wide receivers. Will the Chicago Bears pick Caleb Williams? Will the Washington Commanders get Jaden Daniels? Will the New England Patriots have the guts to pick Drake May after they just drafted, what was his name, Zach Jones?
Matt Jones.
And not that they're similar, but gosh, another dweeby white dude. Is that what they go for? Who knows? The Arizona Cardinals could be a trade partner for many. There should be some fun in the first 10 picks, but it might be those picks 10 or 11 through 20 that really you see teams moving around. CK, welcome back to the C3 Panthers podcast. Obviously a longtime partier when it comes to the annual live draft party.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So last year I had to join from my phone because I was in the hospital with my daughter having just been born. So tonight I'm having to join with my phone because of less celebratory reasons. My neighbor apparently let his yard become overgrown and the internet cable somehow was exposed and he hired somebody to mow the yard. And here I am without internet and that cable is no more. So joining by the phone. And so I will need you guys. I have no ability to watch the draft. So I'm going to need you guys to really step it up a notch and tell me what's happening here.
We'll keep you informed. We'll keep the listeners informed. You can call into the show at 252-228-5098. We'll be putting up some polls throughout the night. I have some fun stuff. I found this. I was at the gas station. I found a Carolina Panthers scratch-off ticket. So I'm going to scratch this sucker off today. And if we win anything over $200 on this card, I am buying a jersey for the show tomorrow night. That is my goal. And if we win $100 on this card, I'm buying another one of those hats that will be given away tomorrow night. You guys be sure to tune in. I believe the draft starts at 7. We'll be here a half hour before the draft tomorrow night, getting ready for the Carolina Panthers picks and seeing how they're going to try to continue to build this team. Was not having a number 1 pick, is it going to be detrimental, or the Carolina Panthers going to find a way to put together a draft in 2024, Dan Morgan's first draft, that gives them an opportunity to build a team for the future and maybe give this fan base a little hope. So thanks for settling in, guys. The draft is going to start shortly. Smash the thumbs up button, subscribe. Do me a favor and share the link with people. We didn't promote tonight's show a ton because tomorrow is the one, and we actually haven't promoted either a ton. I guess that's how mental we have been as Panther fans, but we need your help. Hang out with us, get in the chat, get involved. Cody, welcome in some people. We got a lot of people here. Welcome in. Let's do this, Cody. As you welcome in people, let's give them their minute platform to talk about what they're interested in the draft as well.
You know it. Next up, we got my man, Kyle, back on the C3 Panthers podcast. Kyle, what's up, dude?
Hey,
what are you excited for tonight, man?
Oh, man. So first, thanks for offering this platform, man. It's such a great way to enjoy my draft night. I would not dream of hanging out with any other characters here, so appreciate y'all for that. My first thought is I don't want to see the Carolina Panthers pick tonight. That's some bullshit if we do.
Not a bad take.
I mean, that is like,
yeah,
that has been a talk of the town, is will the Carolina Panthers trade up into the first? I think a lot of that is internet driven talk, because we don't have anything else to do, and Panther fans are sitting around tonight and they want to see something. I can't believe that the Carolina Panthers would be interested in moving into the first after kind of doing that and it being disruptive to the narrative of the players, because that is really the disruption that came with Bryce Young, was not just the struggles that Bryce Young had his rookie year, but then everybody just continues to talk about the price that was paid with the draft, with all the capital given up. So I feel like that brings an added pressure to the draft pick that is almost unnecessary for a team that has so many needs. All right, who do we got next, Cody?
And listen, man, as I introduce people, why don't the chat room put what you're drinking, man? I've got me a Modelo, okay? Everybody's choosing their own poison. So let us know what your poison of choice for tonight's draft is, man. Next up, you know him, you love him. It's your boy. He might tell you to shut the hell up. Panther Pickle, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys, ladies and germs? It's draft day. We're down to the hour, down to the second. Who's going first? Who's going second? Who's on third? Don't really matter to us, but in the end, it will matter, because if they have a run on quarterbacks, they have a run on wide receivers, somebody's dropping. I got my eye on the Cowgirls because I'm curious to see if they take a center, the center I want, see how it all draws out. Because somebody, somewhere, some way, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 players drop out of the first round that's going to be waiting for this team at 33 to pick. Do I want us to trade? Hell no. I don't want us to trade up. I don't want us to trade down. I want us to say exactly where we're at. That's me.
I agree, man. I think a lot of people are kind of wanting the same thing. A lot of good players could potentially fall into the top of that second round. So many options. And listen, we're going to bounce around a few, but let me introduce a few more people. Hey, we got the brand ambassador, Diesel Skills, in the building. Deez, do we have you?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm here. Do I sound okay? Audio check?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. What's up?
Sound great.
Let's go, guys. Excited to be on another show here with C3, watching the draft. Tonight's a great opportunity for Panthers fans to flush all the bad things that happened last year. We finally get this out of the way and over with. We're still missing a second-round pick for 2025, but that's not as big of a deal as what's going on here tonight. Let's go ahead and let the Bears take this pick, and let's forget about all the follies that we had with Frank Reich. all the poor decisions made by Scott Fitterer, all the bad contracts by, oh God, his name slips my mind, of course, right the last second, Amir Suleiman. All those things, we can let them go down the drain. We're starting a new era, and it's an era of excitement with Dave Canales. And I understand that the typical jaded Panthers fan is growing tired probably already of the happy-go-lucky Dave Canales. But let's just go along with it as him and Dan Morgan continue to rebuild this Carolina Panthers team. And let's be patient. And let's give them some grace and some opportunity to work within their system and give some of these players time to grow and develop. We can't expect a wide receiver taken tonight at 33 to catch for 1,200 yards and lead this team on to the playoffs or on to a division title. We just need to give this coaching staff some grace, be patient, and like Panther Pickle said, let's just sit back, line up, take these picks as we come. Let's not force the issue anymore like we did that put us in this situation where we're giving up this pick overall, number 1, Caleb Williams, to the Bears. Let's just sit back and grow our team the traditional way through the draft. And hopefully we can trust in our GM, Dan Morgan, to make the right decisions. We're going to get a good idea of that tomorrow, of course, and we'll see who's left on the board and who Panthers fans really like. And to be honest, you can really trust the fans' opinion, because last year the fans would have made a much better draft than what Scott Fitterer was able to put together. So luckily he's not here, but C3 is the longest running Panthers podcast. Let's have a great time here together and fellowship with our C3 brethren. Keep pounding, C3.
The brand ambassador, the man. And listen, to add on to that, man, I have no reason to not trust Dan Morgan based on the things that he's done during this free agent process. And I'm going to expand on that a little bit too as to what I think he might do in this draft tomorrow. But we're almost done on our intros here. We got our boy Anthony back on the C3 Panthers podcast. And what you're looking for tonight, man? What's exciting you about this draft right now, man? Oh, well, we don't have Anthony. That is muted, and he doesn't know it.
All right. You snooze, you lose, homie. Is that everybody?
No, we got my boy Jake the Snake in the building. Jake, what's up, dude?
What's up, family? I just want to say I'm glad to be on here representing the C3 Panther podcast, man. I love all y'all. But I'm ready to, watch this draft with y'all and see what dominoes fall to us at pick 33. I agree with everybody on here about the not trading up thing. I just feel like we should stay put where we're at and keep what picks that we have because we need them. I'm more for a trade down, but I'm not even really for that, really, because I just want to best available at 33, y'all. So I feel like we should go.
Yeah, there's so many options available to us, man. That's why this really is exciting. And I'm almost not as stress-inducing that we're not picking right now. A lot has to unfold. My man Evan from Evan Sports Talk. Evan, what's up, dude?
What up, guys? Excited to spend this draft night with you guys and talk some football while we see everybody make their picks. Sadly, we won't be picking tonight, but that's all right. We got us tomorrow with multiple picks, and I'm still excited for tonight to see what the Jags do, to see who falls to us, and it's going to be a fun night.
Yes, sir. Lots to do, lots to discuss. Tony, I was asking this in the space before the show that we were doing. Like, now that the Panthers aren't drafting, what are some of the other storylines that you're looking for? And I wanted to ask that question to you. Is there something that, and I know you're not
No. Hey, man, I'm here for the draft, dude. I'm just not going to go too deep into player projections. I'm not going to fall too much in love with a single player. It's not that I dislike the draft. I dislike the endless speculation and word spew and energy spew leading up to it that is so much, that's always so wrong. And I mean, it's by nature, it has to be like that. And I know we love football. And if you love football, that's what you do. It's just for me, because we invest so much time in the podcast and I just am ready to meet the players that we're going to draft. I try not to fall in love with players. I do have a darling crush, I guess, if anything, and it's just more of a storyline thing. And this is why I don't want to get too attached. The Wilson kid, the linebacker, for me, as a podcast, Yeah, I always that's more about being a podcaster though, right? Is like and being a Carolina Panther fans because of the narratives that come around with it and just how fun it would be to talk about Dan Morgan as a linebacker, picking a linebacker that's tutored by Luke Kuechly and stuff. And so that would be fun. But no, my storyline non-Panther that I'm interested in is when do we see the first defensive player go off the board? I can't remember a draft where there hasn't been a defensive player that teams in the top 5 just flirt with because they're so good, right? Is like, so this year you say all the people that are hungry for the quarterbacks, right? And it just is expected that it's going to be quarterback heavy. And if it's not quarterback heavy, it's wide receiver heavy, it feels like early. There's only like one tackle, one edge. There's not a lot. In fact, I can't even tell you who the top defensive player is in this draft. And to me, that is, slightly surprising. You go back to times like this is where the Commanders had an opportunity. They needed a quarterback. They could have picked Justin Herbert, but instead, or somebody else even, I think. And they just got gun shy and went with Chase Young because it's just in so many minds, it's like, hey, that's an important position group. This guy, we like to use that word generational talent. He didn't turn out to be that yet, or doesn't look like he's going to be. But I think, and I'll have to Google this as you go to the next person about this question, is right now I saw the latest mock draft that I looked at had a defensive player going 8 to the Falcons. And the last time, I mean, it's been like this, it's like been a long time, I guess, since a defensive player hasn't gone earlier, right? So I'll be interested. What if the first defensive player isn't picked till like 12? How bananas would that be? And there's always something wild that happens in the draft. I think back to that John Ross draft where he ran that super fast 40. They said it was a small, like it wasn't a good draft class. And once somebody picked John Ross, there was this run on wide receivers because the teams, I guess, felt like by the time they got back on the podium, they weren't going to have any chance at a wide receiver. And it just like destroyed everybody's prediction about the draft. So I'll be interested to see what is the wild story that comes out of this first round? What is the wild story that comes out of the first 10 picks? And when will this defensive player be drafted?
All right. Lots of good stuff there, man. Then there is a lot of really good questions about the defensive players in this draft. There really isn't a Will Anderson Jr. like there was last year. So that's definitely a great point. We have somebody new on the show. We have Nick Lyon. Nick, what's up, brother? How are you, man?
What up, boys? How y'all doing tonight? Happy draft.
Good. Yeah, happy draft night, man. Cheers. What are you looking forward to this draft night?
Tonight, I'm looking forward to nothing. I'm hoping that we just get a nice chill evening where we get to see some big-time wide receivers not get drafted. Kool-Aid McKinstry, maybe he falls. But, I mean, I've been saying this since January that I hope we double dip at wide receiver. So if we can get 2 studs, maybe at 33, maybe at 65, or pick up maybe Brendan Rice and with that 101 pick, I don't know. I'm just hoping that teams start getting desperate for defense, like mid-first round, end of the first round, and then we just start seeing that defensive stack up. Like you see the edge rushers go, we see the corners go, and then pick up a safety because it's drafts hit and miss for safety. So we'll see. I'm just hoping that we get to wake up tomorrow morning and be excited with all of the options we have.
I agree, and there are so many different options. I feel like we could legit go center. I feel like cornerback is in play. Linebacker is in play. There's so many options that are on the table for the Panthers. That's what makes this so much more interesting, almost even more than last year when you had the number 1 overall pick. Even though that was a bigger headline, this
exciting,
I feel like
sure.
it could go. But this year, it really feels like it could go a number of different ways, and that's exciting to be a part of. Hey, let me welcome in. Let's try this one more time. My man Anthony back on C3. Anthony, what's up, dude?
What's up, boys? Sorry, I got disconnected here.
It's all good, brother.
But yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
So excited, dude.
That's it.
No, dude. I'm with Tony. Like, it's not that like I hate the draft, but I know there's just going to be controversy with whatever we do, and I'm just here for the ride at this point. Like, I'm not going to be too up or too down. But I've heard some interesting stuff before the draft. We talked about it in Spaces.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're necessarily not going to be picking tonight. So just keep that in mind. That's all I got to say. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm kind of here to just sit back and enjoy the picks. I mean, my father's a Vikings fan, so it'll be interesting to see if they take a quarterback, or take a flyer on a quarterback or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, I'm just here with the boys tonight, really. But it should be interesting. We should have some first round talent available for us at pick 33.
Oh, absolutely.
Amen.
And so listen, let me tell you sort of kind of what we're going to do here. And thank you to Salty Panther 88 for being kind of a brand new. But as of right now, on my broadcast, the Bears are on the clock with 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
Guys, you're a whole minute ahead of me.
Yeah, me too.
They better
He's a
not
minute
pick
and
forever.
10.
You're
y'all-
almost a
some of
minute
y'all
They
behind
already
me.
know who they're gonna pick.
Some of y'all aren't at the part where they just.
Totally happen.
What mic are you
It's
using,
like last
Cody?
year. You remember
Why,
we waited until the end of the pick
little
to announce
quiet.
the pick, but we all knew it was Bryce.
Quiet?
Yeah.
Well, you know somebody's gonna type it.
No, it's because these insiders leak the pick like 2 minutes before the clock actually starts.
They always
So
do
it's
it.
like,
Yep.
yeah, you can just go.
Well,
on Twitter.
what we're talking about here right now. First, let's thank, like Cody was about to do, Salty Panther 88. Thank you for becoming a C3 super fan for $1.99 a month. You can help slowly grow the C3 community. It really does. This is a small way, I think, that it. Well, thank you for your generosity first off, and I made it $1.99. I'm not putting different levels in or anything like that just yet until we maybe just take off and become awesome or something. But I want to. A little bit from a lot of people is helpful, right? And I know it's a burden on everybody to give. I can't imagine, dropping 20 here, 20 there. Thank you for all the super chats, but that's a small way. And really, if anything, is even more so than the money. I mean, because Google's going to take like 40% of it. But thank you. Isn't it nice to see when you see how many super fans there are? I think it attracts other community members to the podcast.
And listen, during this draft, y'all are spending your time with us. Dude, we're honored. We love that, dude. We're watching the draft, and we appreciate y'all being with us.
Yeah, you are breaking up some. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe it's
tell me. I'm about to change some shit.
Okay, no worries. So it looks like, and we'll go. And since the Panthers don't have a draft pick, whoever is got the fastest stream, all right. Be sure to, you can call it out, right, Kyle?
I think it's me.
Okay,
I'm at 624.
Yeah, you're way ahead of me. I'm at 633.
You're always ahead.
Yeah, except when it's Friday night and I need to get on the stream.
He must have traditional television.
Nah,
do you have?
He's got government Wi-Fi.
What's that?
You have traditional cable, Kyle? Like,
yeah, so I have an antenna plugged in right now.
Oh yeah, that's the fast.
Old school. I have, but I'm not watching it.
Hey, is this better for audio? Am I louder?
No, you sound good now. You're not delayed or nothing.
Hey, Kyle. When it gets to the Jags pick, if they whether they trade up or not, don't say it before. That one I want to see live. That one
I won't say nothing about the.
Yeah, all the other ones I don't really care about.
Real quick, if I may, I want to shout out Detroit. They're having an amazing crowd there for that draft. It rivals Nashville. It may be bigger than I think than Nashville. That just stuff like this where so many cities want the draft to show up in their house, in their city. Imagine a crowd like that in Charlotte. Would Charlotte beat a crowd that is in that's currently in Detroit?
Well, they would if it would if we had the kind of history and success that the Lions have had right now. If you think of how the Lions have been so miserable for so long, and have always had that first pick so many times. They've had top 5 picks so many times. What I think they just got their first playoff game since Barry Sanders was there or something. So that city is electric with 2 years in a row that team being relevant, and they're coming off their best season. So you really can't find a better time to have it in Detroit unless they go out next year and are great, and then they're even better. So I think the timing of their success helps that a lot, Pickle. But I also probably a testament too of how intensely loyal you have to be a Lions fan. And
the clock just reset.
Oh,
picks in.
All right. So that means
enough.
there were no trade offer, or there was no trade being made, likely. I'm not sure how the Bears could trade out of 2 years in a row, basically.
That should have been me. It should have been us.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be an odds-on favorite to beat Caleb Williams, right? I mean, it's like,
yeah.
And I'm
on DraftKings earlier was minus 20,000.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's like the worst bet you could ever place, actually.
Literally.
You just want Kyle to announce it since he has the
sure. Yeah.
Last year was
I'll
the year
take care
to
of it.
bet
No
on
problem.
who
It's
you
not
want.
a crazy reveal this year since
Whenever
we
you
don't
know
have.
it, you can let it fly.
What'd you say, Anthony?
It's
I
not.
said last year I made like a crap ton of money from the draft because I took Bryce Young at like plus 450 odds when he wasn't even first overall pick. But it's like you're gonna make like $5 if you put money on Caleb Williams right now.
Yeah.
No, well, if it's minus 2,000, you would make like
20,000. 20,000.
Minus
like
20,000. You wouldn't if you would have to. I guess put what 2,000 to even make $1.
Right. It would
Yeah.
Or
if you put like 1,000. No, if you put like 1,000 on it, I think you'd make $5 or something like that.
That has got to be the most. That would be, well. First, it would be the dumbest bet ever, right? Because it doesn't have a good return at all when you win it. And then on top of that, what if something actually happens and you had to pay? Imagine that betting $20,000, or you know what I'm saying is you have to.
Caleb Williams.
It's Drake May. It's Drake May. No,
all right, Caleb Williams, the pick number 1 to the Chicago Bears from the University of Southern California. On my stream, he hasn't been picked yet. He didn't look terribly nervous or excited. Let's see how Bears fans react to this. We'll see what he looks like at the podium as he comes up. Let's talk about this pick, guys. Is this guy one of those players that is as good and explosive and incredible as people say, or he believes as well? Or has the draft world fallen in love with him too quick? Because last year I felt like even going into the season, people were like, this guy is incredible. This guy is incredible. Is he really incredible?
Yes.
Okay.
He's going to be good. The only reason everyone's down on him in Chicago is because Chicago's never had good quarterbacks, and he paints his nails, so he has bad aura, I guess you could say. But other than that, if you go ahead, I was just going to say, if you watch the film, he's legit. That's all I got to say.
I mean,
everyone's been comparing him to Patrick Mahomes. If that's fair, obviously it's not fair, right? But the arm talent is there. The off-platform throws are there. I know
all the stuff you fall in love with.
All the stuff that you fall in love with is there in abundance. But I feel like some people kind of feel like he has that diva quality about
drama queen.
He does.
Yeah, that's right.
Watch drama queen.
I tell you, watch the video that they're playing. They're gonna show him where he jumps up into the fucking stands where he lost that Washington game and started bawling in his mama's arms.
You dub?
Yeah, he also paints his fingernails. He'll wear dresses. He's very controversial, man.
Drake May's a better quarterback.
But listen, we're Panther fans. We're used to Cam Newton.
Exactly, which is why if he's a good quarterback, no one will care about the dresses he wears. No one will care about the nails.
That's a lie.
I mean, what does him and his wife do at night? Compare the.
We're still listening to slander about Cam Newton.
Wear the next day.
I'm talking about from the
hear about
fans.
Cam's hats.
I'm talking about from the fans of the team he's on. we're not going to care about that stuff.
Well, I'm rooting for him right now, Anthony, because I'm ready to get back to controversial quarterbacks because my favorite quarterback was a controversial quarterback.
Absolutely.
I can't say the thing that the other thing you could say is that but hey, we know what that's like with Cam Newton is that people making judgments about your personality, your character, your work ethic just from limited snippets and traditional looks, whether it be from I think the crying one is ridiculous. Is like, nobody's going to talk shit if Tom Brady was crying on the side. I mean, I guess there's some ways it can see, are you deadly or this or that? And how shook can you get? The dresses, are they like kimono dresses or are they like,
I mean, I don't know.
or is he like
I'll try
going
and
straight
find
Teddy
pictures.
to Desha Bridgewater?
I mean, it's no. I believe he did a GQ magazine. But Tony, look, dress or no dress, let's talk about this. The Bears are inexorably kind of linked to the Panthers for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Not only did we just give them their number one overall pick and their quarterback of the future in Caleb Williams, but we gave him his number one wide receiver option in DJ Moore. So whatever they go on to do together, it's always going to look back on the Panthers either good or bad.
Poor Bryce having incredibly, for being so small in stature, has Herculean expectations. I guess whenever you're a first overall number one pick, you have Herculean expectations. But think about this. As Bryce Young's story will be forever intertwined with CJ Stroud's, if that hasn't been a strong enough, a heavy enough burden for the young man to carry, now he's got an added player to continue to be compared about when this guy's just out trying to play football. And we will continue to always have conversations, even in the future, when we come back and look at these guys' careers, we will continue to always talk about those trades and how those things were orchestrated. Now, the Chicago Bears, I was kind of surprised that Justin Fields didn't work out a little bit better. That was a guy that I wanted the Panthers to pick back instead of J.C. Horn back then. But they are now resetting the clock with Caleb Williams. And for me, and I'll pass the mic on to you guys, but for me, that only brings up the question, or not the question, but a thought is like, gosh, now we have to think about when do you reset with your first round pick quarterback conversation? When is too long? When is too short? And I feel like they gave Justin Fields a decent amount of time. You guys take the mic. I'm sorry.
By the way, thanks to Nirvash. Real quick, thanks to Nirvash for $5. Given the circumstances of our trade up for Bryce, they're going to compare Bryce to Caleb and CJ Stroud. And I think that's what we were talking about, me and Tony just now, that because of how things unfolded, those three, they're inexorably connected to one another. So we appreciate that patronage. Go ahead. Who was up next?
Which stream are you watching, Kyle? Real quick.
So I am on an antenna, so I'm getting it the fastest the way possible.
Okay, so you're not watching on NFL.
But what channel?
No.
He's probably watching ABC.
He's probably watching
ABC.
If I may add real quick, Caleb Williams, it doesn't matter what he wears. It doesn't matter what color his nails are. It doesn't matter his attitude or whether he cries on his mama's shoulder. The bottom line is, can he take Chicago Bears deep into the playoffs or to the playoffs? If he can't do that, none of the other stuff matters.
Agreed.
I still need to come back. What kind of dresses were these? Are they kimonos or are they different? I mean, to me, there is a difference.
They're Bridgewater dresses.
Lingerie dresses.
Can I bring something up real quick?
See, I don't. I'm about to Google it.
I'm drinking.
Me too, Cody.
Tony brought up, All
right, here we go. Second pick.
Double
it's Jaden Daniels.
There it is.
Is it gonna be Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels.
Yep.
No surprise.
Here's
So
what I
that
really
means
want to
it's either
know.
The
Drake made in
Patriots
New
just
England
got
or
the
a different
steal of
team.
the whole draft, man. The Patriots.
Who's going to trade up to get J.J. McCarthy? The long story short is, who is J.J. McCarthy going to get fired?
Or is anybody even going to
Vikings?
trade up for him?
Oh,
Vikings?
I
The
disagree.
Vikings
I
might,
think
they might
JJ
stay
McCarthy's
now.
going to be good.
JJ McCarthy might be the best quarterback in his class.
I hope.
You never
I
know
think
about
he's
this
good.
man.
Man.
Nah, not
You
over Drake
He's gonna
May.
be
Brock
good.
Purdy.
Not over Drake
You
May.
absolute. Well, yeah, of course, if you're
Drake May is not
if
going to
you're
be
North,
good, dude.
if you're
Don't
North
say that,
Carolina fan,
Tony.
He's
if you're
not.
North
that's
Carolina fan, you're
Tony.
going to
That's a
say Drake
bad
May's the
take.
best.
Why? Why
But
is it
you
a
just
bad
don't
take?
know.
I've seen
Because
too many 1 year start like.
I mean,
Well, I
he's
guess
not
Drake
a
May's
1
been a
year
stud.
starter.
He's been a
He's
stud.
not a
a
1
2
year.
year
Hold
starter,
on.
but he didn't. His stock was actually higher last year than it was this year.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's
yeah.
because this kid that just got drafted had one good year, and I'm telling you, he's not going to work out in the league. He's too.
Hey, real
he's
quick, but let's talk about
Who
the dude
had
that was
one good year?
hold
Jaden
on.
Daniels.
Let's
Yeah, I
talk
don't think
about the
he's
dude
gonna-
that was drafted. Jaden Daniels,
He's going to be the
I
best.
think
He's a
has
dog.
the potential to be the very best player in this entire draft.
He
man.
could be.
I mean,
He was a
that
monster
won the
at
next
Heisman.
Florida
level,
State. He was a
that
monster.
next level athleticism, you can't teach that, man. It's that next gear that like
But he also
Lamar
throws the
Jackson or
deep ball.
Kyler Murray has.
So is
He
he
also
going to be more
throws the
Cam
deep
Newton or is
ball.
he going to be more Justin Fields? That's the question. Because Justin Fields has next level athleticism. Justin Fields is faster than almost everybody on the field whenever he's on the field.
Right, but I feel that
Well,
Jaden Daniels
problem
was much
between
more
his ears.
prolific throwing the football
Yes, totally.
uh, than that one.
I think he's a Lamar Jackson, dude.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Tony. A better Lamar Jackson throwing wise.
And
Well,
he'll gain
at
weight.
He's
this
smaller,
point,
though, I
Most
at
people
this
worried about
point
weight.
in
Pick
his
on him,
college
no kidding.
career, right? Because I think Lamar Jackson has turned into a pretty good passer.
Oh,
Maybe not the
absolutely.
greatest, but at this point in his career, this guy, I heard that if he would have ran the 40, they expected him to run low 4.4s or 4.3.
Tony, if I may say real quick, I heard on the
That's
radio
about right.
today, on the NFL radio today, that Robert Goodell has had back surgery not long ago. So their security's there to make sure nobody overhugs him today. How you reckon that'll go down?
Well,
These guys, he's got a bad back. It's going to be worse.
as long as they don't prevent over booing him. Now, do you think? Now, I want to go. Maybe is this a? I don't know if there's a conversation for tonight. Is the Roger Goodell hate as warranted?
No,
I feel like some of it's
I don't
just
think
the
it is.
shtick.
I don't
man.
think so.
You know, it's like,
Some of it is he's a guy. It's just they've always have and they're always.
they always booed him,
Goes
so
with-
now it's
yeah.
just a
It's because he's
shtick.
commissioner.
Yeah.
He's just That's why. Because he's a
Yeah.
commissioner, he's always gonna get
I
booed.
mean, at
He's
first
the
people
mouthpiece
thought.
for the owners.
Yeah,
That's
fuck
the
Roger
problem.
Goodell.
Well, yeah,
So
but
fuck
that's
the
his
man,
job.
huh?
That's what he gets paid for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck Roger Goodell.
It's like hating a Walmart manager because he wants to
Exactly.
enforce the rules.
Pick his in for the
I
Patriots.
mean,
Can I bring this up real
Drake
quick?
May.
Look at the situation that Caleb Williams came to in comparison to what we set Bryce up with. It is night and day. Like he's going to be throwing to DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, dude. Like that's kind of crazy, man.
Yeah, it really puts into perspective how thirsty we were a year ago. I mean, obviously as fans, we're only going to be able to react to the things that actually happen. We could band every Panthers fan together and go to David Tepper's house, and it's not going to change a damn thing. He was going to do what he was going to do, regardless of who was in place. He was going to go get Bryce. But the fact that the Bears have put so much in place to shield Caleb from having the same kind of struggles that Bryce had,
Exactly.
it's going to be really difficult. Like, because they're even talking about if they go up and get Rome at number 9, like if they have Rome, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, like that receiving core is like already insane. And then like imagine if you gave Patrick Mahomes a receiving core like that, and they're saying Caleb has some of that Mahomes magic. It's going to be. All I'm saying is I hope the Bears want to trade for Miles Sanders and give us a little something. You know what I'm saying?
The Bears have done a great job putting a bunch of talent around a rookie quarterback. And dude, listen, can I just say how happy I am for DJ Moore? Like if DJ finally gets a top tier quarterback talent, dude, after all that he's had, throw him the football. Like for him, I kind of feel, at least maybe hope it works out a little bit. But
My point My point being was like how the GM matters so much for a team, man.
All right,
And
and
that-
Drake
Hugely,
Mays, you're the next man up.
hugely. Tony was mentioning it the other night, and before he got too big for his own britches, David Gettleman he had us on the right track. Like, I really wish I could have been part of either the conversation or just the moment that happened where all of a sudden he just said, no, fuck Josh Norman, and then just went a totally separate direction, drafted 3
Right.
cornerbacks after
That was the
taking
beginning
Vernon
of the
Butler.
end, dude.
David Gettleman was a
You're
Vernon
right,
Butler
Tony.
was the
You're right,
beginning of the
Tony.
end.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Vernon Butler in some ways made a little sense, right? And it was
We
the
should have got
start-
Chris Jones.
Yeah, but it was the start. I think the Vernon Butler pick was that the same year?
Drake May.
It was the same.
Drake
year.
made it to the
Vernon
Patriots.
Butler and
Congrats
Drake made
to
the
Drake,
Patriots.
guys.
These
Who went
first,
Drake
like,
made to
4
the
picks are
Patriots?
Drake made to the
pretty easy.
Patriots.
Good. I don't like the Patriots and I don't like Drake May.
Rookie of the year right there.
Ooh. All right. So 3
Just gonna be
quarterbacks,
surprised.
3 picks, 3
1, 2,
quarterbacks.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Number 4
Yeah,
will be
these-
Marvin
these
Harrison
pretty expected.
Jr.
Yeah, these first 4
I agree
picks
with
are
that.
set in stone.
Yeah.
It's
If
it's when
predictable, it
the
should be
draft
Marvin.
like almost starts at pick 5.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
Chargers.
think I don't think pick 4 is Marvin Harrison Jr.
If they don't do that,
No.
they're dumb.
I think
Unless they
Arizona
trade
trades.
Okay.
Unless they trade
Did
back,
they just trade?
They didn't.
No,
trade,
that's the
but I think
question.
they do.
That's the question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
if
I
they
think
trade
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Hey, Kyle,
It
let's
should have been
trade up.
number
Let me
one
call
in
the
some-
next 3 picks, and then we'll let you go the next 3 after that. We'll go 3 and 3.
Big bets.
Huh?
Sounds good, buddy.
Oh,
All right, go.
That's a
also,
sign
let's
you're
not
old,
forget,
Cody.
the Patriots are also
I
in
said
the
big
lead.
bets.
Yeah.
The Patriots are also in the lead for trading for Brandon Ayuk.
Yup, and that's pick 34, and that's why I've been saying like that 33, 34, 35 pick, that's all they're going to get for him because you have to pay him so much money. That's why I was like so on that train for months, man. But I mean, dude, this Drake May's got a lot of talent. I'm telling you, he was
Yeah.
the second. It was a 1A, 1B between him and Williams for me. I thought he's got a lot of like Justin Herbert.
Cam Newton called him a runt.
Congrats to Charlotte's own is all I got to say.
Yeah, if y'all ain't, there's a video I sent it to a bunch of people. I might have sent it to you, Tony, but of Cam Newton talking with Drake Mays. Y'all, if you get a chance, it's on Twitter. Watch that video. It's very good. Cam takes it back to when Drake was little, a teenager training with him. It was really good. So
It's pretty neat that Cam 7-on-7 is turning out.
are you a Panther fan too?
She can't hear you, but yes, she is.
Wonderful.
Put her on the mic. Put her on the mic.
They want to talk to you. You want to talk? Who's your favorite football team? Mariners or baseball? What's this team? Whose Panther jersey do you have? What number is it? Number 1? Yeah.
Ooh, Cam Newton.
Yeah, Cam
right.
Newton.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, we're going to ask you one question before you go. Will the Panthers trade back or stay pat? Tell us. She's
Yeah,
Ask
that's
her.
like that
Hey,
question.
trade back or stand pat?
Who cares?
Just pick one.
She said stay.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
that's what we need.
Yeah. Doing a good dad duty, bringing your panther, your pups up as your cubs up as a panther. Cubs.
That's
Panthers,
awesome.
Cubs, yeah. All right. So Drake May 6'4". See, to me, he gives me Blake Bortles and Mitch Trubisky vibes.
That's
No.
It's gonna be
No
Alex
way.
Smith
No,
and Aaron
Tony?
Rodgers. Alex
Yeah.
Smith.
Oh,
That's going to
hey,
be
shout
Drake
out.
May.
This is from Adam Sheffield. Marvin Harrison Jr. has yet to sign his preliminary NFLPA license agreement that all draftees typically sign. This would allow his name and likeness to be monetized after he's picked tonight, and therefore before his contract is signed. his
Can he go
jersey
back
will
to
not-
college right now?
His jersey
Tickets
will
in,
not be
Cardinals.
purchased, and he will not be featured in any video games until his
Oh, it is,
NFLPA
wow.
approved license deal is signed.
I mean, I've been saying these legacy players are doing things different. Like, especially Marvin Harrison, he's not just some dude who was off the couch or who played in the league a bit. Like,
And now
Marvin
mine.
Harrison was first ballot Hall of Fame, so he's probably advising his son every step of the way. That's why he didn't do anything at the combine. He's like, nah, your tape speaks. You don't need to do nothing.
Yeah,
Like,
but
Well, Andy
but
doesn't have an
in all
agent.
reality, he should sign that. And I'm going to explain a little briefly why. If he doesn't sign it, they have to pay him more money. Then every player is going to do that, and pretty soon, Madden or any other video game is going to be $800 for you to play it, or they'll just do what they did to college. They'll just end it altogether. And that's what's going to happen. You're talking about jerseys are going to go from what they are now to triple prices, all because some players want to manage they get paid enough money now.
Well, they got to
Flying
get this in the
over
NFLPA. This is when you negotiate that during the NFLPA, but they signed a long one, so they would have to strike. I think what you're seeing too is you're running into the difference of players who needed desperately every dollar before and now
Here we go.
have money in their pocket. Marvin Harrison Jr., though, I can't believe Steve Smith don't got him ranked as his number one. This guy's like the best. Like, we ain't seen a wide receiver like this in college.
Marvin Harrison, Cardinals.
There you go. The
Yeah,
world is in
Cardinals.
order. The world is in order.
He was gone.
Is Moose's kid?
Yeah, whoever's got it.
Moose's kid stayed, Tony. He's coming out next year.
Sorry,
Oh, really?
Cody.
And
No,
what
you're
we
good,
got,
you're
Chris
good.
Jenkins' kid is in the draft.
If Chris Jenkins' kid is there at 65, I wouldn't be mad about it.
People, it's kind of crazy. Chris Jenkins kind of like Derek Brown a little bit, right? Is like, you don't realize just how fucking incredible that player is at the time because they play a position that isn't the stat blower upper. I mean, Chris Jenkins had great stats. All right, so tell me, who was it? Was it FSU Panther? Who's the Drake May guy in here?
Me.
Jake the Snake. Jake the
And
Snake.
No, I'm hiding right now. I'm hiding right now.
All right. Who was it? Anthony.
Yeah.
All right, tell me why he's not Blake Bortles.
Dude, because I mean, he makes outstanding plays. He's got a big arm. He can run. I mean, he threw a touchdown with his left hand. I just think he's got a lot of potential, and I think he's always been the second best quarterback in the draft. Like, what people don't understand is, like, if you're a player that has like a Heisman year or like a really good year coming off your senior year, your draft stock like rises so much. And I think Daniels came out of nowhere. But realistically, I just think the kid's got a lot of talent. And I'm a little biased. I mean, he's from Myers Park. He went to UNC. He was a Cam Newton fan growing up. Like, those are just all like, and I think
He's part of Cam Newton 7-on-7 too. My bad, Ant.
Yeah, and he's just from a family that like runs with sports. Like, his brother was like a really good basketball player for a long period of time. And like, I mean, back then, I just don't think they were producing the quarterbacks. Like, in the drafts back then, you know, you had like one guy that was always really good and the rest were toss-ups. Like, I feel like Blake Bortles that year was what Blaine Gabbert was to Cam Newton.
True.
There's
No,
just
that's a
such
fair point.
there's
That's a
just
fair
such a
point.
drop-
He was the only one.
Yeah, he was the only one, and that's how the Panthers knew that Cam was the one, because he was a winner at the college level. And now it's like you got, you know, 2 to 3 good quarterbacks coming out every draft. So it's like easier for the team to like take a chance on a quarterback. But I just think he has a lot of good qualities, man.
He reminds me of Josh Allen.
Yeah. And
Blake Bortles listed at 6'5", 236. Drake May listed at 6'4", 223. My question, and look, you've watched. I'm just it's part where he's coming from that is coloring influence in my perspective of him, particularly because of Trubisky and on the other side of town with Daniel Jones when he shot up from Duke. I used to have a friend that said this, though, and he would say this about Mitchell Trubisky probably, and more so Blake Bortles. I think he said He said they look good in a football uniform, right? 6'5", 230, cannon, but can they play? And, Drake May is coming into a situation in New England where there is some pressure on that kid to perform. New England fans are starting to get irritated with sucking.
Well, it's also about where you get drafted to. Like, I mean,
he's going to New England. We know him.
No, for sure. And like we talked about last year, I remember we were all wrong on this. We thought Carolina was the best landing spot for a quarterback. And I think you could argue someone like if Bryce Young was on a different team, I don't think he'd be talked about as a bust. But like, I think New England's a pretty good landing spot for him. I think they're finally like truly realizing, hey, we can't play this Bill Belichick style anymore. It's a different league. We got to upgrade the offense. So like, I think he's gonna be a good player. And then Marvin Harrison, I mean, you could argue he's just the overall best player in the draft. I mean, his dad is Marvin Harrison, and like he's just got insane ball skills. And like I was saying this, if we had our number one pick this past year, like if we were picking one and Bryce had a good season, I would have traded back like 2 spots and just drafted Marvin Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and picked up an extra like first round pick the following year. But yeah, I mean, we all knew who these first 4 picks were going to be.
Yeah, this pick it's going to be interesting because this pick, like, there's been a lot of stuff about a tackle now. Like,
I think it's going to be
Latham.
Joe,
I mean,
they could trade this. Real quick, I want to ask y'all something.
Well, yeah, I wonder if it's
as
going to
much
take.
as Jim Harbaugh, as much as Jim Harbaugh was heavily talking about JJ McCarthy. I'm curious to what y'all's opinion is if he would have got the job here, or maybe that's the reason that he might have wanted to just try to draft JJ. Is maybe the reason why he wasn't taken here.
Pickle, I think with that's like Harbaugh doing his boy a solid. Is like
hyping him up like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and he probably believes that he is a good player. I think he is really going to be good in the NFL. In fact, I would wager that he is better than Drake May. But again, I'm looking through it in
Lord
a
have
very
mercy.
limited. I just say go back and look at the year before last when it comes to JJ McCarthy. He was young and he was playing in big spots and he was playing well. So I think you saw more. That team was just so locked in, stacked, they could just run over everybody. So why wouldn't you? But I mean, look, is that Harbaugh owes him that. Harbaugh owes him that. Is like, hey man, you helped me. We recruited, we've been together. Of course he's gonna pump him up. And he should. The idea though, and I think your Pickle, your question's a good one because I was hoping you weren't gonna say would the Chargers pick him because that would be ridiculous.
For the Chargers.
But I think that's why he went to the Chargers because of Justin Herbert.
Yeah. There was some talk about trading Justin Herbert, but I don't think that was really from
the pick is in.
No, that was people. What about Harbaugh made Colin Kaepernick fucking awesome. He's gonna make Justin Herbert
coach.
a fucking badass.
Well, I hope they draft Malik Neighbors right here.
That's who it's going to be. That's who it's going to be.
I'm hoping it's J.C. Latham or Tapp.
I think it's going to be Neighbors.
I want Neighbors to
from LSU.
And he's a baller.
I think it could.
He reminds me a little bit of Jamar Chase.
If this is
I'm
going to be so hyped.
I think it's a wide receiver myself because they got rid of a bunch of their wide receivers.
Oh yeah,
and the rookie they drafted last year, he didn't live up to par last year. He had a Jonathan Mingo year last year.
Does a run on the wide receivers early or later in the first round help the Carolina Panthers? I feel like
later
it would be early.
Early. Yep.
3 or 4 wide receiver picks here. Then the other teams are looking at these other guys who are on their board that are just so high at those positions that they go, man, we got to take this edge player we didn't think could have been here. And now, when will another quarterback go? How long before we get a defensive player? The draft has been vanilla so far, guys.
If the Falcons stick, it's going to be the Falcons who are going to be the first defensive player for sure. Yeah,
and,
but
and like the receivers, it's like it's going to be a run here of the top three, the big three that everybody talks about, and then it's going to be a little while, and then it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr. and that group that starts the second run of receivers.
Would
Xavier Worthy.
would it be ridiculous though if the Falcons picked Brock Bowers
No,
and then ran a 2 tight end
yes,
set
'cause
with
With Kyle Pitts, yeah.
with a running back that could crush? They could run 2 tight end sets and Drake London and then run the ball, and they would be nasty as fuck though.
Yeah.
That would be terrible for us, Tony.
Oh yeah,
Terrible
it
for
would.
us.
If there's a run on wide receivers early, then I don't know if that helps us either, because then it's
Right.
like you're, oh wow, the Chargers, so they go Joe Alt here, but
Yep.
Is
the,
he
they went
offensive
Joe-
lineman?
Wow.
Offensive tackle.
Okay.
So
Yep.
Rashawn
Good by
Slater's
them.
gonna. I wonder what they're gonna do with Rashawn Slater then, because he's their left tackle now, unless
Well,
they're gonna
what
move him over to right.
so what I
No,
was
they're
hearing was,
playing Joe Alt at right tackle.
yeah, they
That-
asked
Well, but
him-
he's a lot of
Yeah.
people are saying he's only a left tackle.
That's the thing.
But he's so talented.
The Lions did it with
Yeah.
Sewell. There's a bit for the last few years. I really don't. There's a lot of teams drafting stud left tackles and making them a right tackle.
Well, actually,
don't-
Pickle, you're right about that. Not is like the top 5 tackles over the last whatever years have all strangely have been at right. You look at the
Who is
Lions.
that?
Remember Penei Sewell?
Yes.
Penei
We had
Sewell,
targeted him,
and
didn't we?
he was the same year as Rashawn Slater.
Right.
Those two guys were 1 and 2 at their position, and I know Penei Sewell has been good at right tackle. I don't know. Rashawn Slater's dealt with some injuries maybe last year. I'm not sure. His rookie, he had a great rookie
He's been
year.
good though. He's been good.
But
He's
it
just been
turns
a
out
little
that it's
injured.
really tough to
What
play.
was it? Was it-
How is it still so tough to play left tackle in the NFL? Because I felt like it was just becoming more evenly distributed, right? Where because they flip their defensive ends to whoever the worst guy is, right? So it's like a lot of times you see the Von Bell lining up against the right tackle when historically they would have always been against the left. How is it that this left tackle position, I guess, just continues to be problematic, is like the premier offensive line? I guess it's the blind side component.
I mean, it's an important position. Left tackle's very important.
Kane
plus-
score, by the way.
Yeah, and plus
Got to
the-
keep that. Got to keep that QB upright and
Yeah,
can't let him
and-
get
and-
injured.
Yeah, and sometimes the best way to build a team is the inside out, and I applaud the head coach for recognizing that. I think he's done that before though, but you have to build the inside out. If you try to build from the outside in, by the time you get to the inside, you got to replace the inside.
Right. Shout out to Chase Hawkins in the chat. He says, does Herbert have any receivers? Interesting question, which is why everybody was thinking that they were going to go offensive player there, because they lost both Keenan Allen and Mike Williams last year.
Yeah.
But I think we're seeing a little trend too that Carolina Panthers fans are
Got the pick is
familiar
in
with,
Giants.
and that is when you pay
Gonna be
these
Roman.
if they
quarterbacks
take
big
McCarthy
money.
here, yeah, they're probably going to take
Did-
Wednesday, I actually think.
Didn't the Chargers draft a wide receiver last year in the first
Ooh,
round?
Yeah, they did. That's what I said. He didn't play so good.
Quentin
wait.
Johnson, wasn't it, or something like
Yeah,
that?
No,
exactly. He
that
didn't
was a
play so
charge
good.
for.
But
Man, I
let's-
just hope
let's
Tennessee
also
doesn't take a
remember
receiver now.
The Chargers
really
also
wanna
have
go.
pick 37, which is before the Panthers pick 39. The Chargers could easily take a wide receiver in the second round.
Yeah, they
Oh,
got
yeah.
Quentin
But we may
Johnston
want.
in the first round last year.
So
Harbaugh does things completely different. Like,
Well, yeah.
I mean, Herbert will be fine in the offense. Like, they're just going to be run first. He's just a different type of coach, I guess. Like,
Well,
he
the
comes
other
in there
thing,
and what?
and the other thing though to think about though is the trend that I was kind of hoping to suggest and we never had anybody for Cam period, but once you see now Patrick Mahomes sign his deal, you see Josh Allen sign his deal, you see Justin Herbert this past season, I believe, signed his extension. Right, that's the time. Once you do that, now it's the quarterback that has to be the guy that makes other players great, rather than, I mean, is this just a feature of having an awesome quarterback is that now they got to be the dude. And sorry, we can't always have a guy for you or the guy for you. We're going to have to try to make Quentin Johnston work. We're going to have to make whatever because that's why we paid your ass. And now, really, I think that lends to your argument, Ant and Cody, and so many people on this panel about why it's so imperative to just spend the money now on offense for Bryce to get him good to when that point of signing his extension comes around. Then you pass the kind of the baton to him and say, now you carry rather than just being a part of the success.
Exactly. And you got him on a cheap deal. So it's like, that's why I don't think the money should be
Here
an
we go,
issue
y'all.
for. What'd you
You
say?
got to protect them too.
I wonder if the Giants take the wide receiver Neighbors or quarterback.
Malik Neighbors is the pick to the Giants. Neighbors.
Okay.
Wow.
They were trying very hard to trade up for Drake May to get a quarterback instead of Daniel
So they're
Jones.
sticking with Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they
here's
have
the thing.
to.
Neighbors was on an Instagram live and he was like asking who the quarterback was for the Giants. Like he didn't even know who he was. So
That's terrible.
I kind of feel bad for
This
him.
could
Man.
be interesting as far as to see who if the Giants possibly trade at some point to get a quarterback, because their next pick ain't till the 47th pick in the second round.
Yeah, and I don't think a
wonder who the
quarterback's going to
Titans
fall
are
that
gonna
far.
take. Like the Titans, since Joe Alt's gone, like I think they should still go tackle. There's been some things if Joe Alt got taken by the Chargers earlier that they might go Malik if he was there, but obviously Malik's gone now. So I don't really see them going Rome, maybe. But
What, Brock?
Yeah, they could go. They do need a tight end, so they could go Brock, or they could just go Olu Fashanu from Penn State here, who's also a really good offensive tackle.
What do you think, Pickle?
They
Mr. Tennessee.
Everybody down here had predicted them to take Joe Alt.
Right.
If I'm out on talking to Tennessee fans now, they're stumped. They really are. But this class is loaded with tackles and guards and offensive linemen. If that was the only position they thought they needed, you got kind of go on to your next guy. But if I'm them, there's a lot more guys on the board. I need to look them. I need to find them.
Neighbors gives off major prime
are
Odell Beckham vibes.
Are they that confident with Will Levis though, that they wouldn't go quarterback somehow?
Yes. I don't think you got to remember they never replaced their GM, and their GM who wanted Levis more than Mike Vrabel did. Mike Vrabel didn't want Levis. Their Titans GM demanded Levis and took Levis without the permission of Vrabel, just like he traded the wide receiver without the permission of Vrabel. So, but hey, wide receivers not good in Tennessee either. They've got an old guy and a young guy. So.
No, they get Calvin Ridley and DeAndre Hopkins. That's part of
they still got Hopkins.
I forgot about Wrigley. You're right.
Yeah.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, they signed him. So some people have said that. Go ahead, Pickle.
No, I would say, you know who I would take if I was them myself.
Where's my state?
I would take Brock Bowers.
I'll keep preaching this. Like, I don't think you have to take a quarterback every single year. Like, you gotta build the roster first. And I think the Giants understand that. It's that's probably why they
just paid Daniel Jones.
And they didn't want to reach on another quarterback. So it's you got to help the quarterback out some way. But I mean, this is a good pick. We'll see what happens. I don't think the Titans should go wide receiver. I think they'll just take offensive line.
If I'm Tennessee, I'm going Brock Bowers. But that's just me.
Yeah, honestly, the big thing, like I said, was the only way they go receiver is if Joe Alt's not there. But also, a lot of people had, if Joe Alt was gone, them going Malik Neighbors. But Malik Neighbors is gone. And I don't know how high they are in Rome. So at this point, I could see them going Brock Bowers, or I could even see them going one of the tackles, one of the high tackles in this draft.
Oh, right. You got to remember their powerhouse back is gone now. So
Yeah, they
and
need
he
more.
did a
They
lot
need
to
O
protect.
linemen. The only
Yeah,
good
they
guy
did a
last
lot to
year was
protect.
Peter Skronsky. That's it.
Yes.
Titans pick
Who's
is
their left
in.
tackle?
Titans pick
Who's
is
their
in.
left
Let's
tackle?
go.
Does
They
anybody
need
know?
both tackles. They need both.
Oh
They need
damn!
both.
Yeah,
What's
they
Then
crazy
forget
is
Brock
that
Bowers. Then
They've got depth there, but they don't have starting depth.
Yeah. Last year
what's
they had
crazy
Andre
is
Dillard
that
as their starting left tackle,
yeah.
and
Go
he's
ahead,
already
Ann.
gone.
What's crazy is that I think if the Titans don't take a receiver here, I think the Bears are going to take Odunze, and then I think the Jets are actually going to get Bowers, which is kind of crazy.
That's if nobody
If
trades up
if
here with
if
Atlanta.
if I
There
may
could
shout
be
out
people
White
calling about
Chocolate,
Rome.
if I may shout out White Chocolate Espresso in the chat, mentions Rattler. I can see Rattler going to the Giants in the
second round?
third round.
Yeah.
I could too.
I
I
can
could
totally
too.
Tell
see
'em.
that. If there's- or Dix or I mean there's quarterbacks that may be there, but Giants throw me out a real good trade. I might trade you 39. No, not 39.
Trade him back through 39.
Let's give him
They
39 back.
literally gave
Yeah,
us that
let's
Yeah,
pick.
give him
skip
39
that
back.
entire
Yeah.
conversation. Y'all go ahead.
He said, "Y'all go on. Get you some ice cream, pickle. I know you need it."
You man, pick. I love you.
Man,
You
I
dude.
hate that they went to commercial. They only did like 3 picks and went right
I
back to
swear.
commercial. That's my problem
Hey, if
with
it
the draft is they go to commercial way too much.
Oh, you know, if it was us in the first round, it'd be a commercial. I don't care if it's the first overall, we would get a
Dude,
commercial.
absolutely. Well, it's just stupid that they said that the pick is in and then they went to
Yep,
commercial.
they're gonna come back from
Yeah,
commercial with
I
dude
mean-
on stage with a jersey. Just
Yeah.
The pick's already gonna be called.
Shout out to the fake Panther fans all over social media who keep insisting that Panther fans are freaking out because they're not getting to take a wide receiver early. You some fake
we've come to
bitches.
grips with it. I mean, because think about it, we've been
There's always drama.
being
Or Panthers.
generous. It was what, week 8 when we knew this season was completely in the toilet. Like, it wasn't deep into the season when we figured it out.
No, but-
So
It was
then we're thinking
before-
back, we're like, God
Yeah, it was
damn, man,
before
we
that.
don't have our one
It was
next
before
year
the-
too.
at
So
the
we've had a
beginning of
really
the
long
offseason.
time to deal
Yeah,
with
so
it.
they
You know,
should
like
have
if
already
it just
got
happened
over.
last week.
In the
that'd be
offseason
bad.
when
But,
we
you know,
got fucking
I've gotten full.
Bryce,
I've
we
gone through the
knew.
whole wave of emotions of from not
I
having
do.
the pick to now I'm like, nah, I'm good. We got 2 in the second. I'm okay with it. Now I'm just trying to see who messes up and doesn't take somebody so we can.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think-
the
I think I do
Titans
it
got
for-
JT Latham.
Yeah, shout out to Nervosh. I agree, friend. We need some trades in this first round to shake things up a little.
They
bit.
took
I swear
Latham.
we do.
You said they
So
picked JT
far,
Latham?
so far, boys, I feel this draft has been very predictable. Like,
Very
Pedestrian.
vanilla.
yeah, like everything that we pretty much have been seeing in any sort of mock draft the past 2 weeks in a row. Like
Man, look at
that's
that crowd.
pretty much how the
Look
shit
how
has
huge.
played out so far.
That's awesome.
I really want the Titans. The Titans are taking shit. The Titans are taking Alabama offensive tackle
JC Latham.
JC Latham.
JC Latham.
Like,
That's good. That's a great tackle. That's a
Yeah,
very
it
great
is.
tackle.
The biggest problem.
Jags need to trade
that,
up. Get to number 8.
The,
Get Rome.
The biggest problem to that for me
They ain't get Rome.
is the fact that I don't want Atlanta
Or
to
if they're
draft
going to
Rome.
trade up to number 8.
Atlanta's going to take a defensive player here. They'll probably take.
They're getting
Dallas
Alabama.
Turner.
Yeah, they will.
Or they're going to trade
Come
I
on,
back.
hope
Alabama.
not.
Come on,
I
Atlanta.
hope not because
Come on,
Atlanta,
JJ
Atlanta's
McCarthy,
not
go
an
to Atlanta.
intelligent. Atlanta needs to. Atlanta's never been intelligent anyway. But you know what? They drafted a stud tight end a few years ago. Still
They
don't
didn't
know
use
how to
him.
use that man. So
Well, it
No.
was funny. I've been talking about this a lot lately. If you look back at it, first round tight ends historically have never lived up to the hype. Because think about it. Vernon Davis was supposed to be God's gift to tight ends. He had a pretty good career, but he wasn't the greatest. Like all the tight ends, like top 5, top 10 all time, they were all later round picks. So I'm not saying that can't happen, but that's just been the history.
They didn't know how to use their first round running back either, though. Not to his
They need to
potential.
announce the pick
He did pretty
already.
good. He
We
was
saw it all
killing
over
folks
Twitter.
last
Just
year.
announce it.
He was killing us.
Well, we're not seeing a run on quarterback,
Hey,
you know,
JC
and that's one of the
Latham.
things that we expected to
JC
see. We
Latham.
expected to see a run on quarterbacks here, and we've not seen any kind of crazy trades either. So it's kind of letting us know how things are going to play out. It could be a good or a bad thing for the Panthers. You know, if a lot of quarterbacks are taking early. Sure, it pushes other players down, but at the same time, it may make pick 33 really valuable, and maybe someone would trade up for a quarterback with us. So this is a good or bad thing so far.
So
Do y'all think?
JC Latham to the Tennessee Titans. I like JC Latham. I didn't see him going this high, but dude, he's a big, mean, strong offensive lineman.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
This is just showing you when you draft hungry that you reach for guys, right?
That's right.
You know, you needed a tackle, and they went and got a tackle, and no matter whether that was actually draft value or not, that's what happened. So,
and now both Romo Dunze and Brock Bowers are available for Atlanta.
They're not taking either of them. If they stay and trade back, they're gonna go defense.
You're good, Cody.
No, I want them to go defense. Their defense sucks anyways.
I tell you what else sucks. NFL Plus sucks.
All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. You're listening to the C3 Panthers podcast. It's our 11th annual, or it's our annual live NFL draft show. Our 11th one we've done so far. The Carolina Panthers don't have a pick tonight, but that doesn't mean we can't have some fun talking about football and seeing what will fall to the Carolina Panthers tomorrow. Been a little run on quarterbacks. We've seen some tackles go. We saw the best wide receiver go to this point.
Back.
We would like to ask you guys, though, to support the show by smashing the thumbs up button. That's what you can do to really help us. You can jump in the comments section, and you can share the link online with us. Don't forget, tonight's show is brought to you by Bet365. Go to Bet365 and use our promo code, which it's not even a promo code. Hold on. What a terrible read this is about to be. I might have to come back to it because I don't have my producer here with me. But I'm going to give you guys a link. It's in the show description right now. If you put $10 in, you put a $5 bet at Bet365. You get a bonus bet, a series of bonus bets for $150. You guys, that's the way to get ahead because North Carolinians are sports gambling like crazy over.
Hey, we got the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons already.
Oh, this is really
Super
an important
fast.
pick and finally something relevant actually to the Carolina Panthers here. Division rival on the clock right now. Will they be the first to take a defensive player? It's been a long time.
One thing I will say real quick is Adam Schefter on ESPN just said that the Falcons are considering taking a quarterback at this pick.
Wow.
They are considering taking a quarterback, even with Kirk Cousins. I'm assuming that's just to develop him, whether it's McCarthy, Bo Nix, or Michael Penix Jr.
I hope it's not Penix.
Gotta be JJ, right?
No,
It's gotta be JJ, right?
If it's Penix, I'm gonna cry.
I think Penix is still the next available quarterback.
That's left-handed CJ Stroud in our division.
Before you start crying, I want my steak.
I'm sorry, the Penix player doesn't scare me. Older.
Michael Penix Jr. Albert Gross reporting it. Jordan
Yeah,
Schultz.
they selected.
Wow.
There's several that
Michael
are
Penix?
that is Michael Penix Jr.
Is that the
Wow.
pick? Certain?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. Let's not break false news just yet, folks.
No, it's true.
It's in?
It's true.
It's already in?
Yeah, it's in. It's been in.
I haven't seen it come across the screen yet, but I got you.
No, not yet. It's not been.
Take Rome. Take Rome.
Wow. Talk
Bro.
about. I think that might be a reach on that player right there.
Penix? Oh, yeah.
You know,
Brock Bowers
I'd
is-
have to say thank you, Atlanta. I hope that is 100% true because, again,
Me too.
Atlanta, again, you did it.
They're showing Michael
Well, no,
Penix
this
right
is
now
makes
on
the-
ESPN.
Yeah,
This
you
is
know,
making
he's the
players
big-
fall to us, y'all. Holy crap.
No, this helps us. That helps us. It hurts our rivals in the short term and hopefully in the long term. I do want to. How about this? Is hopefully they're still watching. Shout out to my
so
friends
that
Tracy and Dan watching.
Schefter's saying this might be Michael Penix for the
It
Falcons.
is.
At pick 8.
It is.
Yeah,
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, welcome to the party. It is Michael Penix.
It is.
Man.
We've been talking about it.
Oh, I just got back. Have y'all known for a while?
Is
But
he a
they're
lefty?
showing the team needs is edge, corner, wide receiver, and offensive tackle for the Falcons.
Right.
And they said quarterback.
And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go get Penix
Yeah,
Jr. Fuck
all
it.
right.
I wonder.
Yo, that's a weird. That's a weird pick. I'm not gonna lie.
This sounds like some shit we would do.
I need to. Hey, if there's any Falcon fans in the chat,
I hate it.
I want to.
I hate it so much.
I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Sean Butler and the C3 super fan. Thank you for being a C3 super fan. For $1.99, you can be a monthly supporter of the show. Really helps us grow. He says this: Atlanta has a small Penix.
That's
Is
hilarious.
he left-handed?
He is left-handed, Tony. Yes, he is. He throws left-handed.
Yeah,
Well,
man,
I'm a southpaw too, and
No
every time you have
Penix
fun with
came in
yourself, it's
fully
called the
prepared.
stranger to you guys.
You should have won the.
He can also throw right-handed too, though. But he throws left-handed.
Michael Penix Jr. is the pick.
Let's go.
He is the pick.
Dude,
I'm
they
not-
paid,
I see it. I see it.
Out Kirk Cousins' contract.
dude, they paid that dude so much money, and he's got a good contract, and they just paid. They're just drafting. Dude, this
Did
is
this-
the wildest
Drafting a backup
shit.
quarterback.
Did-
They're literally
y'all,
drafting
They could have
a
traded back.
Actually,
when they got
though,
him.
not the most ridiculous. Look, is that it is nice, but the most Penix. I was going to say ridiculous and try to make a Penix joke out of it. Ridiculous, but it is kind of an opportunity though to have Kirk Cousins play for a year, and kind of cycle out of that, and you don't have to rush the kid along.
Did they extend him though?
Yeah,
I thought they extended him.
Who?
Looking at Cousins.
They
Kirk
put
Cousins.
him on a 3-year. I think he's on a 3-year deal.
Is a
Coming off of an
4 years,
ACL injury, too, guys.
He's coming off an Achilles. Like
4 years, 100.
Kirk
Yeah,
Cousins
tear.
is not. They're expecting him to not be what he was. That's why they.
Y'all,
Kirk Cousins.
Okay,
signed a
I'm getting a
4-year deal.
messages. Hey, Jake the Snake, can you turn your mic down a hair? Is that possible?
But let's be real here. If you go by a post June 1st cut, they can cut him after the season 2025 and save right close to $35 million. So this is a contract that they signed, the Falcons signed, similar to what our GM's what's his name is signing guys too, that are very team friendly contracts, good money up front, and midway through the contract you can get rid of him if you need to. This is what he's going to. Yeah, this is looking
Isn't
back.
that guy is Dick? Brad
Is that
Dick?
better, Tony?
Yeah,
you're telling
that's our
me
He's the
guy.
coordinator. or
Well,
he's the
I mean,
GM?
it's
don't be Rome.
yeah. I mean,
the Caleb Williams is going to
Basically a
potentially get
two-year
to throw to
Bears pick is in.
Rome. They may take Olu Fashanu here, but I mean, if Rome falls to the Jets, like bro, what even? Oh my goodness, that'd be.
But
I
wouldn't
hope
Rome go
they
to-
might take Brock. If this pick isn't Brock and this pick also isn't Rome, the Jets might still just go Brock because they do have some like they probably could use another
they like
good
Brock.
receiver, but like
they like
they-
Brock.
Weren't we
still got
thinking
Garrett
though that? Weren't we thinking though, or at least according to the mock draft experts, that some people were thinking Penix would be there on day 2, and that was going to be
Yeah.
a target for
They were
teams.
saying that, Tony. Yeah, they were saying.
Falcons probably could have, if they wanted to take him in the first round, they could have traded back and still gotten him.
Right,
Unless the
right. That
Broncos
seems
took him.
interesting. An interesting point there. And two, I think that look, you cannot. I can't imagine Kirk Cousins any part of his deal you can get out of. If Kirk Cousins know how to do anything well, it is to take every dollar of that contract from you.
He's gonna play
I'm
so
a Kirk
well.
Cousins fan for that, dude. I love that dude.
He's gonna play so well, put up
Kirk
monster
Cousins.
numbers, win 9 games, and keep Michael Penix from playing. That's what he's gonna
Well,
do.
that's good. That's good for
No,
them.
that's
You get a
great
year
for
of
us.
development. They're
Wow.
trying. Well, for them, not for us. I mean, they're gonna. That's a good way. In some ways, they might be trying to model what Kansas City Chiefs did earlier with Patrick Mahomes, and that you have a player that you think is going to be good, but you also have another player that doesn't put that pressure on the youngster to prove it right away. All these other quarterbacks, when it comes to Drake May, Jaden Daniels, and the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, these guys are all going to have to go in there from day one, like Bryce did, with the expectations of being a franchise player. And And then, even if you're good, you have to live up to all of that. So I think that's the good part about having a guy like Cousins who can sling it, who can keep you in it. And then you don't have to rush the player. I like whoever said that is the ability. You could have done that and traded back to 17 or something like this.
Right.
And added on another second round pick or something. Or
does that pick go ahead.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Jets are working on a trade.
Here we go with the Bears selection.
Is it to trade back or
Romo Dunze?
Yeah,
Romo
man.
Dunze to the Bears.
Yeah, Romo Dunze to the Bears.
Take that, Evan. Take that.
Did you guys see
Take that, bro.
some people said when it came to the Michael Penix Jr. is that like not only does he have a weird delivery, but since he's left-handed, it doesn't hit you as hard because it already looks weird. But somebody like flipped it, like vertical flipped it and showed him what it would look like as a right-handed thrower, and it was just like, ugh. We have seen quarterbacks with weird deliveries, Phillip Rivers being one of them. Talk about the most ugly delivery ever when it came to that, and he turned out to be pretty good. We can't be rooting for the Falcons anyway. Tua's another one. Is he a lefty too?
Yeah, he's a lefty. He's a lefty, Tony.
Yeah.
Are the Jets trying to trade back? Pickle, is that what the report is?
It just said all it said was I'm trying to look it up now. All it said was the Jets.
Oh, they're trading. They traded the pick to the Vikings. Traded up one.
JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy. Here it comes.
The best quarterback in this class. Mark it down.
You're Tony wild for that, bro.
Yeah, dude, mark it down. Come back to me.
Hey, wait. So
I'll come back to you.
What just happened?
The Vikings just traded up with pick 27, not 11. They traded up with pick 27, so they're picking back to back.
Oh, they didn't even trade their 11?
Yeah, they didn't trade pick number 11. Right now on ESPN, it still shows Minnesota at number 11 right now. So they're picking back to back.
Jonathan Jones.
Wow, so they're drafting JJ McCarthy.
Mark Garofalo said the Jets get 11, 129 overall, and 157 overall for pick 10 and 203 to the Vikings.
Oh, never mind then. Oh yeah, never mind. It just updated. Never mind.
I haven't seen it yet either, Kyle.
That's so weird. They didn't even need to trade up. Like they didn't give
quite
up that
literally.
much, but like
if they were just going to trade from 11 to 10, that's kind of stupid.
Well, yeah, because the Jets were going to take either offensive tackle or Brock Bowers.
They must have been worried about another team trying to get the Jets pick.
There's a lot of rumor going on that the Jets might take a quarterback.
Oh yeah, the Raiders.
Hang on to it for a couple years. So
that Michael Penix pick, dude, it shook the draft all the way up.
Yeah, that's wild.
I only push McCarthy up immediately.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins really signed it.
Vikings are on the clock at 10. Here we are.
If you look at the contract,
and it shows that the Jets are on the clock at 11, so they must have traded that 11th
Okay,
pick.
so they swapped. They were worried about the Raiders coming up for JJ McCarthy is what it is.
Yeah, it's a big swap. It's going to be JJ.
Air Jordan Schultz.
There's Cole.
Vikings are taking JJ McCarthy.
What up?
There you are, buddy.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Tony, I just went to Circle K. I should have asked if you want me to make a run for you, my friend.
Oh, man. You know what? They're on my hit list now. It used to be my favorite place. They had this thing called Sip and Save. It was $9.99 a month, and you got one drink a day. And it's like
that.
It's right on the way to work. I would get an extra large coffee, which is like a $2.25 drink every day.
Yeah.
And they killed the Sip and Save program, so I don't go there anymore.
Yeah.
You know what? I asked her about that, Tony, and she said it's like buy 5 or 6, get 1 free, and that's all you can get.
Yeah, I know. I tweeted Circle K. They tweeted me back about it. I was like, bro, I'm not going there anymore, bro. I'm not buying any of the extras. I used to get gas there because I was there.
Everything.
Then the Vikings were on the clock for like a minute.
If Vikings go JJ here, y'all, that desperately.
But like a minute.
Tony, you need to be really proud of your C3 family because we have mocked this shit like straight chalk, and it's
you ain't lying.
Yeah,
multiple times.
We have mocked this many times.
But have you gotten? Well, you didn't get that Penix.
No, we didn't get Penix.
No, nobody did.
Oh, I missed that. I told you I just got back from the store. Where did he go?
Penix went.
He went to Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Look at him.
Yeah, look
Hey,
at
every once in a while, every once in a while, I have to
knows
rotate some people in and out because we're at our max capacity. But
This is when we need Shindig.
yeah,
He goes to
Imagine didn't Shindig like hold up to like 100 people or some crazy shit like that? It was something bananas like that. Shindig, dude, they were 2 years too early to the party. If they would have just been there for the COVID bump, we would have all been using Shindig instead of StreamYard.
Instant StreamYard.
Look at my boy Chad.
hey man,
What
we
up,
got
boys?
our boy Chad and Cole.
What's up?
Happy draft night to you, man.
What's up, guys? Crazy. I'm surprised Atlanta.
LSU, baby.
Yeah, tell us what you think about that Atlanta pick, because that is the first pick that really I think is, or is most about. We talked about Caleb May being linked to the Carolina Panthers just because of the trade of last year and how the narratives will be. But we are looking at our division rivals right now. We haven't had tremendously high expectations because of we learned the kind of risk of that last season when we all went all in on Bryce Young and Frank Reich. So we've been sitting back. So we need to watch what our division rivals are doing. And a lot of people believe that Atlanta is making a bit, could all of a sudden be a strong team in the NFC South and surprised us all with a Michael Penix Jr. pick. What do you think about it?
So, real quick,
in the first round?
real quick, Nirvana with $12. Says Falcons fans are having a meltdown. LOL. It's Nirvana.
Are they happy?
All right, go ahead.
Did anybody have Michael Penix in the first round? Because at
No.
the end, I think
A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
I think that's going to help us.
I made it top 10.
I think it's going to help. I mean, the more like Penix being,
Nobody had Falcons mock for a quarterback. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I didn't expect it. So, I mean, really, it's like all these unexpected picks is good for Carolina.
True.
When it comes to like the value of players that will be there at 33.
Yeah,
I guess is
exactly.
What I was trying to say.
They just drafted a backup in the first round. A
Right.
backup for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, for about
That's
2
not
years.
a very good value pick.
Especially
Who
at the
cares?
top
They're
10.
around.
2 years.
Yeah.
If that pick is 18, if that pick is 23, you're starting to say, hey, all right, they're not panic. They're trying to do things with a longer term plan or something like that. But a top 10 pick, an 8 pick right there, that's a big it's not that you just are getting a quarterback that's going to have to sit. It's just that even Patrick Mahomes was like 11 or 13 or something to that effect. Is a top 10 pick is supposed to be a difference maker right away. And hey, I'm celebrating this. I'm happy.
Oh, me too.
I'm happy that the Falcons. Hey, if we don't have a pick, let's root for them to screw it up.
Pretty much.
Thanks to Bucks.
Everybody agrees that JJ McCarthy's going here.
I agree.
It's probably going here.
Do you think this draft so far is going to basically tip the Panthers' hand into having to trade back into the first?
I don't know about that, but I think it definitely sets them up nicely for 33 with whoever they want.
CK, I don't want it, but I got a nasty suspicion in my gut we're trading in the first round. I felt like this last night.
Really?
Oh man.
Yeah. I don't know why. I said it last
For who
night.
though?
I don't want it.
Wait,
I don't know.
If
It's just a feeling.
If that's true, how far up are we trading? Just the conversation starter.
20s.
How far up are we trading, and what are we trading?
I don't know who we're getting, but I feel like we're gonna get in the 20s. I don't know.
Then you have to go
zero
first round
explanation
next
other than
week.
I feel it.
Next year.
Next week.
And if who is the player that you have circled that you would think
I'm
in the
saying
20s?
I don't want to do it. I'm just saying it feels like some Carolina shit they would do. I wouldn't do it for anybody really right now.
Let me give you something crazy.
Yeah,
Trading
that's the old
33
Carolina. It's the old
and
Carolina.
JC
We're not doing
Horn.
that no more.
I hope you're
And
right.
it-
That is some old
for
Carolina.
for some picking the 20s for Nate Wiggins.
No, I wouldn't trade.
He gonna be there at 33.
Yeah, Nate, we could
I
probably
hope.
wait to get at 33.
Nate's not going to be there at 33, dog.
I would maybe rather do it for like a better receiver than what we would get if we would stay pat.
Now
there's
what?
only one more
Zero
left.
trade up, bro. This
Right.
team has so many holes. so many needs.
That's what I'm saying.
Trading up
Yeah.
is too short term of a
It
look
is.
Yeah, I
at
don't
what
like
you
it.
need to
Yeah.
do.
Not a good idea.
Especially if
Particularly,
you have to trade a pick for
Stick
next
and
year
pick.
to do it. Absolutely
let the
not.
draft come to you. And I'm
It's
not
setting up
saying
nicely,
just
right, Tony?
move back to move back, but you know what? If you have 3 players on your board that you would pick confidently at 33, and someone calls you up and asks for that 33 pick, you know that with 3 picks there, you're going to get one of those guys at 39.
It is
Mm-hmm.
JJ
J.J. McCarthy. Yep, J.J. McCarthy.
JJ.
Good for the Vikings, man. And also,
I got you.
JJ McCarthy going to be dishing it to Justin Jefferson, my friend.
That could
Kyle,
work.
if you need to step away for a minute, I got it.
Don't they got Jordan Addison too?
Yes.
Yep.
Here goes the taller Zach Wilson.
Yeah, and he actually was very good his rookie year.
Very
too.
good, very good. I had him in fantasy. He got me a lot of
People were
points.
saying he couldn't separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, AJ Brooks says, boom, JJ to JJ on Sundays. JJ
Ooh.
McCarthy to
This
Justin
is going to be
Jefferson.
the draft next year.
Ooh,
Justin
yeah,
Jefferson
yeah.
out of Minnesota.
That's a good
Watch.
one.
Next year,
Shout
we'll
out,
be
shout
hollering.
out to our man
Picks already in for the Jets.
JJ C3 JJ, who's always wanted a JJ to JJ.
He's been waiting his whole life for J's.
Yeah.
Pass that J to the left, JJ.
This is JJ's favorite quarterback, JJ.
Yeah.
JJ to JJ.
You are I
We
and
might
I
lose
am
him.
you.
What
All
are
right.
the
So right now that makes Drake, that makes Caleb Williams, that makes hold on.
Jake
Who was
Daniels?
Drake May, Michael
Daniels,
Penix.
3, 4.
3, 4, 5 quarterbacks in the top.
Already. I thought it was
Yeah.
going to be
The
6.
Broncos
top
could
10,
go Bo
5 in the
Nix.
top 10. Yep.
The Broncos
Raiders.
could go Bo Nix at number 12. Or the Raiders
Yeah.
at 13, yeah.
No defensive players picked yet?
Nope.
No,
Wow.
None so far, Tony.
Yeah, and this pick's already in for the
Wild,
Jets,
bro. This
so
shit's
it could be
crazy.
Brock Bowers or a tackle, so we'll
I'm
see.
I'm gonna call out and say that is Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, me
thinking it
too.
probably is too.
They let Mekhi Becton walk.
Don't let him
Oh, yeah.
go.
They're definitely going to
Bro.
give Aaron Rodgers
Yeah.
a solid weapon.
Yeah, Brock Bowers seems like that. This is
Well, no, is the Jets have to go offensive line. If
Well,
they
yeah,
don't
they
go
do need
offensive
tackle
line,
on
Yeah.
their side.
they
Yeah,
have
they really do.
weapons. They have Aaron Rodgers. They have a defense. They just need Aaron Rodgers to not snap his Achilles on play
On
one.
turf. On turf.
Play one, dude. I think it was. Man, I don't know the last time.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the first drive, 4th play.
Yeah, it was. Third or fourth play.
First
Yeah, it was
drive is
early.
freaking crazy, though.
And you know, he was my fantasy football quarterback.
Of
that I
course he
had.
was, Tony.
Yeah.
Of course he was.
He was everybody's.
I like picking fantasy. I like picking quarterbacks in like 4 or 5. You know, I don't like picking them early.
That's when you're supposed to.
Somebody's
shit,
got
man.
some background noise going on, by the way.
Tony, I fucked up in my fantasy league, and I took Joe Burrow, and he got hurt like immediately, and I was screwed all year.
So a friend of mine, again, if you got there's a little feedback coming in through somebody's mic. If you guys can try to turn your speakers down, if you've got, or just mute yourself if you're not talking, and not. I'm trying to be rude, but here, unmute when you talk and mute when you're not.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you, I'm not going to say who it is, but it's not Brock Bowers.
What is the most quarterbacks that have gone in the first round before? This is the biggest quarterback draft, like most can remember since we had that, I guess, Zach Wilson draft, right? Where they went Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Zach Jones, Justin Fields, like all of those guys. This seems really top-ended.
Evan, I didn't see that one. I reckon they're playing him at guard. Well, he's 6'6".
Olu?
I wouldn't think
Olu?
Yeah.
Who did they get?
He's definitely going to play tackle.
Damn,
He's
it's right.
definitely gonna play tackle.
I didn't realize
he is
they
really
had
good at tackle.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at this. The most quarterbacks drafted in the first round was 6, and that was in 1983. What are we at now?
Wow.
We're at 5. So we're about to match it if Bo Nix
Yeah,
goes.
we're about to match it.
Yeah,
and then it's got a cool.
Bo Nix will probably go to
Fashanu.
Denver. Denver really wanted McCarthy. but they couldn't. They didn't. Like I said before, they just don't have the ammunition to trade up.
Hey,
The
folks,
Jets take
Fashanu. Oli
Pacheco.
Manu Fashanu from
Yeah, he's
Penn
good.
State. Tackle
He's a
from
good
Penn
lineman.
State.
Yeah. See,
Offensive?
I was on a team of
Yeah, offensive
defensive
tackle.
tackles.
Oh
Penn State,
man,
yes, sir.
what if we get like a top 20 with no defensive players? Like who is
Probably
gonna
not.
break the
Ooh.
steal?
Tony,
Tackles
how
here,
many years
too.
has it been since there ain't been a defensive player in the top 10 in the draft?
It might not have been. It might last time. Defensive.
Does anybody have who's still on the board?
This dude might be a backup for his rookie year. He might play swing tackle his rookie year.
Since the NFL merger in 1970, only once. Dude, the last time. Oh, this is bananas, dude. The latest was us. The latest an NFL defensive player ever went was number 8 to the Panthers, J.C. Horn.
Damn.
There has been a defensive player picked in the top 8 since the merger in 1970.
Making history this year.
Y'all, I'm back, and I
Wow.
just got to say this. We may get a really, really good defensive player.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for it,
I
bro.
believe so.
Yeah.
Tony.
I want the Panthers to draft 2 defensive players and send Panthers Twitter into
That would do it.
fucking therapy.
That would do it.
I'm going to call
Receivers
Jeremy
to
to put that here.
65 and
Oh,
the
yeah.
Panthers are on fire.
I'm here for it,
What if
dude.
Bowers drops to 33?
Yeah, then
Brock
you
Bowers is the
take
Carolina Panther.
You got to
What do
take
you
him.
mean?
I
He's
miss
a
the days
Panther
of
if he
having
drops
an
to
amazing
30.
If he drops
tight
to
end,
20,
man.
you trade up.
If he
We
drops
need to
to
start
20,
putting
you
some
probably would
rumors
trade
out
up.
that they found like a tooth in his knee when they were operating or something. Or
My dad is a Vikings fan, and he is feeling indifferent about this McCarthy pick because he
should be
wanted Michael
happy,
Penix.
bro.
I know, but
Broncos
he was
pick was
a, he
in.
was a big Michael Penix fan, and now he's a Falcon. So
Bo
it's like,
Nix.
Man, I am here for the Carolina Panthers to pick 2 defensive players and love. Well, first, it wouldn't be a terrible thing, right? The Panthers defense needs help. I think everybody has the recency, the short-term thinking of like, man, we got to have a receiver. We got to have a receiver. I think that locks you a little into your emotional capacity there. But I do understand their point in trying to build an offense around Bryce Young. So it's not that I'm opposed to getting a wide receiver. But the Carolina Panthers could be like, hey, we got this end that slipped because of this heavy, and then we're going to get Peyton Wilson. And, man, you will be here on Tuesday night at 9 p.m. live, melting down, and we're here for it. The number is 252-228-5098. Go ahead and think about how you would feel. I can't wait. I'm here to watch. I'm here for it.
2 defensive players plus one of them's Peyton Wilson. I will be on the Tuesday show calling in 7 times. Be like, fuck yeah.
The pick is a quarterback.
so it's Bo Nix then, maybe.
Yes.
Dude, we're gonna we maybe we underestimated like because I didn't think Penix was gonna go like. There's gonna be a lot of good weapons available. Like by the time I think the pick gets to us for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that is so what I guess right now we asked earlier in the show, what was the kind of curveball that you could see in this draft going so far? While it has been a little surprising, I guess, with that Michael Penix pick for Atlanta, a lot of people expected a top-heavy draft when it came to quarterbacks. We saw the top 2 wide receivers go expected there. We saw a top tackle go. No defensive players. And again, kind of surprising, but can Cody or anybody who are draft gurus, who I am not, anybody wants to get in there, who are the damn standout defensive players that got missed here? And maybe there aren't.
Right now it's Dallas Turner.
Terrell Arnold.
Yeah, Dallas Turner.
Yeah, Dallas Turner.
Quinion Mitchell.
Quinion Mitchell, Jared Verse.
Terrion
There's
Arnold.
another one.
Arnold.
Chop Robinson, Terrion Arnold.
Yeah,
And I know that these are all just names. So you don't know
Right now,
You're just saying names.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's really there's a lot of defensive backs in this draft that we really don't know what to make of. A lot
But
of
not
them
like
are.
a JC Horn guy, obviously. There's not a
No,
shutdown
there's
guy.
not like one that who
I believe the
is
next pick.
the
I
man.
believe the next pick's a corner.
Who was the pick?
I
You said it wasn't
disagree.
Brock Bowers. Who was it? Or have we not gotten it yet?
Commercial.
Well,
Commercial.
I think Brett Bowers isn't gone yet because of like the league may have seen what happened with Pitts and they're kind of scared to take a tight end at that value.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it's
they're
also
just
this.
learning it, Ant? Just
Well, yeah.
learning it? They could have paid me $500,000 to be a consultant, and I could have told them that for the last 10 years.
Oh, I know. I trust me. I also think it's like you look at these teams, it's like they're reaching on quarterbacks. Do I think Bo Nix is a first-round quarterback? No. Do I think McCarthy is? Probably not. But you're also Minnesota, and you have a good setup there. So he'll look like a first-round quarterback after the first year because he's throwing to Jefferson and Addison and all these good players. But I think, like, I don't know. I feel like this draft is panning out great for us right now.
Totally. Big
Because-
shout out to Ken Blakely, who has sent a $5 super chat. I love this. He says, if we pick 2 defensive guys, I will lose my mind. Ken, check in with us on Tuesday. I'm here for it. And I'm here for it because it would make great podcast and internet discussion first. Second, I think the Carolina Panthers truly could benefit from defensive players. And I'm not 100% just locked in. And if this wide receiver class is as deep as people say, hey, maybe there is a guy later that you can turn into something. I think that everybody wants a short-term fix. They want a guy that they're going to be able to put in there right away. But think about if you drafted a wide receiver at 33, he's going to have to. You've got to have this. Is Deontay Johnson's a starter, Adam Thielen's a starter, and you're bubbling him on the third like you did Mango right away. Is it a force? Are you forcing it if you draft a wide receiver?
There we go. Bo Nix. Bo Nix to the Broncos. Another quarterback. Let's set some history. 6 in the first round.
This shit's crazy.
Is there another quarterback that could go? Could the record be broken tonight? Is there any other quarterback?
Probably not.
That's 6. That's 6.
That's 6.
The last time that
That's the 6 main
happened
ones
was
who could go in the first.
1983, I believe.
I think
No.
Vegas is either going to take
somebody gets
tackle or they're
really
going to take
dumb
corner
and
here.
takes
So this is
Ritter
going to be where
in the first
defensive players start going.
Hey, but listen.
What if Radler goes here? Come on, Radler.
Really good in that Oregon offense.
I think
He
a
put up a
corner.
lot of
I think the Alabama corner goes here.
This is
Oh, yeah.
where it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, because the
Vegas
the,
likes
the
them
Raiders'
big boys
top
though.
needs.
Pickle. We'll see.
Well, yeah, you're right. The Raiders' top needs are quarterback, corner, O-line, and wide receiver.
Khalees Fuanga, I could see going here.
They're
Khalees
gonna go get a
Fuanga,
monster
Terrion
here, like
Arnold,
what
or
we do.
Quinyon Mitchell are probably going to be the guys who are going to go here. One of those 3. Or even
There's
Troy
so many
Fautanu.
good players on the book. Yo,
It's
we only
crazy,
pick
man.
we pick in 20 spots. Like, you gotta think we're gonna get a dog, man.
Please let Brian Thomason Jr. drop.
I've been in one of my shits. Pickle it happened. You
I
never
would
know
love
shit
that,
can
but
happen.
Who's going to sleep good tonight?
I'm not going to sleep good at all. I'm going to hate tomorrow
I'ma
because I'm going to
sleep
be
good.
worried about what we're going to do at pick 33 all day while I'm at work.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen?
I'm gonna be so distracted at work.
Pick is in.
All right, Evan,
Let's do it. Pick us in.
Who are the
Wait,
hopes
the pick is
falls
into
to
the
the
Raiders.
Jags?
What if
Yes,
the
sir.
Raiders?
Raiders.
Pickle?
What if the Raiders
Want
take
to
Joe
fall to the
Milton?
Jags, Pickle? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, well, no. Who do you hope falls to the Jags?
Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. I wouldn't mind Johnny Newton or Byron Murphy. Maybe even a trade back, or they take Brian Thomas Jr. at pick 17 as well. That's why this is going to be interesting. If the Raiders take cornerback here, Indy's another team that could take cornerback. This pick's either going to be tackle or corner. The New Orleans pick is going to be tackle. I feel like that's a for sure thing. Either they're going to trade back or they're going to take tackle there. Indy's going to be either Brock Bowers or corner, which I think if Brock falls there, they're going to take Brock because there's a lot of stuff about them liking Brock. And then Seattle's probably going to be like Jackson Powers Johnson or something like that. I hope it's not JPJ because I want him to fall to us, but I could see them going interior. So it's going to be interesting, though, to see what happens here.
Oh, I'm looking at Kyle.
I got the pick, y'all. I got the pick.
I'm looking at Kyle because he's early on the draft, and I'm just looking at his facial expression. To see
because I'm trying not to just spill it, but at the same time, y'all are talking.
You're back on.
Is it bad? Is it good for us?
So it just says the pick is in, and they're about to announce it right now.
Here we go.
Twitter. I'm
almost same speed as Kyle.
Oh wow!
Bowers. Brock.
Wait, who is it?
It's
Brock
Bowers.
Yep. Brock Bowers.
That is actually surprising. That's surprising.
Yeah, I never thought that.
Here we are, number 14, still haven't picked defense.
No, the Saints are going to be the team to do it.
Most likely.
Going to Vegas.
You think the Saints take that lineman? Dallas
The Saints, yes, they always make the most irrelevant first-round picks besides for Chris Olave that one year. They'll probably just take a Dallas
fucking
Turner.
kicker.
I mean, their defensive line's always good.
Man, they just took Michael Mayer last year in the second round too. The
Hey,
Raiders
which
did.
podcast are y'all watching from?
I'm watching just the normal ESPN.
I'm still on CBS.
I'm watching NFL Network.
I'm on ABC.
Yeah, I'm on ABC.
Where I'm not
I
watching
was
it on
on
TV,
NFL
I couldn't get ESPN online right now is only off, or ESPN 3 is only offering the what's his name with
Pat McAfee show.
With the Pat McAfee show. I'm not interested in watching that. So
Yeah, I know you
I
don't
went
like
back
him.
to the NFL Network.
Pickle, I got the
So
hookup
far-
for you. I'll give you my password for ESPN Plus.
This might be. I would be surprised here if this isn't a tackle for the Saints, unless they
Does
trade down.
anybody
I'm
else
surprised
agree
if-
with me and say thank God that Bowers didn't go there? I don't want to have to deal with his ass.
No, yeah, I don't even think.
Yeah,
they would
I'm
take
happy
him
he's
either.
not in our division.
Yeah, good stuff.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Nirvash for the $5. Says all this offense is pushing premium defensive talent to 33. I'm calling it. This is unheard of. So this is really good. If you're someone who thinks that we need a corner or that we need a linebacker, this is perfect.
Everything we need, Cody, is still unblemished for the most part.
Absolutely.
Honestly, the fact that these wide receivers aren't just falling off of the board right now is insane to me.
It's polarizing kind of because they were trying to diminish the fact that there was a shelf after Neighbors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there really is. I mean, that's why I said I think how it was gonna, or I thought how it was gonna go is how it's going. And the next receiver, unless there's a surprise pick in these next 3 picks of a receiver, the next receiver might not go until the Jags pick because they might not even go.
Hold on, Pickle. Just a word of editor's note that I'm having to rotate people in and out. But if I do just put you in the background, it's only temporarily. Don't get your feelings hurt. I'm just trying to get everybody into the conversation.
I at least want to be up here for the Jags pick. All
right, I'll make sure you're up here when Jacksonville picks up.
Yeah. I know I'm still up here right now. I just
No, you're good there. And then Chad, you're back in the building too.
What's up, guys? Do y'all think New Orleans taking a offensive lineman?
The Saints,
I don't know. They're on the
Saints
clock
are
right
listening
now.
to trade offers. The Saints are in negotiation with other teams to trade down.
I wonder. Yeah, they could easily
trade
probably
down?
still get a
To trade
tackle.
down. The Saints are listening to other folks to trade down.
Could
I wonder
get
if
a
their
wide
tackle got
receiver
taken
pick? Is that why
already
they're
then?
doing that shit?
It probably could have.
Because they really wanted there's still some good tackles that they could take here. Talisa Fuaga from Oregon State, Troy Fautanu from Washington still here. I mean, there's some good players still here that they could take.
Right. But do those players fit their? I mean, I understand what
Yeah,
you're saying, though.
I bet you they're the team that wants that that other tackle from Washington.
They also have needs at wide receiver and corner, D line and linebacker. You reckon maybe our first defensive player goes off the board?
It could.
Yes. I think it's coming soon.
Yeah, I think
there's no way
Dallas Turner or whatever.
I think.
Yeah, there's no. There's no way that any of these. There's no way that any of these teams are gonna. At least of the next two picks are gonna say, we're passing on the top defensive prospect in the draft. The number one defensive player that we had on our big board fell to us. We're not passing on that.
Yeah.
According to Adam Shepard, the Broncos center Alex Forsyth, who played with Knicks at Oregon before Denver drafted him in the 7th round last year, raved to Denver coaches about his former college quarterback. Forsyth told the Broncos coaches that Knicks is smart and knows protection and handles it at the at the line of scrimmage and the universal respect for the entire team. Well, ain't that nice?
Yeah, and one good thing so far with this draft is we wanted for us as Panthers fans, we wanted that's the best. This is the best case scenario. 6 quarterbacks going in the first round. That's
right.
like the
we haven't
best
had a
case
run on
scenario for
defensive players or wide receivers. Yeah, we're doing all right.
Bo Nix and Michael Penix, there was a very good chance that they were still there at 33. Now that they've gone in the first, so that means there's more really good players that we could be trying to get that are going to fall to us, which this draft has just worked out really well so far, and seeming like the Saints might trade this pick with how long it's taking them.
Sam, something to also consider about the Raiders, y'all. Just imagine the Raiders entering a 2 tight end set with Michael Myers and Brock Bowers.
Yeah,
they
that's what I
have
was
the
saying.
best available players as Dallas Turner, Troy Fontanu, Leo Letu, Quinyon Mitchell, and Talise Fuaga. Edge, guard, edge, corner.
The pick is in.
Who's going to be, people?
Talise Fuaga.
Probably.
That, or I could see them, I guess, going.
White chocolate, you wish. White chocolate says it's Spencer Rattler.
I think they're going offensive lineman. I really do. Their offensive line is depleted.
Well, yeah, they need 2 tackles. I mean, Ryan Ramczyk might be done for his career.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it is indeed.
Yeah, you think they could
All right,
go
the same pick is in on my screen.
Come on, Twitter.
Evan,
is this the Saints right now?
Yeah, it is the Saints. Saints are on the clock. The pick is in.
Our second division rival is being selected tonight.
I
Get
got
ready
it.
to boo.
Dallas Turner.
Yeah, Dallas Turner is the outside linebacker for Alabama. Is that who it is, people?
No.
They haven't announced it yet.
It's
not.
Fua. It's Fua to
Fuaga.
Fuaga.
Yeah, Fuaga.
Fuaga, yeah.
There's no N, but the way you say it is apparently Fuanga, which is weird.
Well,
I want to thank everybody listening to the C3 Panthers podcast. It's our live annual draft party. It's 11th one right now. The Carolina Panthers do not have a pick. It's a relaxing party, but tomorrow night we're going to be back. The draft starts at 7. We'll be here at 6:30 getting ready for the draft tomorrow night. Be sure to join us. We'll be giving away some draft hats. Hey, and if I scratch this ticket and we win something, we might be giving away some jerseys too as we're going after it. Be sure to smash the thumbs up button, subscribe, like wherever you're at. If you're on Twitter, all you got to do is, or X, hit the retweet. It's that easy, folks.
Can I make a bold prediction?
Real quick. Ian Rappaport just reported on NFL Network that Ryan Ramczyk has told the Falcons brass he may not play this year. Fact is, he is currently debating about retiring. Period. So
that means pay me, bitches. Pay me.
I got
That's another way of saying pay me. Go ahead with your bold prediction.
I think Seattle is going to take the first defensive player of the. If this isn't.
Fuaga is the pick. Fuaga is the pick.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
But I think Seattle is going to take the first defensive player, the corner from Iowa.
The white guy?
Yeah, I really
that they're
think
now
so.
saying is a safety.
They lost Jamal
Cooper
Adams.
DeJean?
Yeah, you're right.
Who are you saying is
Right.
going to take Cooper DeJean?
Seattle.
He's saying Seattle.
The Colts are on the clock.
Hey, and Jake, y'all are back in the show.
Hey, y'all.
This
So
one?
there's speculation going around that the Saints they made another good pick for us. Their offensive line is terrible, but it's good for the fact that we have more options. 2, they say that the Brandon Ayuk thing's picking up steam. 3, I just got to ice up Bill Belichick. Why is he talking shit about Drake May's footwork after the organization you spent 20 years with and you've given your heart and soul to, and now you want to shit on the quarterback they selected?
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Like, dude, come on,
who,
man.
What happened?
He ain't wrong.
No,
Bill
shut up.
ain't
He is
wrong.
wrong, Tony. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Talk that shit, Tony. I'm with you.
I thought Bill was going to say,
yeah.
"Oh, it kind of
That's why
reminds me
Peyton
of
will say
Blake
come to
Bortles.
Carolina.
Looks good in a football uniform."
Guys,
Hell
let's
yeah.
remember.
Kirk Cousins was not told about the appendix pick, and according to reports, is irate at the Falcons right now.
What a surprise. He got paid. I feel like this is shut up. You got paid, Kurt.
Yeah.
Kirk. I always call him Kirk. Kirk Cousins.
Wait, did they say that Kirk Cousins is pissed at the Falcons?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's mad.
I mean, I got $150 million is in my bank account, man.
Like, why pay me all this money if your plan is to just take?
Well,
my
he probably
replacement?
wanted a fucking offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Panthers
But
fans
he
should
fleeces everybody with his
troll him at the
contract.
games.
He should not be complaining. He's still going to get paid. What are you complaining for? You've been fleecing everybody.
Yeah, I mean, after Kirk Cousins will likely be the starter first year, and Penix will be the backup.
Yes.
Unless Kirk gets hurt.
It might be 2 years.
Year 2, he'll get backup, and Kirk will get $40 million. Year 3, they'll cut Kirk Cousins, and Penix, who will be 26 at the time, will be the starter.
Perfect. Well, actually, I hate to compliment anybody in the division. It makes sense, though, from that aspect. You get the 5th round option. But again, a lot of people on the panel brought up is you could have gotten Michael Penix like here. And so you trade back, you get an offensive lineman that makes you better today, and then you get your quarterback of the future. Hey, look, cheers to the Atlanta Falcons hopefully screwing up. But usually when the internet tells you screw up, it actually works out. So look, I wish the Falcons are my most hated team in the division. They're my most hated team, period. Overall, in the whole league. In the whole league. Oh, wait until white chocolate gets on you, brother.
Who do y'all think Indianapolis is going to take here?
The cornerback.
They're taking a really long time with this pick.
The run on
top
defensive
need is a
players is
corner.
going to start. And
I
like,
think it could be corner. I think it could be edge, maybe.
The Broncos. Let's see who else. Vikings.
No, I mean, you got to go this. You got to go Falcons, Saints. Those are my 2 big FUs. For me, historically,
you got to say Denver because they do this in the Super Bowl.
Somebody who's got their mic on, you got to turn the speaker down a hair or your background noise a little bit. We can hear just a little bit of an echo. Thank you. For me, I'll tell you my most hated teams of all time. It goes Falcons, Saints. Then it goes Seahawks, probably. New England is in there. I secretly like New England, not because of the Panthers, but like I had that Randy Moss, Tom Brady connection in a fantasy football league for a couple of years, and it was just badass. I love Randy, but put the Patriots at the top of my list, and I'm trying to think of another team that has
Steelers.
Yeah, it's the Steelers. They suck.
The Steelers.
And you know what? To
They
be honest, I also
destroyed
hate
Cam's
the Bears
career.
too.
Fuck the Steelers.
I also hate the Bears as well.
I honestly hate the Bears because of all their fans after we traded with them.
Yeah,
last
after these
year.
last 2 years, the Bears have been
I hate
insufferable.
them more than any of our
Hey,
fucking
let's
rivals.
make a comprehensive list. What all teams are on the fuck you list? The Falcons, the Saints, the
Tennessee,
Broncos,
Houston,
the Bears.
Colts, Falcons,
Cody,
Bears.
you said Minnesota. I'm on that with you, dog.
The only team I really don't
In
hate is
Minnesota,
Kansas
that
City
whatever.
Chiefs.
Colts
The only
pick is
teams I
in.
don't.
It's probably going to be a
I wonder
cornerback.
if it's going to be the Alabama corner.
Yeah, it's going to be Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell.
Terrion
Probably.
Is that who it was, Kyle?
No, not yet. Not yet. They still haven't announced it yet. But I'll let you know.
I
I'll
still
call
think
it out.
Cooper DeJean is going to go to Seattle.
Yeah, he fits
that'd be
like what they're
crazy.
trying to do, doesn't he, Chad? Like I don't know. I just see him in that uniform. I guess like
I can too, bro. He just and plus they lost Jamal Adams, so yeah, I totally see Cooper DeJean going to Seattle. But let's see who Indianapolis takes.
I think he could be a better safety than corner. Absolutely, Chad.
Yep. He a
They're
dog.
going to
I'll give
rebuild
him
the
that.
Legion of Boom. I mean, they did take Devon Witherspoon, and they also have Tariq Woolen.
A
on the
lot of
opposite
wide
side.
receivers still on the board right now, too.
Who we still got on the board,
Let him
Cody?
stay there too, Cody.
Dude,
All of them
everybody.
stay.
Xavier
Brian
Leggett,
Thomas.
Troy Franklin,
this
Xavier
could be
Worthy,
Xavier Worthy.
The first three
Brian
are gone,
Thomas
Chad.
Jr. And
A.D.
Chad,
Mitchell.
Brian Thomas Jr., he's still floating
Did anybody
around.
go other than Neighbors or no?
no, we need him to fall.
No, Neighbors, Odunze, and Harrison Jr. are the only receivers off the board.
Brian
could be
Thomas Jr.
Worthy.
is
Alabama's
going to go to
still available, right?
Jacksonville, man.
Who's going to Jacksonville?
I think Brian Thomas is going to go to Jacksonville.
I could see it, man. I would be down for it, and I could see it.
But regardless, he's not like Brian Thomas is either going to go like Jacksonville or he's not making it past Kansas City or Buffalo.
All right, here we go.
Not. He would probably go to Buffalo, maybe even trade up for him if he falls past Jacksonville.
Maybe, yeah. But yeah, no, Brian Thomas won't be there for us. No way.
Depending on I could see this
What
being
pick are we at, guys?
We are at pick number 15, Tony.
Ooh, halfway.
Colts are taking Latu, Liatu Latu, the
Let's
edge
go,
rusher
cornerback
from
falling
UCLA.
Oh, he's good.
First
He's
defensive
good.
player, 15.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Damn, these cornerback guys. Nate Wiggins could be available
on the
by
board.
Oh, dude, let Nate Wiggins be there at 33, baby. Let's go.
Hey, let's talk briefly about all the corners that are currently available. Who's the best, and do they stand a snowball's chance in hell of being available at 33?
Quinyon Mitchell's the
know,
best who's
man.
available, but he's not going to be available at 33. Not at all.
I don't think the Alabama corner is either.
I would have no problem. I mean, yes, I'm biased, but when you check his film and press man coverage, he's the definition of a shutdown corner. I think Nate Wiggins could be a badass shutdown corner, especially the opposite J.C. Horn. Clemson, South Carolina duo. Come on, man. That's just the stuff of legend.
Oh, you know what? Cincinnati. They might take a receiver.
No,
I
they
wonder if
take
somebody
a
might
relevant
trade up
player.
here.
If they
I wonder if
take a
somebody might
receiver,
try to
I'm
trade
gonna
up with
be.
Seattle.
If they take a receiver, I'm gonna be even more mad at their owner.
Well,
Because why the-
Cincinnati is, they're not trying. Well, like they keep playing fucking games with T. Higgins. So I mean, I don't know. You could be onto something, Chad. They may go ahead and get receiver there.
If they take a receiver, he might as well just sit out. Because why are you watching your replacement get drafted for you and you're not getting paid at the same time?
Well, what happens if they take a receiver and then trade T. Higgins?
And then trade T. Higgins.
Because then you have your guy.
Doesn't that push your value down on T. Higgins a bit, though?
A little bit, but not that
But
much.
that would work
But
in our
not
favor.
terribly, because you know who you're
but-
getting. You're getting a fucking
But at
player.
the same time, you know exactly that you got somebody to cover the guy that's leaving.
Seattle has a long time on this pick.
Yeah, I think
we're
his
still at
pass rusher is going to
557.
be good.
I wouldn't be shocked if they trade down. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
see, I just said that. I was like, I wonder if they might trade down because the team wanting to get the next best defensive player who's still available here. A defense.
Hold on,
Evan,
I gotta
you
show
think-
you this. Is the sports nut in the chat or is he in the panel by any means? Anyway,
Sports nut
He works
is
undercover. He works overtime during draft season.
who does?
Sports nut. He's dude.
Oh,
I
he's
talk to him
awesome.
every day.
He's great.
a good
He's great.
dude.
He always sends. I
Yeah.
love. By the way, C3 fans, I love when you guys send me on news and stuff like that because, you know, I mean, we're busy and stuff. So I love when I check my mentions and people are hooking me up with the intel. He sent me this. This made my night.
Did you
right
read
here.
the caption?
Look, it's the Falcons.
Yeah, it's the
The
wait. Did you read the caption though? What the guy on Twitter wrote?
No, I just was looking at.
Read what it says.
Hold on, let me see. I can't see it. Let's see.
Oh, good.
When she asked, "Is it in yet?" The Falcons. Michael Penix Jr. says the dick is in.
Penix Jr. says the dick is in.
Wonderful. How you can't make it up. You know what I'm saying? Is not only did they put that graphic up, but for that specific player, Michael Penix Jr.
I gotta tell you guys
anything that makes the Falcons look like
Was that
dumbasses.
Anthony?
So I sent this post in our Friday free for all chat, but basically there's like this bar in the uptown Charlotte, and the owner had a sign that said, "Tepper, let the GM and head coach make the picks this year," and he was there, and he had a talk with the owners because like he was shit on by them. Yeah, like I sent
That's
it in the
awesome.
Friday- I know I sent it in the Friday free for all chat, but it's actually hilarious.
That's awesome. I love it.
Evan, you said that Jacksonville does need a receiver one for Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
Especially that they don't have Calvin, or they don't have Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin signed
Brian
with the
Thomas
Titans,
Jr.,
which is
Jack.
why I hate the Titans even more now. But yeah, I mean, I love how this is going for us, but also for the Jags, because the Jags, even though I wanted them to go up and get Brome or Malik, I'm still fine with this because right now, unless somebody trades up or the Seahawks surprisingly take Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, you have the two best corners in this class there. You have Brian Thomas Jr., who's also a really good receiver. Even though he's more developmental, I feel like he's still a guy who could become your number one guy. You also have the best defensive tackle in Byron Murphy still there. You also have Johnny Newton there. You have Dallas Turner there. I don't want them to take edge because all they need at edge is depth now. So I'd rather wait until later in the draft. The pick is in with Seattle, but I like how this is going so far for the Jags, and I wouldn't be surprised if
Seattle pick is in.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the Jags would trade down because of how many players there are here that they would be willing to take.
I mean, that does work in Carolina's favor too.
Oh yeah, that's why I said it
there's
benefits both my teams right now.
Yo, Kev, you're in. What's up, Kev?
Hey, yo, what's up, bro?
No defensive players
There
have
he
been
is,
taken,
white
right?
chocolate.
All right, the pick is in. The pick is in.
Oh no,
Seattle on the clock again.
Cody, you can add these bitches
Seattle's
to the
got
list
their
too.
Byron
Keep it
Murphy
real.
right
to
now.
Seattle.
I got a little
Wait,
lightweight
who?
I got a little lightweight beef with Seattle. You can add them to the shit list teams.
That's
Oh, okay.
right.
Yeah. Big time fuck Seattle, bro. That used to be a good rivalry between the Panthers.
Man,
and
when we
the
finally
Colts.
got over that hill, that shit moved me to a
I
level
know,
of
especially in the playoffs too, man.
I remember
Battles
that
were
shit, man. They
The
had our
whole
fucking
catch on the
number.
road. Yeah.
And dude, they came back. They came back at the end of that playoff game, man.
Ray almost
But
ran us
we
down.
fucking-
5 more minutes we'd have
Oh,
lost
dude.
that bitch. I'm not
But
even
dude,
gonna lie.
we as soon as the game started, we were on their ass, bro.
Mhm.
Like straight
Quickly.
up.
It was over in the first.
Hey,
No,
Cody,
the
check
first play-
the private chat.
All right.
It's not that private, folks.
The first play of that game was literally a 60-yard run by Jonathan Stewart, and I was like, all right, these boys came to play.
Mm-hmm.
It was that first defensive play when what was it, Star Latulele just like ran up on Marshawn Lynch and had him for a loss, and then the next play, Luke got a pick six. Like
oh wow, okay. I know who
that
the
was-
Seattle is.
that
Yeah,
was an
same.
incredible.
Yeah.
I'm ready for some
What
new
you got,
memories
Pickle?
that we can sit around and talk about.
Hey, when is Jacksonville on the
Ryan
board?
Murphy.
I have to write for them for
We're up.
Next.
right after this pick.
Ryan
Unless they
Murphy
trade
they're
back.
next.
going to
Okay.
Seattle.
Yeah, probably.
So Evan, if they don't take a wide receiver here, are you going to be upset?
Nope.
Hey.
I mean, at this point, I think at this point,
Yo,
how
I got
it
some
stands for
information.
Jacksonville, if it's as long as it's one of those top two corners, which they're about to get, because I saw the pick as well for Seattle. If it's not receiver, I'm fine, because there's some good receivers in the second round still that we've been talking about. Leggett, Ladd, Coleman. I mean, all these other receivers that are solid in the second round that you can still get. And they pick at 48th overall tomorrow for the second round pick. So it's going to be interesting to see who they pick with all these players on the board. And I wouldn't be surprised if they would trade back too.
So, Falcons GM, right after the pick, was on the phone with the Falcons owner. And I'm guessing from what the report's saying, he's not happy.
Were the owners not happy?
Arthur
I don't know.
Blake's pissed.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to say.
It was a stupid fucking pick, man.
I
When
love
y'all
it.
told me that when I
But
came
their
back from the store, it was
handpicked.
wild.
It's also reported that their handpicked head coach loves Michael Penix Jr.
That was
Seattle
just-
sent a shit,
And he's a
or the
defensive
Falcons
guy.
sent a shitload of people up there to look at him.
Evan,
All right, here we
Evan was
go.
right. They
Here we go.
had a top 10 pick for a backup.
They got
that just-
footage of
yeah.
it, apparently.
Pickle, was that
Okay.
part of the deal for him to come there? That was maybe unwritten, but like, I'm not coming there unless you draft him.
One
Apparently,
thing,
there's footage of it.
If
I
he
don't
liked
know.
him that much.
I
If
don't
he
know.
really
thing-
liked him that much, I
Wouldn't
would
be
have said
surprised of
something.
it. Well,
Cody.
if
one thing I
that's the
will
case,
ask.
Arthur Blank would have knew.
Yeah, hang on. Let me well, hold on. Ken Bailey with the $2. We appreciate you, Ken. And let me go to White Chocolate. White Chocolate, what's up, bro?
No, they said they got footage of it. Try to look for it on their show.
Yeah,
Where are
footage.
you at?
send it
Are
to
you
my
in a
Twitter?
bunker, bro?
They got footage of it.
Are
Of
you
the
at work?
Falcons GM.
My
Did you
bastard
send
son's
it
at
to my
work. I know
Twitter?
he is.
What?
Just send it to my Twitter.
No, I haven't. I said look for it on Twitter. I ain't doing your research.
You're fucking,
Who
I'm
do you
doing a
think this
million
is?
things at once, asshole. Send it
Hey,
to me.
Kev.
Yeah.
Kev, tell your mom.
Here it is. Here it is, y'all.
He said, "Tell your mom."
No spoils, please, for the Jags pick.
That was
No
the
spoils.
problem, damn
I
it.
got you,
didn't-
Evan. I got you, Evan.
The dick needed
I
to
got
be
you, Evan.
out, not
Look in
in.
the private chat, Cody.
It's sad that you have to tell her
Video
that.
of that is in the private.
She needs to tell me.
All right,
that
here
she
we
didn't
go.
take the pill.
Here we go.
I'm watching on Pat McAfee. We're watching.
Who did Jackson?
How is that? I was thinking about switching over to it.
It's going early. Like I'm getting the information before y'all.
They're leaking stuff.
Hey, Byron Murphy.
Yeah, Byron Murphy to Seattle. Jacksonville is on the clock.
They're leaking stuff like.
All right, Evan, who do you want?
Hey, like I said, I'm fine with Quinion, Terry and Arnold, Brian Thomas Jr., Jerzon, Johnny Newton. There's a lot of guys that I'm fine with here.
Oh, Vikings trade with the
They're
Jaguars.
traded.
What?
They're traded. The
Oh, nice.
Always
23,
Jacksonville doing some
the
shit.
Vikings-
Evan.
Yeah, we always
the
trade down. I wonder
Jaguars-
if we're getting like a third. We better be getting like a third-round pick for this.
Talk to me, Pickle. What's that look
The
like?
Vikings, the Jaguars acquired picks 23 and 167 from the Vikings.
Oh,
in
and a
exchange for
2025 third
17.
and a 2025 fourth. I like that. That's some good draft capital for next year. And you
How
could still
about
use it to
this?
trade back up.
Is Evan, how would you feel if I made you host for the next 20 or until Cody get back? Can you handle that?
Yeah, I could probably.
I mean,
handle
I'm
that.
here. I'm kind of doing
Yeah.
a million things.
And your duties are relieved.
Okay, I gotta just go
Yeah,
take
if
care
you
of
have to go,
something.
Tony, if you have to go,
I'll be
you're-
right back.
you're
I'll
good.
be back in a couple minutes. I just gotta go take care of something.
Good.
Minnesota. Let's see what you
Jags just got a haul though. That was a
Yo,
haul.
that's a great pick. Like that's great. That's good value.
That's like
Yeah,
way more.
Jacksonville just got
Dallas
hooked up,
Turner to
bro.
the Vikings. Dallas Turner to the Vikings.
Hey, Jake the Snake, you're back in, brother.
I'm here. I'm here.
There's
Dallas
Jake.
Turner's a good. You know why Jacksonville? They're thinking they're like, all right, we probably like 5 guys between these
I'll
picks.
be right back
Like,
now.
Oh
we'll
yeah.
just-
All right, Cody, you good?
Yeah. See, that's the thing about that. I thought we would do that actually, because you have Brian Thomas Jr. still there. You have Quenya Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. You trade back 6 picks, get that that's a pretty good haul, honestly.
Yeah. Jacksonville did well.
Yeah, Jaguars got set up for real.
We could still use that capital and trade up this year still with a bundle, because that's a 3rd-round pick, 4th-round pick, 167 from this year.
When's your next pick, Evan?
The pick is at 23 when they pick now.
Oh shit! You're still gonna get a stud.
Mm-hmm.
So
with
where
how
do we
many
think
players
Minnesota
probably
that might
are
not
still here
change
that they
shit,
like,
but y'all were
they're
gonna
probably
plan on
going to get one
drafting
of them
anyway.
still.
Yeah, you're still gonna get a player that's on your board right there.
I hope Brian Thomas Jr. is still there. I actually really want Brian Thomas
Pick
Jr.
is
now.
in for
I want
Minnesota.
Xavier.
The pick is in.
I want Xavier Worthy
Kyle,
to
I'm
make
gonna
it
make you pause
33.
your TV
Who'd
for
you
like.
say
I wouldn't be
it was?
shocked if
I'm
Minnesota
right
goes
there
with
with you.
Dallas
Look, man,
Turner?
I'm sorry, man. I'm
okay.
ahead of
Minnesota
everybody,
does
and
not
they
need-
told me to
usually-
just call
I'm
them
usually
out.
that
So.
guy, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
kinda
Dallas
funny.
Turner.
They told me to
Dallas
call
Turner.
them out, so that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, call it out. Yeah, call it out,
Yeah,
Kyle.
it's not. You're not ahead anymore, dude. We got you already.
Well, I'm mostly seeing it because of the people on Twitter.
Yeah.
Roger just said it on my TV.
Even though I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, I keep checking the notifications.
Ooh, look at the
Dude,
Vikings
I'm just
cheerleaders.
wondering what happens with this Ayuk stuff, man. Like, this has me intrigued.
They ain't getting shit, that's for sure. Not a first
I
rounder.
think it'd be a late first.
No,
at
they're
least.
not. They're not.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think of that as the same scenario as us with Brian Burns, because Brian
Dallas
Burns
Turner.
needed to get paid. He only went for a second. We went a first probably, but he only went for a second. Same thing with Brandon
Nicknamed
Ayuk. He's going to
Baby
get paid
Barkley.
a lot of money. So why would somebody trade a first when they're going to have to pay him top dollar money?
So Minnesota paid. Hold on, Minnesota paid. Or they drafted
Byron
Dallas
Murphy. Byron Murphy.
Dallas Turner.
Yeah, Dallas Turner. Byron Murphy was the last pick.
That's a great pick, dude. I thought he was going to go in, like, the top 12.
I thought he would be Atlanta's pick, honestly. Him or Latu.
Every mock we did, people had Turner going to Atlanta.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of speed coming off the edge.
Yeah, I just thought they would realize how set up we're looking right now at 33. Like,
It's going
Oh,
way.
I know what we're saying, Cole. I got you. Yes, sir.
If
I
this
swear if
keeps
the
going the
Bengals-
way we
Crazy
want,
how
man,
shit's
we could realistically possibly trade down a few spots and get more picks if it's possible.
Hey,
From
Nick
39.
Lyons, you're back on the show, bro.
Yo, welcome back. At 39, I could see trading down, but 33, I mean, that one's 33 is going to set the tone for everything that's going to happen with our year. Like,
Well, yeah, but
not
what
just
if we
draft,
traded?
on
What if
field.
we traded 33 to 35? What if we only moved
33 to
2
30.
spots?
See, if we get 33,
No, I don't wanna
35,
trade
and then
back at
something
all.
later.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm with
either.
Pickle. I just want to stay at
I don't disagree with you,
and
Pickle. I
have
don't
that be our
disagree.
jump right in
I'm
and
just
be our
saying.
first pick of the draft.
What if
Are you-
trading
Right.
back one spot, you lose a Hall of Famer?
That is true.
See,
I
Pickle,
thought
don't
about
even
to say.
start shit. That's how shit
But,
starts.
but if you
It's
trade
already
back,
started, Cole.
Right
It's
there.
already started.
This
Had
is
to
what
pick
I
a
do.
hole and starting shit.
Man,
As
what
he would
if
say,
you don't
shut
know
the
how
hell
to
up.
go?
I
I'm
do
hoping
the
it's
same
Nate
type of
Wiggins
shit.
right
There
here.
was a time I remember. There was a time the Panthers trade.
Bengals on the clock?
Let a future Hall of
Bengals are
Fame
on the clock,
quarterback
followed by
slip
the
past him in the
Rams and the
draft 'cause they didn't
Steelers.
need him, and they've.
I hope it's Nate
Hey,
Wiggins.
we got us a good
Brian Thomas
linebacker
Jr.
that will likely never make the Hall of Fame, but we could have had a
Oh.
quarterback that made the Hall of Fame.
Oof.
Well, I don't know.
So other than 30, 31, 32,
I see you, Evan.
realistically, who else is going to take a receiver ahead of us right now? Like looking
What,
at who
Buffalo?
else is on the board.
Buffalo.
Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo
Everybody at
too.
the ass end.
Buffalo
of the first
traded
round.
up. They're
hell
taking
if
Brian
I
Thomas
freaking
Jr.
know.
And there was so
They're
much
taking
rumors
Maybe-
about a
maybe
Dolphins
the
that they
Bengals
were-
right here.
You said Buffalo traded up?
Maybe the Bengals.
They're talking about
If the
teams
Bengals
that'll
take a receiver, then you know I can only see that if T. Higgins is for sure out the door.
I think so. Or if they
Well,
take
if the Bengals take a wide receiver, then you pretty much know that T. Higgins is likely going to be traded.
Oh,
Wait,
100%.
who's
Are
who's got the Bills
the
are trading
Bengals
up?
are taking Georgia offensive tackle
There ain't nothing for the
Kimari Mims at 18.
That's not a bad pick.
The Georgia tackle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Amari
Yeah, he's a
Mims
big
at
dude.
18.
Very big dude.
If they're going to
They
line him
still
up
have
at right
Orlando
tackle.
Brown Jr.
Well, yeah, they
Yeah,
have
their
him
left
at left
tackle.
tackle, and then they signed
Yes,
Trent
but he's
Brown
at
to be
left
their right
tackle.
tackle, but they
This
could
is
still
going to be
use a
their
But he's
tackle.
starting
old.
right tackle.
Yeah,
Joe
they
Burrow
could really still
appreciate
use a
that shit,
tackle.
Pickle.
Yep.
And they signed Mekhi Becton actually too. Before they signed
Damn,
Trent
did
Brown,
they?
they signed Mekhi Becton.
Yep.
Yeah, they better take
What pick
that
are we
shit
on?
serious like they are.
And Mims
Pick
is
We are on
18 right
pick
now,
number
Kev.
18 with Cincinnati.
Mims can't
All right.
do guard. He's like 6'8".
Oh yeah, he's really tall. He's huge.
Yeah, he's
I
like
hope Xavier
6'8".
Legette gets picked by pick 33.
I downloaded a roster on Madden that had Mims. He was 6'8", and I thought this is wrong. So I went to look up to find out his real height, and I didn't know it ain't wrong either. I can't move him to guards, and I was stuck. So I traded him.
Anybody ready to be ballsy and make their pick for the Panthers yet?
Not yet. No.
He's got to get closer.
Too
He
much.
has to get closer to
Too much
33.
left to happen.
Give me
crazy.
25.
Hey, does
I'm
anyone
gonna
have-
check in a
I'll
little
take a
bit. I
shot.
just wanted to see what's up.
What's
Oh, there's
the
so much shit still to do.
what's
Yeah,
the best what's the best
I
quarterback?
got
still on
Pickens
the board?
in for the Bengals. I got Pickens in.
The best who?
What is like your top 5 big board quarterbacks?
Spencer Rattler, and then nobody.
I was about to say there's no more big board for quarterbacks.
That's what I'm saying. Like Raiders, man.
Calling up
Spencer Rattler.
Rico from the
They don't even
practice
have to
squad.
trade up to get
Spencer
Spencer.
Rattler
Giants.
throwing to Brock Bowers. Okay, then.
Also,
And
cross
Devontae
you with
Adams.
the jersey, my guy.
Devontae Adams.
Jake, shut up. You got your Patrons Drake May jersey on the way.
No, I got John Beeson jersey on right now.
According to
Matt Jones.
You're a Patrons
the
fan.
top
now.
big board available quarterbacks are Spencer Rattler, John Rhymes Plummy, Jordan
Who?
Travis, Michael Pratt, Devin Leary, and John.
Okay, so it's just Spencer Rattler.
It's over.
Spencer
Like,
Rattler.
Yeah,
no more
pretty much.
wins.
You wanted to know.
Go to the Raiders.
Someone's going to pick
The
up
pick
Joe
is
Milton
in.
in the 7th round, and then watch Joe Milton's going to go to the Cowboys, and it's going to be Dak all over again.
That would be
I
wild.
don't wanna hear
Dallas
that
is gonna
shit.
get
I'm
Peyton
gonna tell you
Wilson.
that.
So I've
I don't wanna
spoken to
hear
a
that.
couple of Dallas Cowboys fans today, and none of them are excited for this draft. None of them.
Who was
They
is there
have
a
Jerry
team that
Jones,
needs
the
a quarterback right now? That still haven't drafted?
The
In
Raiders.
this round?
The Raiders.
No, I mean like in the
need,
first round.
They already drafted though.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about
shit.
first round.
The Rams are taking a quarterback.
Ooh,
No way.
Rattler.
They already
Yeah,
announced.
yeah,
Bengals are going.
I'm lying
Demarius
through my
Mims.
ass, y'all.
I can tell when you're doing that shit now. Stop.
That's funny, Pick. That's fucked up.
I'm
Why
catching
Dang
you,
it.
Pickle.
I've been
Dang
hanging
you.
out with it too long.
Watch it
I'm not
actually happen.
excited.
Man.
I know.
Well,
Spencer
yeah,
Rattler.
watch the Rams take Rattler. That'd be the shit.
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
you know that
They
shit.
got
I'm gonna own
Stetson
that.
Bennett though.
That might be a Rams fan.
The fuck is Stetson about to do?
The 80-year-old college athlete. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean he was out being drunk too, just like Tavondre Sweat last year around this time. He got arrested for public
Yeah,
intoxication.
he looked like Johnny
or something.
Manziel. Yeah, when he was drunk on the
Yeah.
sidewalk. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
He
like
ran
on the
from the
sidewalk
police,
or
didn't he?
something. I think so. But
Yeah, he ran from the
like,
police.
he was still going to be a late round pick anyways. So
He looked like Jake, but nothing at all like Jake.
oh, I'm so nervous.
Cody, what time are you starting to stream tomorrow?
Tomorrow we are starting at 6:30.
6, yeah, I think.
Yeah,
When does
so
it
that's
start?
a special
Starts at
edition of
7?
Free for
Early
All.
dinner tomorrow. Let's get it.
No, well, yeah, the draft starts at 7, so we're gonna go live
Yeah.
at
And we're
7:30.
like right there once it starts. So.
Yeah.
So I
Have the
won't be
Bengals
cammed up
been
tomorrow
leaving
until
time?
I get home from work, but you know.
Hey, you're
You know
good,
the vibes.
man.
You
And hey,
know
we
the vibes. It's
appreciate
Friday,
anybody
man.
hanging out, spending your draft with C3, man. We
Well,
appreciate
not only
Good time
that,
to
I
have
mean,
you on here, Kyle.
I'm always working like 11 or 12 hours before the Friday I'm even able to get home. So like I'm super
No, I
appreciative
hear
that you
you.
guys are cool about it. Like,
Oh, of
man, I
course.
try.
Hey, man, C3 is for y'all. C3 is for all Panther fans to be themselves and have their voice be heard. So as long as everybody can do that, bro, that's what C3 is all about.
That's right. That's why I love it, man. I've
Man,
been here
let's start
years.
crying.
I love it.
Hell yeah, brother. C3 family, baby. That shit's real.
Oh man, I had to tell D. I had to tell D last night when he got out of work, man. I'm glad you're here, man. Thanks.
No, dude, had to, man.
I had to. He's a good ass
saw
dude, man.
that
I
shit.
love
Y'all were
dude.
having a 3 a.m.
here we go.
conversation.
I
was like,
dude,
damn,
I swear,
remember
I
that
literally had just left the bar, and D's like, I just got off work. I'm like, I'm drunk enough to talk to you. Fuck it, let's
Hey,
go.
Yeah.
How many? I've had some late nights too, but some of y'all know. Some of y'all know.
Oh yeah, we'll have a late night space
Amarius
after the other
Mims.
space.
Oh, you're talking about the Friday night after
Amarius
party.
Mims
That's
going to
called
the
love,
Bengals.
baby.
Hey, Marius Mims, there we go. Going to
They needed to
tackle.
take a tackle.
Yo,
It's been
Lance
so
said I
long
need a
since they
haircut.
took
How
it.
dare you, Lance?
Lance,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
getting a haircut this weekend. There's a story behind my shit.
Cody, you better never get a haircut.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Giants
true. I need a haircut.
told Daniel Jones that they were going to pull they were going to pull the wool. They were going to tell everybody they wanted to trade up for a quarterback because they had no faith in him. So let him know ahead of time that it was all a ruse, and he laughed and agreed.
Mind games.
Right there. I don't believe that shit.
You know what, Lance? I'm about to book me a haircut right now for the
Now,
free for all.
what
No,
is
you're
the
good. You're
Rams?
good, Cole. Don't do that. Don't do that,
Nah, I
Cole.
was gonna do it. I was gonna do
Hey
it
man,
anyway.
hey man, you got to go to Walmart, get your pair of razors, and cut your own hair.
I'm not cutting.
That's
my
true.
shit,
That's true. Pickle. I do
You
my
see
own
my
hair.
shit? I'm not.
I
doing
regret
this.
cutting
No.
mine.
I do mine that way all the time.
No fucking way. I'm cutting my own hair as long as my
Dude,
shit.
my hair
Cody,
was
show my
longer than
picture on the screen.
was past my shoulders, dude. And I finally got it cut, and I was mad. I should have kept that shit.
Jake, you had hair past your shoulders.
Dude, I could put it in that ponytail, bro. I could put that
Bro,
shit in a
I would
ponytail.
pay to see that shit, boy.
And I ain't posting no pictures.
Come on, Jake.
Bro, I had that 70s hair, bro. Kyle, I had that
Cody.
70s hair.
Cody, you find that video? You find that Falcons video, Cody?
Hey, you
You're
talking
mute.
about a mullet or a Jerry curl?
Yeah, I put it in.
Nah,
I
not
put it
Jerry
in the
Cole,
private chat.
like a mullet.
No, not yet. I'm doing like a million different things. I will. I
I
promise.
put it in a private chat, Cody.
You don't have time for the private chat, baby.
Now it's in the regular.
Give me a minute, damn it.
Lance, you can cash at me
right
for my
there in
damn
the
haircut tomorrow too,
chat.
sir.
Chad, I got a question for you. Are you surprised that Brian Thomas Jr. has followed this far?
No, I'm not. I expected him to go like mid to late 20s.
Chad, it was bullshit. I picked him one time with our pick. He was there.
Yeah, dude. I
Bro,
mean,
imagine.
that is like best case scenario. He somehow makes it past like Jacksonville, Kansas City, and gets to us. That's like best case scenario.
Well, we talked for a while, did we not, on Spaces, that there was so much talent in this draft and so much uncertainty, so that we should expect some really good players to drop out of the first round.
Yep. You're exactly. Yep, we did talk about that.
definitely going
Dude.
to now,
I mean,
baby.
it wouldn't surprise me if like somebody were to take A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy over Brian Thomas. So I mean,
Yeah.
it could happen. It could. I highly doubt it, but I would love if it did.
Yeah, I
Did
mean,
we
I
even have a
saw
mid-
Normally, you never see the speed guys get picked over the skills guys, though.
Yep.
Did we have a top 30 visit with Brian Thomas Jr.?
Yeah, he visited.
Yeah.
Oh, we did?
With the top 30 visit. Yep.
Yeah, we had Brian Thomas Jr. in there, but we also had a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth round projected receivers. So I mean, look, we looked at early receivers and we looked at late receivers.
The Rams draft room is celebrating, but it doesn't even say the pick is in yet.
Evan, they've all been celebrating, and half of them
Who the hell
dumbasses
would
don't
they
even
go
know what
for?
they're celebrating.
Right, and
Yeah,
they're like
But-
1
well, the
minute
thing
and
is,
30 seconds left, and they're
Cody,
still.
Every team they've shown, they've done that.
Y'all think that they're going?
Hey,
real
it's
deep?
in. Here
By
we
the time
go.
They show them. By the time they show them, the pick
Hey,
is
Pickle,
already
look
in.
on
Though.
Twitter.
They're showing
Aye,
their
aye.
best needs are edge, corner, D tackle, and wide receiver for the
Oh,
Rams. is
I
what
see
they're
the
saying.
pick now. Never mind.
Cooper
I just saw it on-
DeJean?
Nope.
Who is it?
And so this is
Jared
the
Verse.
Falcons.
Oh,
This
wow.
is Arthur Blank.
Look at Arthur. He's like, what in the fuck are y'all doing?
Dude, he's
Is
in
that
his
the
face
GM
bad.
Oh boy is not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't
Look
that
at
the
that.
GM
That's
of
great.
the Falcons?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's trying to explain to him.
Oh yeah, he's definitely trying to explain
He
the
was
shit
spitting
that
so
they
much
just did.
bullshit right then, boy. You could just tell. That's crazy.
This is what we think. We had to take him here because he's
Hey,
really valuable
Evan,
right
when does
here.
Jacksonville pick?
They pick at pick 23.
So
right.
Jared Verse is going to the Rams. That makes sense because Aaron
Cody,
Donald
I'm here
just
when I
left.
can.
Is there a chance
Yeah,
that Brian
I'm fine
Thomas
with that.
Jr. ends up being better than Neighbors?
There's
think
a
so.
chance. There's
I
a
think
chance.
so.
Sideshow: the Falcons took Penix.
Yeah, they messed up with their pick. That's
That's
for
a
sure.
terrible fucking pick.
I mean,
like
quarterback
Penix
wise,
as
he's
a
not a bad player.
But no, yeah, he's a
Well,
good
yeah, but
quarterback.
It's
when
the
they were
value
talking
of what
about
they
their
got
team
him
needs,
for.
quarterback was not on
Oh,
that list.
absolutely
No,
not. Yeah.
Especially after signing. If they didn't sign Kirk, then maybe. But after the Kirk signing, yeah,
You
they
can't
definitely.
say signing though, Evan, because everywhere Kirk goes is overpaid.
Oh yeah, I mean that's for sure.
Everywhere he goes, he gets
Kirk, he's a
overpaid. So
bridge
it's not even a
quarterback, I
signing;
guess.
it's just like giving lots of money that he didn't need to.
Oh yeah, they overpaid him for sure. I mean, 180 million over 4 years. I mean, that's
After
too
an
much.
ACL tear, right? ACL, right?
Achilles,
And looking
Achilles
fucking
tear.
pedestrian.
I used to.
Wait, they have a quarterback that just came off of a ACL tear, and they just drafted a guy that has had 2 ACL tears.
Yes.
He's got good potential. If he can stay healthy, he's a really good quarterback.
Wait,
All
he
right,
had
here
two.
we
I
go.
don't think. I don't think
Rams.
he is.
He had 2
And
ACL
you're in, bro.
tears.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, Jared Verse to the Rams. Jared Verse.
That makes
Brian
a
Burns
lot of fucking
2.0.
sense.
I wonder. This is where it's going to get
He's a
interesting.
lot stronger than
Who is
Brian.
Pitt? Is Pitt? No, I don't see
Jared
Pittsburgh
Verse
going
has
wide
inside
receiver.
moves
No.
though.
Do you guys think
Yeah, he
Pittsburgh would
does.
go receiver?
But no, Jared Verse is a lot more powerful coming out than Brian Burns was. Like he can actually bull rush through.
I'm just joking around. Like I haven't watched any film on him. I was just joking because he went to Florida.
Yeah, they absolutely could. This, their primary goal in this should put offensive line, but
yeah.
But
they could go Troy
the way it
Fautanu.
looks, I mean, they should add a left tackle to compete with Dan Moore. They do need a starting center. That's the truth of that.
The thing is with Pittsburgh,
they waived Cole Mason.
I think they're going to take Graham Barton here, maybe.
Yeah, they could take Graham or they could take Troy Fautanu because Broderick Jones is going to be their future. They took him last year in the first round. He's going to be their future left tackle. And Troy Fautanu is a tackle who can play at guard. But if you take Troy Fautanu here, he's probably going to be your right tackle, which is also where he played in college.
They also do need a receiver to push Van Jefferson, because, I mean,
they need somebody opposite of Pickens too.
They could take Worthy. He's a good fit across from Pickens. So.
No.
I'm sorry. I know you want him, Anthony, but
no, they gonna take Graham Barton.
I wouldn't care as long as it's not JPJ.
Hey,
that's what I was just about to ask.
Yo, Chad, I gotta ask you.
What's
Are
up?
you here?
Yeah.
Remember
I'm here, bro.
we had that convo that one day about like Jaden Daniels, and you were like, I don't know how he's going to be in the league. Do you think he should have gone second overall?
I think that he's in a better situation than if he would have gone to New England. I think that Washington has some pieces that are actually that are better, obviously, than New England. I think who do they have as the OC there? I forgot. I mean, they got some young talent in Washington. I did say that I'm skeptical on how his size. Not his height, his body size is going to transition in the NFL. I think he should have gone second overall. Yes, I think I think the upside's high.
All right, I was just asking, but yeah,
of course.
No,
bro.
I know you're high on Brian Thomas though, because I remember we had a combo and you were like, I mean, he could be better than Neighbors one day. You never know.
Yep. Yep. And for anybody who doesn't know, I'm a diehard LSU fan. So
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
I know we was talking about Jaden Daniels' weight earlier, right? He's like supposedly 170 something pounds.
Yeah, like when he transferred from Arizona State, yeah, he was small. I mean, he's put on some weight since. So, I mean, I hope that he does great with Washington, but I'm skeptical on how his body is going to transition.
Yeah, but we
I'll
said
get
that
mine
for
will
so
be.
many quarterbacks. Like, I mean, not only did the Carolina Panthers pick a small, fragile guy, but like, I mean, I'm sure people thought that about Lamar Jackson to a way. There is a way you can
Absolutely.
play fast and open. And one of the good things about Jaden Daniels is that he seems to run with the idea of looking to pass still. Not his game is predicated on being a read option type player. So, you know, I think Jaden Daniels could be great. I do think maybe Washington is an interesting situation for him more so than New England. I think you're onto something there. Jaden Daniels could be the top quarterback in this class. I think JJ McCarthy is going to surprise you guys and be better. Guys, you're listening to the C3 Panthers Podcast Live annual draft party. We want to hear your takes. Get in here. Get in the chat. Let us know. Smash the thumbs up button. There is starting to be a run on defensive players as the first defensive player was taken at 15. Is that right? 15
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
Colts.
Somewhere around there.
So we've got the Colts breaking the
I
seal.
believe the Steelers are going Quentin Mitchell.
The Colts broke
I
the
saw the
seal.
pick.
We got an edge player at 15. We got a defensive tackle at 16. We got another edge player in Dallas Turner at 17 that Jacksonville traded back in Minnesota was able to get there. Offensive tackle now edge. Guys, how is this affecting the Carolina Panthers in this draft? They run on the receivers and quarterbacks, though, made other teams who aren't in the need or thirsty for that type of player start to pick the defensive players. Can some of these wide receivers, will they hold out? I can't expect the Dolphins want a wide receiver. The Jags might. The Cowboys might. Will some of these more skill player, higher name guys that you – who actually, let me ask it this way. Who is the guy right now that hasn't been picked that in your mind is worthy of being picked in the top 15, top 20?
Arnold.
Terrion Arnold.
Is that offensive or defensive?
No, he was a corner.
That's corner.
How about a wide receiver that you guys think should have been picked?
Oh, yeah. Brian Thomas definitely should have
Thomas,
went in the top 15.
Yeah.
But
Evan, who's the pick? Who is it? Just
I haven't seen it yet.
Roy Faltano.
Okay.
Offensive tackle.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's
All
the
right,
center.
that's like I don't think the Panthers if they're gonna take an offensive lineman. I mean, I think like they'll try to get a center, but like I don't think like I think they could try to target Van Pran later. Like I don't think that depending on how the board is though. Like
I think the
there's a run
Steelers
on
take the center right here.
How about the Rams made their
Steelers pick
first
already
round
in,
pick
buddy.
since 2016 tonight?
The Steelers took offensive
What'd you say,
tackle
Tony?
Faltano.
What about 16?
The Rams
I think.
made they have not had a first round pick since 2016.
Yeah, I seen
Brian
that.
Burns
That's
Jr.
wild.
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 And they went to the Super Bowl in that era.
And won it.
Twice.
They went multiple
That's
times.
Yeah.
wild.
Oh no, they have been. I get who was that? Was it Goff?
It was
Yeah,
golf.
golf.
Yeah, it's Jared Goff.
Damn.
That's incredible. Imagine being a Rams podcast, trying to
All right,
have
here we
your
go.
annual party, and you never have a pick.
Oh,
Your
shit. They got
annual-
Casey Hayward out there giving the pick. I think it's Casey Hayward.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
curious to
Cameron
see what
Hayward.
Miami's going to do right here.
what it looks like.
I'm curious what Miami's going to do.
I imagine corner.
They have so many needs. Like they let go of so many players this offseason. They'll probably just take the best.
Yeah, they
available
could
guy.
use D tackle, offensive line,
corner.
Oh, that's Cameron Hayward.
All right, you guys let me know if anybody needs to step away for a few minutes, put it in the chat, and we'll cycle other people in so we can get Lance's in the background. But still, not rushing anybody out. You're going to have to wait. No, have to. Oh, nope. Maybe. Lance is there. Hey, Lance, welcome to the C3 11th annual live draft party. The draft has been quarterback heavy, offensive skill position heavy through the first 15 picks. Now there's been a run on defensive players. How do you see this draft shaking out, Lance?
I don't know, man. I'm just hoping we make the right choice at 33.
Okay, so look, you're just here for tomorrow. You know, Tony has fallen asleep on the draft night while we've been alive, and I don't know if it
He's
was
done that multiple times.
No, I think it was only once. I think it was only
Why you
once.
lying, Tony?
And I can't remember if it was the DJ Moore pick, like it was like we had
Damn, Cody's first year, and you fell asleep.
No, the first year was Kelvin Benjamin, and I had a meltdown on the podcast, and everybody was talking. Everybody was calling me out for for the first year. They would mention me anytime Kelvin Benjamin went off, and I wanted Allen Robinson that year. I wanted. The other was the nickel corner. Bradley Roby was my guy that year, and we went Kelvin Benjamin. And look, he had a great first year, but then not in the league anymore. Wasn't productive after that. I don't think it was just the injury, but still, here is the thing. Do you guys? All right, let me ask you this, and I will start with Lance since he just got on. If we were picking in the first round tonight, and just as a pure fan, would you prefer the pick to be in the first 15 or the latter 15 just for the fun of your evening?
I think the latter 15. Just
right. So then the draft matters beyond.
Well, you have to run on quarterbacks and receivers, and it leaves so many first at their position available. So it makes it more exciting to me.
It's also this draft is so deep. Like that's the other thing. Like half these players.
15 was the first defensive player.
And this is why
that's historic.
Can't stand mock.
I think that's
always.
What does that have to do with the?
Right, Anthony. Exactly.
What do you think?
I'm gonna ruin all y'all nuts.
Do you think that has something to do with the hip drop tackle rule?
What? The defensive player not going on?
I mean, I've been seeing a lot of defensive players getting traded for nothing.
If I was thinking of the hip drop, I would think that a lot of receivers would have gone quickly.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
Well, I'm thinking a lot of the defensive players.
Though, right? Not a ton. It
Just
wasn't.
I'm thinking about the defensive players traded too. They were traded weren't that much.
How often do y'all think that's going to be called this coming year? The hip drop tackle.
It has to be called because it's so visual.
That's going to slow the game down so bad. I feel like
it will.
I think the problem with the hip drop tackle rule that I think the problem that I've heard is that
nobody knows what it is.
You've stacked the offense with so many, like the advantage is offensive player, right? It's PI, it's holding, it's a hit to the head. It's anytime there's a big collision, they throw a flag regardless of what it is. And so what I heard one person saying was that the hip drop tackle is a way for these guys to make what was sort of a legal tackle against a big guy. Right. Think about if you're a safety and you got to tackle like a big receiver or something, like you have two choices. You got to lay them out. You got to go just balls to the wall and try to destroy them, or you got to go low. But the hip tackle was a way to use your momentum. I don't know. How about this? Do you guys think that it was necessary to outlaw that tackle?
No. Absolutely not.
I think you have to look long term.
They just want
all these young
games
players
now. That's pretty much why.
All these young players are seeing this, and they're going to change their positions at
I agree with that.
High school level, coming into this to be an offensive player that doesn't have the limitations of a defensive player.
I mean, I understand the safety for players.
That's the thing. You get fined too for making that tackle. You get fined.
Oh, if they take behavior worthy here, I'm
photo bombs.
Hey, Kyle, can you take over the mic for me for a second?
I got you, Tone. All right.
Kyle, do you know who it is yet?
So we have Dolphins pick is in. We're still at commercial.
Please don't make Xavier worthy.
We're still working on what's going to come out of this after the commercial break, but
go to commercial too much.
I don't know, dude. Do you really think that the Dolphins go wide receiver?
You can ask Pickle, man. They was
said
like
wide receiver?
Their head coach.
The reason why they go wide receiver worthy, I think they'll go worthy, is their quarterback or their head coach, when he ran that 40 time, was dropping his jaws at pro day.
Well, yeah, probably not only that, but he's like, I could put Waddle in the slot and Worthy on one side and Tyreek Hill on the other, and they're fucking.
Tyreek Hill might be retiring soon.
In 1 year, Tyreek Hill retires or his contract goes from like to way up to like 45 million a year.
So you replace one
So
speedster with another.
He's pretty much out after this year.
Yeah.
So
You're just replacing Tyreek then.
One speedster with another.
Yeah, you're just replacing Tyreek.
Yeah, that's why
That's one thing.
Hey, real quick, just a note. If you're not speaking, mute your microphone because the background noise is insane. So mute your microphone, please, or I'm just gonna have to start muting people that noise is coming from. All right, go ahead.
I was just saying, Worthy is one thing to think about, but there's also the top corners on the board right now, and Dolphins couldn't keep up with people because they couldn't outscore people last year.
I think the Eagles might get one of the top corners here, and they need cornerback, so they might actually go cornerback. I was thinking O-line earlier or center specifically, but the Eagles might get if the Dolphins don't pick cornerback here, the Eagles are going to get a pick between the two best corners in this draft class.
Either that or like you said, a center because they lost.
Jason Kelce. I hope it's actually I hope it's corner because I really don't want anybody to go JPJ. I want him to fall to us so bad.
Yeah,
I thought Philadelphia had a backup center that's pretty good.
They had a Landon Dickerson they drafted, but he's their starting right or left guard. I forget which one it is, but he's one of their starting guards unless they want to move him to center. Because they just paid him earlier this offseason, I believe, too.
So, Cody, real quick. So, out of the people left on the board, what are the top three that you would take at 33 if they just miraculously fell to us?
Man, Jackson Powers Johnson at center would be a great pick for us. I like Brian Thomas Jr. is still on the board, correct? He hasn't been.
Yep. Yeah, he's still on the board.
A lot of the receivers, CK, are still there. Adonai Mitchell, one of the wide receivers for Texas, and the guy that broke the combine record, Xavier Worthy. He's still floating out there. There's a few defensive backs that are still available in terms of Nate Wiggins still floating out there.
Wrong.
Oh, Wiggins went?
No, he's just not coming here.
Oh, fuck you, Kev. You're such an asshole.
Don't say that.
There's no way. There's no way Miami's taking receiver.
Chop Robinson to the Dolphins, you said, Pickle?
Yes.
Chop Robinson? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
I haven't seen a notification yet about it, but
him to go before all this. With all the talent on the board, I thought he would slip.
Wow. That's surprising, honestly.
It is.
I did not think Chop would go that
That's
early.
pretty wild. That's pretty wild that Chop's
I'm
up
going to
there.
agree. Chop's got some talent, but I don't think personally, I don't see him first-round talent.
Well, yeah, right now he's just a designated pass rusher. That's all he is right now.
He's real close to YGM.
Eagles are taking that corner now. They're taking the best corner.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, they're going to take corner. They've got to.
Yeah, I would agree.
Imagine you get drafted to the Dolphins. You're going to live in Miami for a living as a millionaire.
Yeah, no taxes.
Taxes.
Bro, I think if we
going to the Dolphins,
a bunch of half-naked Latino women, bro. Come on now.
Oh, yeah, on the beaches? Hell yeah.
Oh,
let me ask you a question. So I feel like the end of the draft here, these last few picks that we're going to see, I think there's going to be a run on wide receivers. I think that's just a natural progression of what we're seeing. Do you find, because the Bills are in for wide receiver, that the Chiefs are going to be in for wide receiver, is there value? I know nobody wants to trade up, but there's one aspect of trading up that we don't really take into consideration, and that is you get that fifth-year option on their rookie contract. And so now you could possibly stick around where you're at, get the guy that you want, or even get a guy who you thought was comparable to the guy that you would trade up for, and you don't have that fifth-year option. However, you can move up potentially, get the guy you want, and have that fifth-year option. Is there value that you guys see in doing so based on how the board's falling right now?
No.
To be honest with you,
I don't. Go ahead.
It depends on if they love somebody, CK. Like if they're head over heels in love with Xavier Leggett and they know that they want him to be the guy of the future. I mean, again, I don't know that I would
Oh,
do
that
it,
Duke
but
center is still on the board.
my opinion is that if I'm trusting Dan Morgan, if there's a guy that they'd like to go up that much to get, I'll be okay. Unless it's like a nickel corner or some dumb shit like that.
We might have to pick a
Anybody got the
receiver at
Eagles?
33 and get a corner at 39 with all the corners falling.
I think at this point with the draft falling like it is, you have to do some serious thinking about trying to trade up and get one of these elite corners.
No, I think they're going to fall to you.
Right now, we're at 23, damn near. We might not have to do any sort of moving.
Does the
One of them
value
might
of
go
that
here.
fifth-year option outweigh you losing the value of having to trade up, like the pick-wise, to get up to the first round, though?
And I don't think so because
Eagles might go
historically, you look at
edge.
the Carolina Panthers; they're not very good with fifth-year options. Like when it
Eagles
comes
might
to
go edge right here. Didn't they just trade?
Boys, with the board falling the way that it is, I think we're going to get a lot of calls for 33. A lot.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Send me a first pick for next
Well,
year.
there's no more quarterbacks left, really. So Bo Nix went.
No. There's one.
Penix
Damn, the
went.
Eagles are still on the clock with a minute left.
Nobody's moving up for Spencer fucking Rattler, Kevin.
Say it a little bit
Yeah, they are.
Hey, pick is in
left,
for the
and
Eagles.
The pick is still not in.
I say
It's where
edge.
they're fielding calls right now.
It's in.
Cody,
it
I
is?
don't know why you
Okay,
just
now
didn't
it is.
say
Yeah,
the
the
bum.
Eagles draft room was
Spencer
standing
to
up.
Dallas.
I was gonna say they were standing up and calling, so I
He
was
is a
assuming the
bum.
pick was in, but it's probably gonna be a cornerback here. I'm assuming
I'm going
it's
edge.
got to be.
I bet you do.
There are
Like
no
it.
good edges left here, honestly. So
That Toledo corner's still available, right?
yeah, Quinyon Mitchell and Terry Arnold, the two best corners in this draft class, are both still available.
Let me
I
ask
wouldn't be
y'all a
surprised
question.
if Nate Wiggins went here either.
Let me ask y'all a question. If we decided to trade up, at what number or what pick would y'all want to trade up to? 28?
Okay, here's the pick, y'all.
You got to get in before the Chiefs. It'd be the only
Just
thing
before
I'd
the
say. You move
Bills.
up a few spots.
Absolutely.
Yeah, before the Bills and Chiefs.
What is it, Pickle? What's the pick?
That'll be
Tornado
like with the
cornerback
Lions,
Quentin
probably.
Mitchell.
Oh, it's
Oh, the
Quinyon
Toledo
Mitchell.
corner?
All right,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Who was it?
I personally, if Jacksonville would have taken a corner, that's who I would have wanted, but I'm fine with it.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Jacksonville's up next.
Yeah, didn't this happen with the Eagles last year with all the best defensive players just following
Hey, where are y'all watching Pat McAfee at?
YouTube?
Yeah, he's on.
I'm
It's
not
on
watching- I'm not
ESPN
watching
3,
Pat
but
McAfee. Yeah, he's on ESPN 3.
I don't even know where you
I
like.
got
That's
him
not
on
even on
YouTube.
YouTube TV for
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
So
you're right.
He's just on like YouTube in general.
I might as well turn it over and watch something else. My app keeps closing up. My NFL Plus app keeps closing up.
So what you feeling like, Evan, for pick 23?
Is that Nick Saban and Bill Belichick? Oh no, I'm looking at you.
I'm thinking maybe Brian
Yeah,
Thomas
Belichick's
Jr.
over there.
I'm thinking maybe
Well,
Brian
one of them
Thomas
has
Jr. or
Belichick
Terry
and the other
Arnold
one
here.
has Saban.
Yeah, Pat McAfee.
Yeah,
has
Belichick's Pat
Belichick on his show.
They got a big board up there.
Leggett is 28th on the board.
I'm getting
Did they
nervous now,
announce the
like
pick?
into the nitty gritty.
All right,
Like
the pick
is in.
Nate
I would love.
I know we
Okay,
already
wait
know
a
who this
minute.
pick is, but just announce it.
Arizona has the 27th pick. Interesting.
Oh, dude, did you see how many picks they have? They have
Yeah.
a crap ton.
And they probably want more.
How early y'all gonna get up in the morning? Anybody
4.
gonna get up and watch football?
I'll be up at probably 7:30.
I'll be up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, I'll be up at like 7 my
what a
time.
sleep.
And
Gotta get
you're
up for
back.
work.
What's up?
What's up, Anthony?
Dude, I was just saying on Twitter, I would not mind trading
The
up.
winner. What?
I would not hate trading up for the kid from Alabama. But I mean,
Arnold.
Yeah, I'm not worried about who we're gonna pick. There's so many guys available.
Kool-Aid might fall at this point to us.
God damn, I forgot about Kool-Aid.
Yeah, because Kool-Aid's still he's still really
That's gonna be
good,
hard
yeah.
to say no to, Cody. If Kool-Aid falls, I might have to do it.
Kool-Aid chemistry.
Yeah.
You hear him talking about Rogers?
Yeah, say the fucking pick, Goodell. What the fuck?
Somebody needs to break his back. Nah, I'm just kidding.
275,000 people in Detroit right now for the draft. That's the crowd outside there.
Man, that's a lot.
They showed the fuck out for this city.
They're
boy.
going somewhere else.
Bro, there's a reason
somebody
why
to
every
pick.
city wants to draft now.
They said a while ago on a link on Twitter
Oh
that,
shit! They had the
that the Detroit police has informed the state that they are overwhelmed right now. There's no major crimes or anything. It's just crowd control. They're overwhelmed, so they're trying to get more people over there tonight to cover.
What the fuck?
Because
Great
they've
pick by
run
the
out of backups.
Even though he
We're
went
just
to
getting
Philly,
started, Pickle. Everybody's gonna be going out after
Hey,
the draft.
I'm just rotating people, Lance. I still got you.
All right. Here we go. No spoilers for this next one. Man, oh man. I hope they don't trade back again. Don't trade back again.
Hey, whoever has their
Mid-frame.
volume on needs to mute the microphone if you're not talking. Your TV is in the background.
and then it got quiet.
CK, it's a rough time to lose your internet, ain't it, man?
Dude, I'm so frustrated. I can't watch any of it. I'm just sitting here watching you guys tell me who's playing and who's getting the pick and what have you.
So, CK, was the line? It wasn't buried. The line
Somebody
wasn't
give
buried?
that man the link. You watch it on his
A
phone.
few years ago here in Trailer,
What happened?
a lot of people lost internet and they lost cable TV and everything, right? And we have an outdoor antenna, so we was covered for at least the TV part was.
Yeah.
So
we so mine was there's a my neighbor let his yard get overgrown by about 2 feet, and apparently somehow the cable, the fiber optic cord, was exposed, and so it wasn't installed very well. So when they go and mow the yard, it just chops the cord, and so
Been
they
there,
told me,
CK, twice in 2 weeks. I feel you.
yeah. So
They're
I'm
paying for it,
irritated. I'm
Absolutely.
I run over my neighbor's internet cord once because when they run it when the third party company run it, it was sticking up. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
run over it. And I stood there, and granted, we live right across from an electric company. And when the guy come over, I told the guy, I said, he said, well, can't you see it? I said, well, can't you hire people that know how to dig a hole? It's not that hard. It doesn't take a grade school or a college degree to figure out how to dig a hole. And,
Who's BTJ? Somebody I just saw something pop up saying BTJ
Brian
to
Thomas
Jacksonville.
Jr.
Yep, Brian Thomas Jr. is BTJ.
Evan, you got your guy you wanted.
Whoa. I'm not
Don't
saying
tell
it's real until the pick is announced.
You don't tell Pickle.
Oh, okay.
He was bullshitting. You're not getting him.
Y'all got a
I mean,
kicker.
I won't be mad if it is the pick. I just want to see it live.
I haven't even looked. I haven't looked online right now. I'm talking to somebody. I haven't even looked. I don't know really.
I hope it's Nate Wiggins.
He's talking to you guys, Green.
One quick point. I'm in Austin, Texas. I'm a diehard Longhorns fan. Be careful wanting these Alabama corners because we roasted them 2 years in a row. Just saying.
That's why I want your wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want them
At
at
this
all.
point, they might fall
Yeah,
there.
yes, you do, Kev.
No, I don't.
Hey, who was that? That's a Longhorn fan. Who was that? What's his name?
That's me, Lance.
Yeah. Okay, Lance. What is the deal with AD Mitchell? Why is he dropping in the draft?
I don't know. because he's clutch. He's a big game receiver. He does not disappear in clutch moments. I've been to several games in person. My daughter's a high school cheerleader, so we go in. We do all the games for the seatback sales, and then we get to watch the games. So I'm telling you, A.D. Mitchell's the guy you want. Worthy is a great receiver, but more of a return specialist, if I had to say anything. I just think he's more valuable as a return guy, but I don't see him having a value beyond early second round.
Interesting.
Okay. What I had heard A.D. Mitchell had diabetes, and people were saying that's why he was dropping. And then I read an article this morning that told me that he's kind of had he was full of drama and he was a bunch of stuff. And it's like, well, I haven't heard this from anywhere else but this one little article. So
the story goes, like, I guess when he was in high school, he didn't have coaches that like supported his diabetes and all that.
Oh yeah.
And then college didn't have that as well as much as he should have. Basically, when he's blood sugar's under control and he's healthy, he is a great teammate, great player. It's only when he's like experiencing some issues with blood sugar levels that he becomes kind of like crabby, which any of us would. You know,
that shit would make anybody crazy.
It makes sense now because my wife gets that way when her diabetes drops, but she takes shots. And I was telling some folks the other day that the one thing about the Panthers that I really like is the Panthers have a dietitian and counselors and on staff.
It's Brian Thomas Jr.
And that way they could.
And
with that being said, I think A.D. Mitchell would be better fit. Some NFL teams don't have the dietitians and stuff on staff.
Hey, we got that number one guy for Trev. Let's go.
Yeah, y'all got Brian Thomas Jr. Hell yeah.
That number one guy for Trev. I'm fine with this. Hey, and he's at the draft, so I get to see him hold up a jersey. Let's go. The past few first rounders haven't even been at the draft, so I'm fine with that.
Got a dog.
I'm fine with that.
Who's
Yeah,
next?
I love that pick. I mean, he's more of a developmental guy, but he fits a guy that we need. We need a guy who's a downfield threat who can go up and get those jump balls in the red zone. So I like this pick a lot.
That little stop and go route was nasty. I just saw.
I'm so sad.
Let's freaking go, baby.
I am
All right.
so sad.
So, in my opinion, right now, this board is falling and it's making 33 and 39 incredibly valuable, right?
Incredibly.
So, here is my question. Do you guys think there is, I know this seems like it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense, but when you really think about it, it does. So, what do you guys think about offering the 49ers our 2 second-round picks in return for their number 31 and Brandon Ayuk?
Ooh.
Sign me up right now.
I like that.
I
like that too, actually. That sounds good.
So we would get Brandon Ayuk
and 31.
We get Brandon Ayuk and 31, so we still get 2 players. We get one that's a proven commodity. We get another guy that will allow us to be able to move up and get him before. I mean, hell, we could get another wide receiver if we wanted to.
So that's really, if you look at Bills, 49ers, and probably Chiefs are getting receivers.
I don't know, man. I'm on the mindset though, like Tony was. Like all these defensive players just keep falling, man. Like there's a very good plausibility that we have pick of what kind of position we want, and we could have top choice of like the top player at a defensive position at multiple different positions.
Right, but
at 33.
drafting. But trading up to 31 and getting Brandon Ayuk opens 31 up to whatever.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
absolutely. Because 33 right now, 33 kind of feels like you have to go wide receiver, right, or some offensive weapon of some sort. Unless one of these centers fall, and then you're like, maybe we go that route. But if you could mark one of those needs off of the table and have a Brandon Ayuk, and then you have 3 veteran wide receivers on the team between Thielen, Deontay, and Brandon Ayuk, then you can pick a defensive guy. You got your offense somewhat squared away moving forward, and having the focus being tight end and center couldn't hurt you if you can get one of these top end quarterbacks or linebackers.
I would take Ayuk over any of the receivers in the draft, hands down.
Could you flip that 31 and get 2 seconds with that, or is that just too much?
I think that would be too much. Depending on who's still on the board and who's hungry. Like if New England wanted to move up, because they have the 34th pick, I think.
They're talking about
Someone's TV's pretty loud. Someone's TV's pretty loud. But
I
I think
was about to say somebody just cut their shit up in his nose.
I think New England has 34, so it really kind of just depends on whoever is hungry for.
Chase Hawkins, I love it, man. Thank you.
We're getting really close. This pick right here might determine whether JPJ falls or not. If they don't take him here, there's a very good chance he might fall to us at 33.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in to the C3 Panthers annual live draft party, C3 Panthers podcast party. Guys, I've had some people are coming in and out. It's a party here at my house right now. Look, but at least put your face in the mirror. Look, people are already showing up here. They're excited. Guys, what has happened in the last 6 picks that has affected the Carolina Panthers draft?
Everything.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
one wide receiver. Hold on. How many receivers? Just one, right?
Just one in the last. Yeah.
Just one receiver, offensive lineman, corner, and now Dallas might take a center, but we'll see.
Question for everybody though: if the way it's currently lining up on the board, what if some of these guys fall, including the defensive stars? And you remember Canales said that that they have certain players rated higher than other players because they fit their scheme better. What if he still takes, hypothetically, say, Leggett, while some of this other defenses and offensive talent that fans think is better are still on the board?
He's a genius. He's a genius.
For an incredible amount of usage to me.
He's a genius.
Now, with all these receivers falling, that would kind of hurt my feelings.
I would cheer and laugh at Cody.
I would understand why there would be some skepticism, but I would try to. I would probably be all right with it if it worked. Yeah, CK, go ahead.
No, I was gonna talk to Tony, but he took his headphones off.
Oh, well, see.
You still talk shit to him.
There he goes.
Hey, Tony.
Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't.
He's never teasing you right now, CK.
I swear you guys are talking to me.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. He's putting it up to his ear now. He sees it.
There's Tony.
He knows. He sees it. Tony, I had an idea, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it based on previous conversations leading up to this. So right now, the way the draft is falling, we talked about how 33 and 39 are becoming increasingly more valuable with a lot of these
Detroit traded
top
up.
end players. Ooh. But my thought was the Panthers trade with the 49ers to move up to 31. We get 31 and we get Brandon Ayuk in exchange for our 33 and 39.
Oh, easy. Done. Sign it right now.
And it's a win-win. It's a win-win for everybody.
The only thing CK with that is to get from there to there. I think it's going to take next year's first.
No.
Right. And if a team, and arguably as a guy at work was telling me about this, is like, what if a team wants to move into 33 after sitting 24 hours watching this and they go, man, we got, there's a guy we need. We can't let somebody else jump. And he was saying that next year's first is part of that package for him, is to get our 33. You got to give us next year's first, because it's probably going to be a team that's pretty decent. It's probably going to be a late 20s pick or something to that effect. So interesting in that case. I am okay with trading like that, CK, because you get a player that's going to be
pick is in
instant.
Arnold.
But I don't like the idea of giving up a future first.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because then this party sucks like tonight.
Nate Wiggins is the number 5 prospect still on the board, and we're at 24.
Yeah, Detroit's getting him.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kansas City tries to trade up ahead of Buffalo to go after him.
Yeah. Well, I think the Lions are getting them right now. They just traded up.
The Lions just tomorrow. So there's gonna be a lot of people on the board.
Carrying Arnold to the Lions.
Man, I hope Dan Morgan's on the phone right now, starting to field some things. That would make things really interesting.
But if reality, if I don't know what the Cowboys got for trading back, but if they're interested in the center that we're talking JPJ, it makes a lot of sense for them to trade back.
Right.
The Cowboys trade details are they trade the 24th and a 7th rounder in 2025 to the Lions for 29 and the 73rd overall pick.
That's a weak trade up.
Hey guys, can you hear a lot of background noise from y'all's mics now? The way I got my speaker set up. Say something.
No. I can't hear any.
I don't hear any background noise.
Okay, good, because the people that are sitting here at my house want to listen to the show. I had it going through my headphones.
Nah, have at it,
Is it
man.
me?
That sounds good.
So
All right,
I have an
no, it wasn't anybody.
question.
They were, yeah, they wanted to hear you see Kyle.
Here I am.
Dude, I already had somebody message me and say, "Oh, he's cute."
Oh shit! Nah, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, bruh.
What she said?
All right.
It just got
Sound like
awkward
she
for
said
Kyle.
you are
He don't
I
know.
swear, man.
Yeah, it is.
Hang on. I might be single, but I don't know about all this.
Oh, don't worry, it's not gonna get weird. I don't like her. I like you. It's easy.
Don't be scared.
I don't like him either.
They're putting keys and bowls over there at Tony's place.
Wow.
They're putting keys and bowls at Tony's place.
Party's at Tony's
There's a
place.
party over there.
Sibling
Shit.
love.
No,
We only
How
have.
long would it take y'all to get to Tony's house?
I'd take to Greenville from
Make our
Wilmington to Greenville.
our
like
stream
4 hours.
slap and show your boobs, right?
Where was my invite, Tony?
So question for everybody.
All right, what do you got?
How would you feel taking the best running back in the draft that only has one injury history from Texas, Jonathan Brooks, at 39?
No. I'm not taking a running back. I don't want to take a running back in the second at all.
Yeah, not in the second.
Not in the second. I'll take one in the third, but I'm not going to take one in the second.
I'll go on.
I don't know. We only have one pick in the third. I wouldn't take him with the fourth.
You better use his ass if you're going to do that shit. If I'm going to be on board with that.
You wouldn't take Jonathan Brooks in the fourth, Kyle?
A damn game. Hey, what round are you talking about? Not 30. What Kyle wants fourth. If Dan Canals,
we only have 3 picks. We have 3 picks: 33, 39, and 65. Those have to be starters.
Want to give him 20 carries a game? I'm okay with giving him the pick right there. But if you're not going to give him the ball at least 20 times, no. And I don't think they will, so that's not going to be a good pick.
Well, he's a run heavy coach. I think
he
they
is
would.
a run heavy coach.
I mean, he's a run heavy coach, but we have 6 running backs on the roster right now.
Ain't none of them are worth a shit either.
None of them are worth a shit, and I agree with you. But I mean, does that pick at 65 make him a starter over Chuba and Sanders?
At 39?
Yeah. Who's starting cornerback? Or wait, no, the Lions have taken
Terrion
two
Arnold.
cornerbacks in a row.
Terrion Arnold.
Two cornerbacks
if we're
in a row
talking
from
running
Alabama
back,
2 years in a
So
row.
what did the Lions pick? Just their pick is in. Who did they get?
They took Terrion Arnold.
Where does he come from? What does he do?
He's from Alabama.
Oh, okay. What
If
position?
we're talking running back, I don't know how you feel about it, but Braylon Allen, we need a body mover, like a guy that can move the pile, in my opinion.
That's why I said 4th round, because I like
Not
Trey
early,
Benson
but I
in the
really
4th
do hope
round.
we draft one.
Yeah,
I
like
want
if
a
we're
running
talking
back.
If he
4th
makes it
round,
there.
like Trey Benson's a good one. Braylon Allen is another. We just need a guy that can get that 3rd and 1 because we don't have a guy under center that can do that. So I think
is way better than either one of them.
We don't have too many running backs that are over 200 pounds, honestly.
Exactly. So, and we have we don't have a 6'5", 250 quarterback. So, yes, I do think having a big-bodied running back is probably a smart move, in my opinion.
And and they tried that shit last year, but they did it with undrafted free agent Cameron Peoples, who was from Appalachian State. So, like, if they had a big bruiser running back last year that wasn't an undrafted free agent, he probably would have cracked the roster.
But does,
carries
but
for
does
us.
a big bruising running back fit Dave Canales' system?
I mean, third and one is third and one.
Fucking guards we got up front. Why not?
The Bucks didn't have any problems at 3rd and 1. Who'd they use?
Well, yeah, but they had a shit running game.
All right, so who do we got left going ahead in the draft? Is we've got the Bucks on the clock, right?
No,
So
we've
the
got Green Bay on the
is
clock right
in.
now, followed by Tampa Bay and Arizona.
Yeah,
So
the pick is in
who
for the
out of
Packers.
this group affects us the most? We're talking
Maybe Arizona.
Tampa. I mean,
obviously Tampa because of the division, right? But then you get Buffalo. Buffalo's going to be looking. They're going to be hungry for a receiver. Dallas
Chiefs.
might not be like there's probably 3 receivers that could go right now. You could get
I wouldn't be
the
surprised
Bills
if Dallas
taking
is a
one, you
receiver
could get
with the
Cowboys
trade back.
taking one, and you could have the 49ers or the Chiefs taking one.
Both of them.
Didn't Green Bay lose their star lineman though? So like maybe they go lineman here.
They might go lineman, or they might reach and do like a Lad McConkey.
I don't think they go green. I don't think they go wide receiver. I think they go. They've recently switched to a 4-3 defense. A lot of people don't know that. So it's almost too early for them to go linebacker because they don't really have good depth at the stop. The linebackers that fit a 4-3.
I think it was like Bakhtiari or something was his name.
Bakhtiari,
Bakhtiari or whatever. I think he was their tackle, but I'd be surprised if they didn't pick a lineman. I mean, because that was their huge move off their roster this year.
They don't. Yeah, they don't have a very long history of drafting wide receivers in the first round, so I could see them still maintaining the same path that they had. They had some production out of those guys. It just kind of fell off of a cliff halfway through the season. But I think, I could. You're not wrong. I think that they could go, lineman here because Bakhtiari, granted he's been there, he has actually been injured for like 3 years, so he hasn't actually been a part of that team for that long. So,
and we signed our backup, right? Did we sign our backup tackle for the Packers?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, Yoshi Nijman or whatever his name was. He was the backup.
Taylor Guyton and Barton still on the board.
Graham Barton from Duke.
And Jordan Morgan from Arizona gets a lot of attention. He's a tackle, but he's got like short arms per se. So
we brought him in too, Jordan Morgan.
A lot of people were talking about Patrick Paul rising up boards as well.
Yeah, we brought him in too.
If Carolina trades up, it would probably be that Arizona 27th pick. If we do, I feel like that would be the pick Carolina would try to trade up for.
The pick is in, y'all.
I don't want to ruin it, but I think I know who we're gonna draft.
The Packers are taking Arizona offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, guys. Tell me what the status is, how much time there is. I've got the Carolina Panthers scratch-off ticket ready, guys. Tell me this is out of these numbers, these are our winning numbers tonight on the scratch-off ticket. I told you this is that if we get a 200 or more, we're getting a jersey out of this because I'm broke, so I need to get a little money back. So, I got to take a little of the juice. But number 6, does anybody remember a player for the Panthers who wore number 6?
Miles Sanders.
Automatically do not choose that shit.
Baker Mayfield.
Sanders, okay.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield.
Bro,
yeah.
Oh, God, if this wins like 200K, I'm going to love those motherfuckers. I'm buying all their jerseys. All right, number 12.
Bro,
how about this?
Kerry Collins.
Oh, Kerry Collins for number 12.
David
so now
Geddes.
we have one of the most hated running back, and we've got a racist quarterback in the hole. All right, number 32, Carolina Panthers.
Rod Smart.
Who?
Rod Smart. He ate me.
Oh, that's our winner, baby. That's our winner. All right, and number 11, is that Brandon LaFell?
Brandon LaFell or Robbie Anderson, chosen.
Oh no,
Chosen Anderson.
What about Peyton
Man,
Wilson?
they
or
already
PJ
lost.
Walker.
Wait a
PJ
minute.
Walker.
Todd Serabon. Todd Serabon.
The Buccaneers are taking Graham Barton with the 26th pick.
All right.
All right.
No.
That
Not
came
names
quick,
on what
though,
I'm
didn't
scratching.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pickle. They still haven't or they're just now announcing the Green Bay pick.
Yeah,
And they,
they're
and
just
the Tampa
Oh
Bay
announcing.
pick's
man, I
already
wish we
been.
would have had 22 for Christian McCaffrey. We would have won $5. Dude,
Which is
Bro,
a
the Green
realistic
Bay fan that they're
translation,
showing on
guys, of what we got
ESPN is
for him.
pissed. He's
Hey,
mad.
Tony. What number
Who is
ticket
Guess
is that?
what? The scratch off ticker is like Frank Wright's football team.
Worthless.
Loser.
One win.
Dude, this Lions fan is fucking fucking with this
Yeah, are
Packers
you
guy.
watching the ESPN one where he's messing with the cheesehead? Dude, that's so funny. I would be mad too. That's a reach.
Here, you might look at it from the beginning then.
I know I sound
Yeah,
like the,
yes, that is a very big reach.
So what was the pick
At
again?
this point, you take Tyler
Jordan
Guyton.
Morgan from
Yeah,
Arizona.
Jordan
tackle.
Morgan went to Green Bay. And the Buccaneers pick is in already.
Buccaneers.
And Barton is going there.
That
Yep.
Packers fan
They haven't
probably has
announced
no
it,
idea
but
who this
I'm
dude
sure.
is.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, Barton hadn't played center since his sophomore year, but they were playing his.
Oh my god!
Just a center.
He played all 5 positions though.
Yeah,
Carolina, if you want to do something, you got to get in front of Buffalo. If you want who you
let it
want.
ride. Let it ride.
I don't think Buffalo's going worthy. I don't think it is.
Anthony
throwing it
just
out
said in the
there.
chat that or sent a
Wait a minute.
post from Ian Rappaport saying that there's a lot of teams trying to trade back into the first.
Think
coming up
about
here
where
in the late.
Buffalo.
Oh shit!
Think about Buffalo's offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. What does he like to do?
Pass
Lose
and
fucking
He
football.
likes
He likes to
screens.
throw it to Leggett. Kevin.
Exactly.
Yep.
That'd be perfect for his system.
I wonder who Arizona's going to take.
I'll
They
cry
probably
if
need to go
Leggett
defense
gets
or
drafted
something.
by Buffalo.
I
They
won't.
should go defense.
Can't find a fucking.
Hopefully the Buccaneers
Are
do
they
the
gonna-
same
they're
thing
gonna
that
go
the
to
Falcons
commercial now? Are you kidding me?
and the Saints did and draft somebody that
Something
they don't
stupid.
that doesn't move the needle for any of us.
Yeah, the Bucks though are a short-term threat though in this division,
Yeah.
right?
They are the ones that went to the playoffs.
Right. I mean, you've got Mike Evans, who is just giant, and Baker Mayfield has a connection with them. Now, they will be replacing a lot of coaches in the background because of Dave Canales, happy, smiley Dave Canales, who left. But they have the kind of veteran team that can win. Like, do they kind of become the Saints of what have been the last 4 years where you're looking at the Saints and you go, gosh, they're not great. But they're deep, somehow the Saints have been relevant through the last 5 years, despite not having Drew Brees or how many years it's been. Tampa Bay, if I'm Tampa Bay, I'm trying to make a difference maker right here at 26. And we've got a 2-year window before Atlanta maybe becomes who they want to become, or the Carolina Panthers become who they want to become. They're
Yeah, because
not in
Bijan
a
and Robinson year
build
3 is
later
going to be
mode,
nasty.
are they?
Yeah, I think Atlanta's not quite where they want to be, but I think they'll get there. I mean, they're still Atlanta, so I'm not gonna be afraid of anything that they do or anything like that. But
Right.
I definitely I think their running back, I think he's gonna have a really, really, really good season. So we'll see, but I'm still not worried about him.
All right, Tampa Bay is on the clock. The pick is in. I'm watching it not even on television, just refreshing the NFL draft site right now.
It's going to be a
Nate
punter,
Wiggins.
Tony.
Nate Wiggins and Darius Robinson are still.
Give him
Remember when
punter.
they took that kicker in the 3rd round that one year?
He wasn't that bad.
I remember him sucking.
Wow. Cardinals are taking Darius Robinson from Mizzou.
Great edge. I liked him.
Yeah, that's a good position.
Yeah, he's
for him.
good. Yeah.
He was mocked to us by several people.
Who did Tampa Bay take?
Tampa Bay they're gonna take Graham Barton. It's not announced yet, but they're gonna take Graham Barton.
What does the board
Tell us
look
about
like right
Graham
now?
Barton a little.
Who has
Very
the board?
versatile. Very good. He can
Played
play
all
basically
5
every
positions at Duke.
Yeah, he can basically play all offensive.
All 5 positions on that line.
Sounds like a
And he's
master of
good to
none.
great.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
He's
pick
really good.
right there. If Graham Barton is Tampa Bay's pick, we're actually kind of upset about that because Tampa Bay started to get better when they invested in their defensive line and their offensive line over the last few years. You got Vita, you know what I'm saying? You've had some other guys you had last year. They shuffled their entire offensive line. You know they needed help there, but you hate to see them. Look, and kudos to them for getting a good player at 26, right? That if he's versatile like that, you can put him where you want, and nothing hurts when you add to the offensive line, right? I mean, there's nothing ever bad with that type of move.
I don't know.
Pick up
Look
the
at
pace in
Icky.
this draft.
With all this defensive talent on the board, how would Sean McDermott not take a defensive player?
I think he took receiver.
With all the defensive players he lost, I mean, receiver is a deeper class than some of the defensive players. Still on the
Here's
board.
somebody's TV.
Yo,
somebody's
TV is loud as shit.
And then it got
It ain't
quiet.
mine. I'm muted.
My boy just said it's not ours. We have no TV. I got a TV over there that doesn't work. It's got a line through it. It's irritating.
All right, Bucks, here we go.
I'm just excited to see who we got available at 33, y'all.
Man, I really want JPJ. JPJ's almost there. 5 or 6 more picks.
Nate
and
Wiggins is
JPJ's
almost there. Xavier Worthy's almost there.
Bro, yeah.
I hope Nate Wiggins gets
Adonai
picked right
Mitchell's
there.
almost there. Bro,
I hope
maybe we
Leggett
should trade up to
gets
number
picked
33.
433, Kev, just because of that.
I'm not repeating it.
I'm
Graham Barton.
Yo, Cooper
Graham Barton's
Cooper
going.
Cooper
Tampa Bay.
is still there. Just saying.
It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me for Worthy to go in Kansas City.
Is the white boy still available?
Yep.
Yeah,
Cooper
that's what Cooper. He said a
He
white
said it's the
boy.
white boy still available. Good
He's still
shit,
there.
Kevin.
You know the safety?
Yeah, he plays corner too. He plays, but he'd be better off in a safety.
Hey guys, thanks again for tuning in to the C3 Panthers podcast 11th NFL live draft party. We've been watching the picks go by. Even though we don't have a selection, we are still learning a lot about this draft. Big shout out to Ken Blakely, super generous tonight. Thank you very much, Ken. He wrote this: if Joe Brady gets to pick Leggett, I feel like this will be his way to say, up yours, Carolina. What do you think? Could Joe Brady be ready to upset the Carolina Panthers draft crush? And was the Leggett news smoke? I feel like it was a little too heavy and too thick. But what do you guys think about Ken's comment?
I think he fits Joe Brady's system perfectly.
I just think he's a reach at.
I think he's a reach there. I understand the concept that you take him.
Bills trading.
Kevin's right. He fits it real good.
Who are the Bills trading?
With the amount of talent,
I don't know.
Watch me, Carolina.
Wide receivers are legit because there's a lot more talent.
Yeah, but that talent doesn't matter if it doesn't fit your system.
Right.
Trayvon Newton's still on the board
there's
too.
so
Holy
many
cow.
needs. Buffalo's got more needs than we got. They cut a lot of people.
They lost both their
Cardinals
receivers,
pick
though.
Darius Robinson.
You're
Cardinals
right. I'm
go
not saying they
Darius
won't
Robinson.
take a receiver. I just don't think it's Leggett.
I don't think they're going to. I think they're definitely taking a receiver because they can't do that with Josh Allen.
How close are they?
I'm fine to take a receiver. I'm not saying they won't take a receiver. I just
Darius
don't think it's
Robinson.
All right, 4 more picks, guys. 4 more
I got
picks.
a feeling it's gonna be a Donnie. We're getting AD.
Bro, I would love AD, honestly.
I swear, I think we're getting AD.
I don't want
Bills are
anything
in
to do with
trade
them
talks
Texas
to move
receivers.
out of the 28th.
Stay out of this, Kev.
Per source.
Stay out.
I don't trust them.
Whoa, hang on. Let Evan speak.
Well, yeah, basically it's just from Jordan Schultz. He's saying that the Bills are indeed in trade talks to trade out of the 28th pick right now, possibly. No, not guaranteed, but possibly. I wonder if we're one of those teams. It doesn't say who. It just says with other teams.
Yeah, that's what Jonathan Jones is reporting. The same thing.
I honestly, as long as we don't I don't think we'll have to give up our own first from next year, especially.
No,
here.
not to move up 4 spots. No.
No, yeah.
Can I ask a serious question? Like, what am I supposed to do with this Dante Jackson mini helmet?
Donate it to charity.
Just keep it.
Just keep it. You never know. If Dante Jackson becomes a Hall of Famer, that'll be worth something.
So I mean,
Critical. It is mathematically impossible for Dante Jackson to become a Hall of Famer. Too much of his career has already gone by. Thank you guys for tuning in. How about this? Lance Kubiak with $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Lance. Been a long time listener of the podcast, probably since the days of Joe Riolano. By the way, rest in peace, Joe Riolano. Love you, brother. Great to hang out again for the NFL draft. Guys, would you say it's 11:22? Is this draft fast or slow or right on time?
Do you remember the old days?
Chiefs are trading up to 28. Chiefs are trading up to 28 with the Bills.
I'm surprised, dude. They're going after. They got their guy.
They might be going tackle here. They definitely need a tackle. They might be going Tyler Guyton. If not,
No,
probably
there's
a
no
receiver.
shot. They're
No shot they
100%
trade up.
wide receiver.
Yeah, they're wide receiver. I feel like.
Please don't be Adane. Just be worthy.
It's gonna be
No
Zay
way.
Worthy.
There's no way they trade up to the first round for a tackle.
Well, no,
they're just trading 4 spots. They were trading for 32.
Spots, but I mean, they're still going to get a receiver. They just want to jump everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think they're going worthy, guys. I think they're going worthy.
That's fine. That's fine.
They could go.
Ted Ginn Jr.
A couple of
They
them.
can have Ted Ginn Jr.
That's not Ted Ginn Jr. Kev. No, you can't. No.
He had dropped, man. He dropped so many balls.
Dude, all the wide receivers have drops, though.
He's fast and he drops balls. That's Ted Ginn.
They better not be
That
going
sounds
to
like
commercial again.
All
I
right.
swear.
Who with no camera? Actually, Ant, you're coming in no camera. Anybody need a 5-minute break or anything? Hit me in the private chat. Ant's trying to cycle back through.
You can take me out, Tony. Just bring it back if you can.
I need a 5-minute drink.
Hey, I mean, that's where we're all at these days. Hey, the fact that we're still awake at this point means Tony has kept it together. All right, you're here. Let's get Ant in here. I'm going to put.
What do you think? What is the compensation for this trade?
So, okay, so
real
Buffalo
quick,
just
I
traded
watched-
to KC. Did
Right.
see
All right.
that?
Ant was dying to get into the podcast. Not dying. He messaged and he said, Tony, pay attention because
Xavier Worthy to
I'm
the
so
Chiefs.
spoiled by Cody Black
my-
this year. Ant, what you got for us on this draft so far?
No, the Chiefs just took. Oh my god!
Xavier Worthy.
I thought they were gonna take a tackle, but
No way.
they got Worthy, man.
Yep.
I
knew that. I called it.
It fits. He's got the Tyreek Hill speed. It worked
Yep.
with Patrick Mahomes before.
Yep.
Imagine his arm and Worthy speed. It goes together.
We all do that. That the Kansas.
Can you
City would have
imagine
a
his
very good
hands?
Chance of taking Worthy
Yep,
at
you can
30.
blame
I
Buffalo
mean,
for that,
if they
too.
traded up, just means they
Tyreek
didn't
Hill
want
dropped
Buffalo
the
to have
ball
him.
till he learned from Andy Reid how not to.
that offense
that's
is gonna
the
be
point.
really good. Oh
The
my
compensation for the trade that just happened. So the Bills sent pick 28, 133, and 248 to Kansas City, and Kansas City sent the Bills 32, 95, and 221.
What? That is such a bad trade.
Tony,
Yep, I agree, Casey.
Hold on, let PK finish. PK, what were you gonna say?
That's
I'm saying that's such a bad trade. The Bills, that is your rival in the AFC. You don't give them an easy out to get a better player. You have got to pull them over the coals if you're actually going to trade that. To get 95 and to give up 2 additional picks in addition to that, that's dumb. That's dumb.
And on top of that, CK, they're the reason the Bills are the reason why the Chiefs ended with Patrick Mahomes, anyways.
Right.
Pickle, what did you have for me?
Just Lance in the comment private chat said that Worthy is Ted Ginn Jr. as someone who has watched every game Worthy's played in.
All right. So my question for Lance is this, and Lance is in the panel, so he can answer it right away. Is when Ted Ginn Jr., where he was incredible, was in special teams in college and the pros was his. So he was a standout on special teams. He would have like a touchdown, a punt return, and then he would have another big catch. So it looked like an all-around player. I used to hate Ted Ginn Jr. I do thank Ted Ginn Jr. for being like the 4th best receiver in Carolina Panther history, despite me not liking him, despite him having stone hands. Do you think Worthy is the Ginn comparison, or is it John Ross?
It's neither. His routes
Hold on.
more...
No, let's go to Lance first, Anthony.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know Lance was in here. Go ahead, Lance.
So Worthy is better than Ted Ginn. He is better all around. He is not as good at special teams as Ted Ginn. If you look back at his games, he had several drops on punts, several drops on kickoffs. When he can field it and actually return it, he is great. I'll send you guys a video later when I was at the game and he ran it back like 90-something yards for a touchdown. It was great. However, he had drops in the worst moments possible. I mean, to win a game.
That is Ted Ginn. That is Ted Ginn. Stone hands Ted Ginn. When Ted Ginn came to Carolina, I was in the stands in week 1 or 2. It was early in the season. It was his first season there in that 2013 maybe season. I think he came, and then he was here for a year, and then he left and came back. And there was a Dolphins fan in the stands right beside. We may have actually been playing the Dolphins, or else he was just weird wearing a Dolphins jersey to a game that neither team was playing. But he goes, "Oh, stone hands." And I was like, I'm stealing that number 1 because it turned out to be true. But in defense of Ted Ginn, he would drop the easiest fucking deep ball.
I was at the
easiest. And then,
I was at the Indy game where he dropped it in the end zone.
Right. But then he would make some great catches and some great plays. There were so many times Cam hit him, and you're like, that's 70 easy, bro. And nope.
Right. I totally agree with you, Tony. It was hit or miss. Either he was going to go for a good play, or you were going to look at him like, are you really an NFL receiver? The fuck?
Strangely, he was bad at catching the deep ball.
Right?
He was really great. Hit him on like a wide receiver screen, he would take it to the house.
Yeah.
Or something. But when you are a 4-2, 4-3 guy, and you can't catch the deep ball, like it negates the entire greatness of who you are. You know what I'm saying? And so, look, I don't want to smack. Look, I've dumped on Ted Ginn plenty over the years. And he turned out to be far better. I mean, I would say this is that I think Ted Ginn did more for the Carolina Panthers than Kelvin Benjamin did.
Yes,
I think Ted Ginn did more for the Carolina Panthers than Devin Funchess did.
You know what's insane? Like right now, the Kansas City wide receivers, they all have trouble catching the ball. Like Tooney, Worthy, like nobody can catch a damn ball.
Yeah, Kadarius has problems catching balls, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, tell us, somebody the pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know why I put my headphones on because I have it playing through my speakers, but the Kansas City Chiefs traded up with the Buffalo Bills. The Bills moved down to 32. What do you think Kansas City is thinking here? Are they trying to muster up that defense a little bit as they continue?
No, we already know the pick.
Yeah, they
Who
got
was
Worthy.
it?
Yeah, they're going Xavier Worthy.
They got Worthy? Oh,
Yeah, they
that's
got
why we were
Worthy.
talking about him. All right. Welcome to the show,
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah. Welcome to the show,
fucking
Tony.
All right. Dallas is on the clock. See, I'm on the website. I feel like I should be ahead. Just looking at the names, not even the actual broadcast. Dallas is on the clock. Anybody got any sense of what Dallas wants or needs here?
I think they might go wide receiver.
Center or corner.
I'm with CK wide receiver.
I think they take Jackson Powers
Yep,
Johnson.
Jackson Powers Johnson, probably right.
Now,
Or
they
CPA.
Yeah, that's
I could see that, but I'm the reason I think that they might go wide receiver here
Cowboys.
is they're on the verge of a CD Lamb extension, needing to worry about paying him. And if they can have another wide receiver on the roster, number one, it's going to help a little bit of their leverage with saying we don't necessarily need to pay you this type of money. We have a guy who can fill the role that you have. But it also their window for a Super Bowl, whether you like it or not, is going to close pretty rapidly as Dak continues to get older and this team is starting to have to pay out massive contracts like it is going to have to Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and everything like that. So I think that getting another wide receiver on this on the other side of CeeDee is going to.
Yeah,
We know for sure.
Tyler Guyton.
Tyler Guyton.
Cowboys are taking Tyler Guyton. That's who I thought the Chiefs would have taken, but
They just cut their tackle, didn't they?
yeah, Tyron
Tyron Smith.
They let him go as he signed with the Jets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Hey, that's the last team that I honestly thought would maybe take JPJ, so he might make it there to 33.
Yeah, now Evan, how would you feel if he made it to 33? And I want to ask the same question I've asked all night, and they passed on him to take somebody else.
Depends
on who the
pass.
other person
it
is.
depends on who they pass on or who they pick to pass on him. But also, like, you in that situation, one thing I'm very vocal about, and I would like for us to do is, especially with how the board is dropping.
Right.
Why not try and trade up and get pick 34 right after pick 33 so you can pick back to back? Because then you can get the two best players of the second round. I mean, if you wait till 39, you can probably still get a solid player. Because even if you don't get JPJ there, he might be gone by pick 39, but that's only a 5-6 pick difference. So. And if you take receiver at 30, if you take like Adonai Mitchell at 33, then you don't even have to worry about, or just a general receiver, you don't have to worry about some of the receiver needy teams or risking not getting a receiver with one of those first two picks because New England might take a receiver or they might trade. Washington maybe would take a receiver. I mean, there's some receiver needy teams right behind us after 33.
We got the Ravens, 49ers, and Bills. All three can take a receiver.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't
and
disagree.
I mean, that still leaves the Panthers at 33 with an extremely valuable pick, like CK said. Like, that shit's still extremely valuable. Even if they all go receiver, that's like 4 or 5 defensive players off the board? Like, there's not many. So, I mean, that pick is valuable.
So, what would it be worth to trade down out of 33? Like, what would you need to make that a worthy trade?
I need for me personally, CK, I would say I need another second and I need at least a fourth, possibly a third.
So you're saying
a
pick swap in the second and then add a fourth?
And add a fourth, preferably a third, but the least I would take was a fourth.
I would say third. I would say third because at that point, you're saying as the Panthers, you're telling those other teams, you're like, there's a lot of players we like here. So you got to pay us. If we're really going to move out, you're going to have to pay us to move out.
Right. And there's a lot of good players that are going to be available in the third. And the fact that we only have one pick, I think we should get that.
Well, there's just scrolling through the NFL's version, how they grade them. And it's just by the grade, the best to the worst. There is so much talent left on this board. I don't know that it would be wasting picks if we traded up in the draft. I mean,
Hey, an AFC GM texted a reporter, "Fuck me, it's over for the league," with Xavier Worley going to the Chiefs.
I could honestly, like, yeah.
Who's still on the board?
Lots of people are
JPJ.
still on the board. Baltimore's pick is in.
I bet you it might be. Mitchell.
But they just re-signed Bateman.
Could
right?
be Mitchell. The Cowboys,
Nate
Ravens.
Nate Wiggins to the Ravens.
Nate Wiggins. Wow.
Is it?
Yep. I'd rather have Kool-Aid, honestly. Like, I'm a Clemson fan. I'm sorry to Clemson, but I'd rather have Kool-Aid McHenry, honestly.
No Clemson player at 30.
All right, so Baltimore has
won't
been the
be.
gold standard of the NFL draft and free agency for a long time. They continue to build a complete team, it seems like, every year without leveraging too much. Even when they had the Lamar Jackson talks, you know, they were able to not just give in and give him Deshaun Watson right out the gate money. I mean, even though they paid him a lot. Guys, what is the sense? Tell me this. Is the pick already in?
Yeah, it's
the pick is
Wiggins.
in. They haven't announced it on
Kool-Aid does
TV
not
yet.
suck.
Okay, so we don't know. Do you think it's going to be offense or defense here? And then actually probably more interesting to us is what will the San Francisco 49ers be doing? A lot of people like Lad McConkey there to the 49ers. And
It depends if they're going to trade Ayuk, if they're like super fucking serious about trading Ayuk. Because if they go receiver right now, then we almost know that they're going to do it.
But it's
Nate
already
Wiggins
been
here.
reported that they want the 49ers are still demanding a mid-first round pick for Ayuk. They may not.
Yeah,
get
that's
that
not happening now.
Or
well,
next
they're
year.
not getting a mid now.
No, I mean,
They're
even
getting a 30,
for next
31,
year,
or
I
a
doubt
32
they
at this
get
point.
one next year.
No,
Isn't
definitely.
Isn't Ayuk on a one-year deal?
Yeah,
So-
that's the thing. I see the Ayuk situation the same as the Brian Burns. People aren't going to give you a first because he's asking for a big contract. They have to realize that. Yes, he's a star wide receiver, but the team that trades for him is going to have to pay him just like the Giants did for Brian, and that's why we didn't get a first.
Right.
I'm actually cool with passing on JPJ because of Frazier's still there, and there's so many other great players.
JPJ is better.
Yeah, JPJ is literally the best center.
I heard he had
He's
knee
the best.
problems.
He's the
didn't he?
best center.
I mean,
No,
he does have he had a knee problem, but like you're talking about replacing Corbett, you know, like
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had a knee injury a couple years ago, but that's about it.
we're talking about Corbett had a season.
I don't even want Corbett at center. I don't know why they're putting him at center. I do not. I hope he doesn't start.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
JPJ.
I think he will start. He claims he's always been built for center.
Yeah, but
He's never taken a snap in a game.
No, he's never played an NFL game at center.
That's life. I mean last year, a couple years ago,
Deal with it, Panther fan.
A couple years ago, Brady Christensen never took a snap at guard.
He was a rookie though. I mean, he
Pretty
was
good.
Yeah, but
yes,
Moon's like 8 years in.
Austin Corbett is Pro Bowl guard. He's a Pro Bowl guard.
Well, too damn bad, ain't it? Listen,
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're a Pro Bowl wide receiver, you're not going to be a Pro Bowl tight end.
Well, you might be.
Hey,
I don't know.
know that.
Man,
I think Kelsey could have.
I don't think Kelsey could have been a Pro Bowl wide receiver. I don't think he could have survived on the outside. He beat linebackers on the inside.
That's true.
Nate Wiggins went to Baltimore.
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Sucks,
yeah,
Cody.
He did.
Goddamn.
Rip. We'll still get Will Shipley later.
Fuck. Why can't I ever have anything nice, man?
Shout out to Joe Person, who 39 seconds ago tweeted, "The Panthers' Clemson-less draft streak still alive."
God damn it, man. Look at this fucking team.
Everybody's just trolling you, Cody.
It's tradition. It's just tradition.
It's nothing personal.
You know, I wanted to
give up
happen
on
too.
shit.
Hey man, give it
fan,
right,
but I'm not
Cody.
fan.
Give it right back to me tomorrow when Peyton Wilson goes to some other team.
Well, that's
Oh
what
gosh,
it is.
I'm going
Give
nuts.
it right back. It's
All
okay.
to do is
I'm
jump
ready
and
for it.
get
I'm ready for it to come
one
to
thing-
us.
The one thing I have to say, though, the Panthers have never won the Super Bowl. What if we actually drafted Clemson player
It's not
and
gonna
we
happen.
win the Super Bowl?
It's not gonna happen.
Because you know your ass is never
It's going to
win
happen
again.
eventually.
Well, we've drafted
There's
South
no way you
Carolina
go
players.
in like
That damn sure
75
ain't
years
helping.
of existence without drafting from Clemson.
We just
They
went
just
29.
produced
I
two
think
good
we're about to go
players.
29 years.
Well, this is our 30th season, so
Is it? Or I thought it was,
yeah.
30 years. Hey, it's a record number. Well, hi, him.
All right, who's San Fran picking?
They're still on the clock. I don't know. They could
Too
go
many
receivers.
commercials.
They could go. Shit, they could go a lot of different places.
So is
I mean-
that still available? Who else is on?
Lad
Kool-Aid
McConkey,
McKinstry.
Kool-Aid. You still have your center. That's the many
JPJ.
consider the number one. Yep.
Yeah, JPJ.
You still obviously have the linebackers. There hasn't been a crazy run on linebackers either. So
I haven't seen a single one.
I think there was one earlier.
Oh shit!
I don't think there has been.
I've seen edge, but
Is
I have
it,
not seen interior linebacker.
Is there an edge that would consider themselves a linebacker, depending upon the
maybe Jared
like, sort of
Verse.
like okay,
I'm seeing
maybe
the
that's
board
what I
right
was
now.
thinking about.
I don't see any.
I think all the linebackers are still there. All the besides Brock Bowers, all the tight ends are still there.
The white boy's still there.
Yeah.
All the centers are still
Cooper.
there. Cooper, fucking Cooper, he's still there.
Goddamn
Definitely
Cooper.
not Cooper DeJean.
Yeah,
Cooper.
I would rather not waste the 33rd pick on a safety.
Yeah.
He's corner. He's not a safety.
He's a safety. He don't play man coverage good enough to be a true corner. And it's the same difference. Yeah, listen, we just went through all this bullshit with Jeremy Chin. Just because he looks like a corner, just because he sounds like a corner, just because he pretends he's a corner, don't mean he is.
Well, I think
He's
it's
not a
just
corner,
something-
though.
I
He does
do
look like
think
a
in the
corner.
NFL that the tweener player it becomes problematic, right? And
No
that
matter-
the tweener player in college is super beneficial because you can do a lot of things with him, and he's more athletic than the half of the
I hope
opponents.
it's the
80%
Donde
of the
Yeah,
opponents.
DeJean's
gonna
going
be.
to the 49ers
Hopefully.
anyway.
Once we went to the once we abandoned the 4-3 and went to the 3-4, Jeremy Chin became super irrelevant.
Yeah,
And they didn't ever commit him to
DeJean is-
anything. That was
No.
the
is
thing
going
is
to the
it's not
49ers.
even only schematic. It's just like because you never wanted him to be one thing, then he couldn't be anything. And they probably should have beefed up Jeremy Chin, and he would have been a linebacker for us.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
what I think would have been the great position
Right.
for him to go into. But they and Ejiro Evero had no attachment to him. Right. I mean, he said
No.
this. It's like he was like, I don't give a fuck if you were almost defensive player, the rookie of the year. Don't care about that.
Nope.
And I want to remind Panther fans this is that Jeremy Chin had an incredible, arguably, he should have gotten the defensive rookie of the year
The
over
Niners
Chase Young.
100%.
Ricky Pearsall.
But his second year wasn't bad. It just
Who?
wasn't like
Ricky
he just
Pearsall.
went back a few
I
tackles,
have
right?
read that.
It didn't have a
DeJean.
touchdown. So I think it's unfair when you
The Florida
like if
receivers?
Christian McCaffrey got you
Yep.
1,000 and 1,000, but then next year he got you 900, and you're like, oh, we're
No
disappointed.
fucking way.
Yep.
The
they're
Florida
They're gonna
receiver?
go Ricky Pearsall.
I swore I saw
That's a
it.
Kyle
I was
Shanahan
looking
draft.
for it, Pickle, but I didn't see it. And then I got a notification from Jordan Schultz that they're going Ricky Pearsall.
That's a Kyle Shanahan draft.
What the hell is happening in this draft, too?
This is
Yeah.
wild. This is
Yeah.
wild shit.
That's it.
Players are going
But
way
he-
earlier
he's
than
not.
you think.
I know a lot of people love Ricky Pearsall, and I watched tape on him, and he looked good.
The
I don't
Bills
know
are
that he's
trading back
first round good.
again.
I don't know that he's first round good.
The Bills are
Trading
trading
back
back in.
again.
Yeah, they're trading back again. It doesn't say who with, but they're doing it again from Jordan Schultz.
They're doing it with Cincinnati.
Brandon Beane.
They're
This
doing.
is good moves for Brandon.
They're doing
Beane,
it.
To be honest,
They're,
is because they've been baited into we're one piece away for a minute, and they were right. I think last year they were one piece away. We saw that window to win it now was there, and that's why they've now jettisoned Stephon Diggs. Now it's time to build around Josh Allen for the long term.
That's crazy.
I don't hate this for the Buffalo Bills right here because they've got to replace a lot of aging players, right? And so they need 2 or 3 guys rather than 1 or 2 guys.
What
Brandon
if
Beane could have been? I know everybody would have, should have, could have. We like Dave Gettleman still while Brandon Beane was going on to things, but I feel like Brandon
The
Beane
Panthers are trading up. The
very
Panthers are trading up with the
malleable
Bills.
as a
The
GM.
Panthers are trading up one pick.
No, he's not been a one-note GM. He went out.
Tony,
aggressively got players.
What? Let's fucking go.
The Panthers are trading up.
Do not say the Panthers are trading up.
They are. They're
the
trading
Panthers
up.
are trading up?
Yep, they're moving up.
Or 33 to 32.
No,
Here
Let me
we
get my
go.
Panthers cap on.
No.
Why would you move up one spot?
Because they know the Buffalo Bills are taking a wide receiver.
I got a sniff of somebody that was going to go.
No.
Who is it?
No.
Who's it gonna be, guys?
No spoilers. No spoilers.
No, we're not spoiling it.
I'm just saying, nobody say it before it's announced.
No, for sure. I'm saying who's it gonna be?
Oh yeah. AD Mitchell,
shit, here we go.
JPJ.
By the way,
Mitchell, baby, I called it. Let's get it.
By the way, this is what I was talking about, trading into the first round just to get that fifth-year option on whoever you're getting. That's why you trade up one spot.
I agree.
That's
with
why
that,
you
getting
trade
that
up one
fifth-year
spot.
Option. I completely agree with that. It's very useful.
Yeah,
Look
but
at them
what
in that
does it
draft room.
cost?
It looks so
Let's
clean this
go.
year.
And we all sat here and we was like, nah, man, we don't need to watch the first round. It don't matter.
Cody,
do we want it spoiled?
This is your fault, asshole.
No
I told you, you have to be prepared for it.
Who's got the last
141
string?
and 200 to move back.
We traded up one spot.
We traded up one spot, and the Bills got 141 for 200.
That's
So
not
we're
bad.
still on the clock.
Why did you trade up one spot?
We gave 3 picks to move up one spot.
Yeah, but those are picks people who aren't even going to start anyway.
It's
I want to
141.
know what we gave up.
One pick.
140.
We just traded 141 for 200. It's not a big deal.
We just traded up for one spot though.
Right. So you can get the 5th-year option, and you get you're getting the wide receiver of your choice.
Bro,
Hey, no one's saying
Tons of
anything.
receivers out there. So we're gonna trade up one spot.
That means they have somebody that they believe in. Now I'll be a bit disappointed if this is Leggett, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this can't be Leggett. If this is Leggett, I'll be like, I love Leggett, but this has got to be, if it's a receiver, it's got to be A.D. Mitchell. It's got to be A.D. Mitchell.
Oh,
or JPJ.
boy, here we
I
go.
mean, I wouldn't mind
I
JPJ.
think it's in.
Eye on AD Mitchell.
I got the breaking news.
I feel like Leggett's about to have his heart broken.
Look at all those Panther fans in Detroit, even though we didn't have a first-round pick.
Until now.
Oh, we got a 6th-round pick too. This
so they
year.
gave us a 6?
But yeah, it's a 5th and a 6th basically replaced.
Somebody ought to text D's ill skills. Poor fella.
So, shit, that's not bad at all. All we did was trade our 5th for their 6th.
Right.
Oh, that's worse. I like that.
That's it. We just
that's
moved
not
the
bad.
5th and
That's
a
it.
6th
I
to go
thought
up
it was
one
3
spot.
picks for 1, and I was like, oh,
I mean,
shit.
that's what I just got on my breaking news thing.
Yeah, I just come across
what is the number overall
ABC2.
pick for their pick, their 6th-rounder?
I'm cool with that.
I'm not reading the chat. I'm not reading
Announce
the
the
chat.
pick. Stop
It's
talking.
that Dan Morgan.
No,
It's that
don't
Dan
say
Morgan and
anything.
Brandon Bean. Hell, they did it.
I swear, if they go to commercial here, This is gonna be so annoying.
Most Panther thing ever.
It'd be the most Panther thing ever and the most NFL Network thing ever. One pick
It's the
left, and they're
last pick.
deciding.
Why go to commercial?
Yeah.
Because they always go to commercial when the Panthers pick.
I swear they do.
That's as much of a history as not taking a Clemson player.
Tradition.
So, hey, boys, are we doing this for the 5th-year option?
I think so.
Most likely.
I hope that's not the reason, really.
It has
It's
to be.
gotta
It's
be.
gotta be.
It's gotta be the reason.
There's
Why
I
would
mean,
we move up
if
one
he turns
spot?
out to be great, then you sign him in the 4th year. Give him a
You
bag.
guys are going to be so pissed off.
Don't say anything.
Which guys?
Cody, are you drunk?
No.
I am.
He said
Are
no.
Yeah, you're
Not yet.
always drunk. That's because you're related to me. But
Cheers.
cheers
No,
to
I'm
you.
not drunk.
Okay. I was just gonna say.
All right,
They're
I'm gonna
talking
read
too
the
much.
pick. And I'm gonna read the pick so nobody on this panel shout it out. As
Yeah,
soon
mute-
as I
mute your
know it,
TVs.
I'll
Mute
read it
your
out.
TVs so
I just got a
nobody gets
text from my
spoiled.
buddy.
Don't say a fucking thing.
He texted me at 11:50. We both got to work in the morning. Why are you texting me?
I'm not working in the morning. Fuck it.
I almost want to take
I
tomorrow
took a
off,
vacation
honestly.
day yes tomorrow.
Oh, here it is.
Well,
You fucking got him, dude.
Don't
You
say anything. Don't say anything.
Let's go, baby.
Right.
Evan, you're going to be mad.
Bro, what are we
Don't
doing?
say
what are
anything.
we doing?
You see that?
With the 32nd pick,
We get
Carolina Panthers select Xavier Leggett.
No.
Why the fuck did he get picked over Mitchell? That's bullshit.
Hey, I'm not upset with it. I do think I feel better about it than the Adonai Mitchell thing. But gosh, where there's smoke, there is fire.
I really think Mitchell dropped as far as he did
XL.
because of his attitude.
Mm.
In today's day and
with it,
age,
though.
that's a meaning.
I'm fine with it.
Years ago,
Bruh.
I
I had dreams like this.
been shrugged off.
I
Bro.
dreamed this up a year ago.
Bro, if
They told him
nothing
they were gonna
else,
pick him at-
if nothing else, this is incredible for the press conferences.
Right.
This
it
is going to be incredible for the press conferences, boys.
Right. One thing to remember, exactly what David Canales said. Some people have certain receivers rated higher on their board, and the Panthers have some receivers rated higher because of the skill set. The one thing I keep thinking of, Leggett is a little faster, and Leggett is also has a bigger body. He has a bigger body. He's built bigger. He has closer to the resemblance of a Mike Adams or Mike Evans to DK Metcalf.
My phone's blowing up.
Player.
This is a system pick, Pickle. I think you're right on this.
It is.
Pickle. This is a system pick. You get a big-bodied wide receiver that can run fast down the field. You're trying to replicate your success with what you had in Tampa Bay and going back to DK Metcalf a little bit in Seattle. And DK Metcalf, I think, was more prolific while Dave Canales was actually there. So I'm just surprised that what you guys said on Tuesday night panned out, and that is where there is smoke, there is fire. I thought this is like, you say that you met with this guy so many times. I felt like, God, no way you're telegraphing it that much. Let me ask you guys this real quick, though. Why do you trade for it, though?
I think
your option.
Yeah, it's got to be the 5th round option.
It's one. There's no other reason other than the 5th year option. That is the only reason you move up one spot for Xavier Leggett. Because, in my opinion, the Bills aren't going after Xavier Leggett with Adonis Mitchell there. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I think they were.
They're probably still getting their guy.
So, and they're going to get their guy. They get a small move up to the 5th round. I mean, dude, it's perfect. I think this worked out for the Panthers because of that 5th year option. I don't think people are giving that enough credit.
Trade value? Are you guys really saying that you only had to go a 5th for a 6th to move up one pick?
Yes, I mean, and our 33, and our 33.
Right. But I mean, you still get your pick at 30. I mean, you get a new pick.
Well, Tony, you got to keep in mind our 5th is way higher than their 6th. So I mean, we probably dropped down if I had to guess 45 spots.
All right. So you said that. Okay.
I think we have two
You
fifths.
guys are right when you say this is the 5th round option has to be the reason. Do you think there was a team potentially they were worried about though?
We picked next after the Bills.
Right. I mean, is that where they? I mean, somebody traded.
Another team trading.
What pick did we give up?
The 5th
pick. Which one?
And we got
gave
6
up
back.
142 and 200 for pick 32.
I only saw one pick.
Yeah, it's only one pick.
It was just one pick.
Yeah, 141 or 142.
142 was the Tennessee Titans pick.
We still got 141.
And we got, what pick was it?
A 6th rounder.
Yeah, 6th round.
So what do we think as far as? Do you think this happened?
We got 200. Buffalo owned the 200.
I still think we might trade Adam Thielen.
I don't think Adam Thielen's going anywhere. But the question I have is, how far does Leggett drop? Not Leggett. How far does AD drop? Does AD make it to 39? Does he get?
I think he does.
I think Buffalo's going to take him
real bad.
Oh, I don't think Buffalo's going after AD. I think it's Lab
If he falls to 39, I'd take his ass too, and I'd get laughed at for it, but I would.
But the question is, there's a lot of, and I brought this up on Spaces, guys. Remember what I said yesterday and today. If a guy likely gets there and they pick him over a guy that we all want, like a center, and they did, and how would you handle this? Because it is what it is. Scheme fits. I've always been taught if you take the talent and you make them work. Apparently, in today's NFL, the schemes are literally everything. A player has to be a scheme fit for a team to work.
Well, and let me. You're right about this.
Go ahead, Tony.
I was just gonna say you're right about is that, and ideally you want to take players and build to their skill sets, in which every coach tells us they're always going to do. But there is something to the idea that big, fast, strong, badass motherfuckers are the guys that fit all schemes.
Right.
If we get sorry, I was just
trying to make a lot out of it. You know what I'm saying is you want a big body motherfucker that can run downfield, and they go play action, and arguably this isn't entirely surprising. I mean, it is to me because I thought there was so much smoke that was misleading. I thought it was disinformation in some ways, but you want a big body guy beside Deontay Johnson, right? It's like he's kind of like a Antonio Brownish type receiver or something. You know what I'm saying? Mid, as they're not physically imposing. They are kind of. This is a physically imposing guy who runs fast. So what you're going to do is you're going to try to run the ball up the middle like the old Seattle days, and you're going to play action and try to hit him on a post. That's the goal.
Tony, one shout out
to super chat, please.
Shout out to Ken Blakely, says, let's go Leggett with the $10. And listen, Tony, one of the things that I think we need to pinpoint is how important that Mike Evans type receiver is to the Brad Idzik offense and to what Dave Canales wants to be able to do. We even remember this with DK Metcalf up there in Seattle. They like that big, powerful, fast jump ball wide receiver that can go up and make a play. And that was so lacking last year for Carolina. Now you figure in, you're adding Deontay Johnson to that factor. You have Xavier Leggett now. You have Adam Thielen coming back. You just re-signed paid 2 guards $150 million combined. They've done a great job rebuilding this offense. And to move up one spot and get a 5th-year option on Xavier Leggett, come on, dude.
Learn Sandstorm, Cody. Learn Sandstorm, bro.
Your Vosh is right, though.
A lot of folks Folks, we've done all our mocks and nobody had all these centers dropping to us. But
Nope.
we are at, we have 39 pick, and every center that we fell in love with is still there. It's a possibility.
You're right.
We've got a lot. There's a lot of corners still there. So you don't. There's other wide receivers still there. There's a load of talent that's going to go between 32 and 39.
Also, by the way, there's nothing promising that they're not going to trade up again, because a trade like this, moving up one spot, you saw how much Kansas City moved up for 4 spots still in the 4th round or in the 1st round. They didn't give up hardly anything to move up 4 spots. So the idea for moving to 39 to 34, or hell, even with the Bills again at 33, if there's still, some of these, if they have enough people on their big board to make that worth it to them, maybe we do something along those lines. Because if that center is that important, then I think that's the one thing we could shore up at this point in time on the offense, aside from the potential of the tight end.
Yeah.
I will say, if they end up signing Stephon Gilmore, then I think we just call ourselves the Charlotte Gamecocks at that point in time.
Cody, do you know the struggle with me that I have to buy so many Gamecock Panther jerseys? Do you understand how painful that is? How much money I've wasted doing that, man? It's hard, man. Do you understand where I'm coming from? As a Clemson fan?
He's a Clemson fan. He does not know what you're talking about.
Nirvash with the $10 says, I'm going to be so pissed if this is another Mango clone. Every time the Panthers get a big body wide receiver in round 2, it never works out besides
Muhammad.
Seriously.
Well, we've never had a really good coach other than Moose and that we drafted in the 2nd. We've never had a really good offensive coach on this team as a head coach. So that kind of erases that talk.
So,
But
boys,
if I may say this real quick to some of the new guys that may be your first visit here, especially if you've joined us in chat, we'll be doing all this again tomorrow, y'all. Don't come back and join us again. That's 6:30, I think. So,
damn.
What are y'all thinking for tomorrow?
I'm thinking.
I think it's going to be very interesting.
I mean, it's going to be hard to pass up on a center at this point.
Oh yeah,
very hard.
Man,
I went from extremely disappointed with the trade to extremely happy.
Well, yeah, you are fortunate with that because you wanted the player, right? You have the connection with your home team, but this arguably is the only trade up situation I'm not pissed as shit about.
No, I thought I was worried because I thought we gave up too much.
I never wanted to trade up because I didn't want to lose the picks. It's just
I
thought I didn't want to. But the way this works out, we lost a late pick, but we gained a late pick. So I'm all right with that.
And none of those picks really, truly, they're such like blind throws at the dartboard, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know, and I read off some stats on the Tuesday show about 28% of the league on week 1 starters were 1st round picks. 15% were 2 second round picks. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it is, the league is dominated by 1st through 3rd round picks. It's always when you find the gems in the background that makes the big difference to your team, right? So if you think of the Saints when they got Kamara, like kind of late, maybe a 3rd, right? It makes a giant difference. Tyreek Hill, not a 1st round pick. When you find the diamond in the back end, it makes your draft super valuable.
Panthers are having a press conference. Do we want to stream that live?
And Twitter is pissed off.
Yeah, I can pull it up.
So the other thing that comes back to that is if you compare this to fantasy football, right? Which, I mean, I guess all of it is fantasy until they actually play. But somebody told me this with your 1st round pick, and it makes a ton of sense to me, is like, you don't have to get the best player in the league. You just can't miss your 1st round pick, right? Like, so if you go out there and you pick this guy and he gets hurt, it destroys your whole fucking team. But if you get a guy who's a top 10 player and then you get a guy in the 3rd who plays above their station, right? And so, how many times have you drafted Christian McCaffrey in a fantasy football league and he got hurt
twice, back-to-back years?
Yeah. How many times have I mean, last year? Well, actually, my first round. If you miss on a first round pick, it destroys everything, and that's why not having one has been problematic, and also why it's good to appreciate Marty Hurney in a certain way. It's like, it's despite not having a great depth draft, right? Is thank God we didn't miss on the number one. I still think that teams should be lining up to have Marty Hurney as a consultant for first round.
Hey, Cody, I sent you the reaction video of XO.
Oh, you got to play that.
He crying.
Press conference.
Here we go with the press conference.
Man,
it's not
I
live
can't believe people
Not
are
yet.
hating
Yeah,
on
go
this
with the
pick.
reaction first.
How are people
Your
hating on this?
reaction.
Like, I get some people don't like him. He's not Mingo. People need to stop thinking he's Mingo. He ain't Mingo at all.
I don't think he's
No, the
Mingo at all. I think he's a
No.
big ass dude
The-
that's
the
going to be
people
able
who
to
called him
catch
Mingo
balls on the
never watched
outside.
him on tape.
Yeah.
All right,
exactly.
all right.
People
Listen,
watch-
check this out.
All
Check
right,
this
here we
out.
go.
Check this out. This is the his finding out he's a Panther.
24 NFL draft. The Carolina Panthers select Xavier.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
And Roger Goodell butchered his name, y'all.
Yeah, that was really good. Man, yeah, though, that pick 39 is going to be so interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, pick 39 is going to be wild now.
Like,
Get used to that voice, Tony.
The fact that
Get
they
used
were
to that
able to
accent.
move up one spot to me and get that fifth-year option for a player that you knew that you were really, really excited about adding to your team. To me, this is Dan Morgan putting the cherry on top of the cake.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it also, in my opinion, there's probably another piece to this that I look at, and that is Brandon Beane, obviously, and Dan Morgan having their connections, having this be, I could almost imagine, because of the Xavier Legette, why, his little press conference.
Here we go.
But to follow up on your point, CK, do you think if you're a Buffalo Bills fan that you actually moved for too little in a way?
No, you moved one spot, and none of them were probably wanting Legette.
Fourth out of this bitch.
No, I mean, I would be mad after I moved down to 32 for as little as I moved down to 32 for. But moving, I can guarantee you that there's not a bunch of Buffalo Bills fans pounding their chest for Xavier Legette.
No, but I think they would be like, hey, you owe us more for that fifth round option.
Yeah, maybe.
Yo, look at Kev's cheesy ass fucking smile.
Kevin's having a fucking ball.
Good for you, Kev.
Dude, I hope I have the same energy tomorrow.
He looked
Yeah,
like he
dude.
just got his ass out of bed.
He probably did. Pickle probably drunk as hell out there.
They were probably getting drunk. They probably were about ready to go home. They're like,
He's
all
mad
right,
at
well, we're
this shit.
finally
He was
done.
not expecting having to do this tonight. Look at Dan smiling.
Oh, look at them both. Jesus.
All right, everybody, listen up. Let's hear what they got to say.
Fucking season's pissed. I love it.
No, we're not tied, people.
Let that first round go without getting picked.
No, definitely not.
So, obviously, you have the relationship with Brandon. How did those negotiations go? Why did you feel like you needed to trade up one pick? And how important is that fifth-year option to you guys?
Yeah, the fifth-year option, definitely important. I think that was obviously a big reason, to trade up into the first round. Besides the player, we love Xavier. Everything he bought, not only as a person but as a player, like his ability to attack the ball when it's in the air, his ability to run with it after the catch. He's just big, he's strong, he's physical. I think he has a lot of upside. So we wanted to take that opportunity to go get our guy. And that's what we felt.
I'm sorry. When you looked at the way that the draft was shaping up, and we knew a lot of offensive players were taken, but a lot. Was there a point tonight where you may say, "Hey, we need to get in on this"? Was there a change?
Yeah, I think I think once the wideouts, were taken, Brian Thomas was taken, and then, I felt like there was going to be a little run on wideouts after that, and then Xavier Worthy got taken, and we like some of those guys, and with Xavier out there, we were just like, we don't want to put ourselves in a bad situation to where we're not going to be able to get the guy that we want to get. He was our target. We really liked him, and we went and got him.
Did you have a thought did you know what you thought Buffalo might do?
I wasn't sure what they were going to do. I talked to Brandon before the draft, and, he just said, hey, like, if you have any interest in, trading back and, trading out of your pick, give me a call. So obviously he gave me a call and, kind of took that opportunity to jump up there to 32 and get our guy.
Dave, you kind of had to cover for Xavier a little bit this week. Did he let the cat, obviously kind of let the cat out of the bag? Were you all that high on him all along?
We loved him. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and lie about that for sure. But yeah, I meant what I said. There's a lot of guys that we were excited about at that area, 33, even late, in the first round. And I think it was just really cool for me with my first experience, really being in the draft room for the whole time, to see the process, really to see his patience and just like working through, seeing the guys starting to come off the board and just saying, not yet, and then in Dan Morgan fashion, there was daylight and he went bang and he hit the hole just like everyone has seen him do in his career. It was just amazing to see the patience of it, and for it to all, come to us like this, to get the guy that we love. For us, this whole process has been about, let's get guys, not just great football players, but guys that really are us, our Panthers. And so this is just a memorable one for sure for us that we won't ever forget.
Schematically, how does he fit into what you want to do offensively? And is the fact that he's different than a lot of the body types you've got play into that?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, Darren. I mean, that's a great point you make right there. Just our offense, the versatility of how we use our players, just going back to last year in Tampa, even before it in Seattle, but just the versatility is huge for us. So when you get a guy who can really run, a guy who can high point the ball, a guy that can carry it, and you can give him the ball different ways, short, he just brings a lot of versatility. Now, with that being said, he's got a long way to go. He's got to learn our stuff. He's got to, figure out the system and find out how he fits into the whole thing, not just the pass game, but the run game as well. So just speaking to that, I think I'm really excited to bring his talents to our offense. And at the same time, I'm sure he knows too, he's got a lot of work in front of him.
Dave, you've been around obviously. Well, did he remind you anybody when you're watching him on film?
I really don't want to make any, comparisons. I think I do think he's a unique guy. He's big, he's strong, fast, physical. He just had a lot of things that we loved. And then bringing him in here for his 30 visit, just kind of sitting with him. We were sitting in the draft room with him, me and Dave, and some of the scouts, and just to kind of talk to him and like feel his passion for the game, his love for the game. It just really made you love him even more. So we're just really happy to have him.
Saw a little bit of the reaction on TV, but what was that first conversation like with him when you guys told him?
I'm still jacked up about it. Yeah, just it was loud on his end, so like we really couldn't even like communicate. And I think we were both just really excited. He was excited. We were excited. It was just a really cool moment, for him and his family.
Dave, we talked to you the other day about you wanting to get to know a guy's story, and Xavier's got quite a story battling through adversity. What did him telling his story to you mean to you as the guy who's going to be coaching him up over these next few years?
He just showed self-awareness. He just showed the thing, that I talked about with everybody is just a guy who can reflect on, the challenges that he's had each year. He was able to, in a really clean order, just kind of take me to, and then I got to this point, and Dell Loggins, the offensive coordinator at South Carolina, he's a guy that I know, and he credited him for, giving him exposure in a pro style type of offense, and the way that they used him this past year was impressive. He was able to articulate all that. He was able to teach our coaches what he was doing, what the offense was, and that all that part was really impressive as well.
When the video came out this week with him saying you guys have told him he was going to be your guy, you said you told 50 guys that.
Yeah.
But where did he rank on your 50 guys that you told that?
Oh, he was high up there because, like I said, it's a combination of the ability to bring an element to the football field, but then also just the fit, the Panther fit, you know. So definitely he was one of the higher guys there, which is why we were willing to, you know, go through the process of talking to teams and trying to figure this whole thing out, you know. So hopefully that answered that.
Do you all view him as a factor in kick return?
Yeah, I think he can do that as well, especially with the new kickoff rules. You know, just to have that size, that strength, and that explosiveness that he brings. I think he's going to be really, really good at that as well.
Was that piece of it, did that sort of just enhance his profile, as you said, with the new rules?
You know, I think it's just receiver first. I mean, that just kind of blows you away when you turn the tape on and you see that physical, you know, specimen, you know, just going, attacking the ball in the air, you know, taking a short pass, turning it into, you know, a long gain. I think that was more impressive than anything.
When Brandon moved right ahead of you and you knew they were kind of in the market for a wide receiver too, did you start to, when did that conversation start? Did you start to wonder this is kind of by design from him to
I think like everybody's boards are different. So like, you know, but being paranoid, you know, you're sitting there, you really like guys, you kind of target guys. So in a way you become a little paranoid. You think people are jumping up to get your guy, and it doesn't always turn out that way. So, you know, thank God, you know, nobody took him and we were able to get him and we got our guy, and, you know, he's a great fit for what we do.
And you enter your first draft without a first-round pick. You've got kind of picks scattered, and now I don't know if it's by design, but you're going to pick in all 7 rounds if you stay with what you got. How important is that to kind of have like the geography of the board and be able to have your say in kind of each round?
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's been a long, hard process. Our scouts have done such a good job. Our coaches have done such a good job, just kind of through the whole process, just the communication. And, you know, we've talked about this the whole time, the alignment, kind of knowing the type of players that we want, the type of athletes that we want. You know, so I think getting a guy like Xavier, I think it just like really shows, you know, the togetherness that we all, you know, we all see things the same way, and we got the guy that we targeted.
We're getting called
dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, does this fit in that category?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's definitely has that about him. You'll get around him. He's a great young man. But he's also, you know, you can tell he's got that dog in him, that look in his eye, and I think he's, you know, not only a special dog, but a special person too. So, but yeah, he definitely has that dog mentality.
Are you comfortable with the dog? How the wide receiver room is shaping up now?
Absolutely. I mean, I've loved just working with the guys we had for the last 3 weeks, you know, and being able to kind of envision how we would utilize the different talents in the room. So, you know, we just added another, you know, element to it where, you know, like I talk about this youth, you know, the juice that young guys bring, the hunger that they have, the eagerness to work, you know, just their energy, right? That whole thing, it elevates the whole room, you know, not just the receiver room, but also the offense, you know, just as you continue to challenge our roster with talented guys like this, you know, it's going to be a really cool fit for him as well, just to be able to see how these veteran receivers in front of him work, you know, and you see Thielen and you see Deontay and these guys, they got a way about them, you know, just being on the field this past week. Xavier is going to really benefit from being around that group.
A couple more. Were you getting calls already for 33 or?
Yeah, I think definitely getting some teams sniffing around, just kind of wondering, like, you know, what we're thinking. 33 and 39, we were getting some calls. So I'd venture to say that we'll probably get some calls on 39 tomorrow.
This was a heavy offensive first round, so a lot of defensive talent fell to day 2 already. When you guys look at the board, how comfortable do you feel like you can attack a lot of the spots? Maybe not necessarily on defense, but in general of what you want to hit.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players that we like still on the board. So obviously that's a really good thing, and to be able to, keep pick 39 and still have 65, 101, and then the 2 5s and our 7. So I think we're set up pretty good for the rest of the draft, and I'm excited to kind of see who's going to be there and who we're going to be able to take at 39.
Dave, what jumped out to you on tape about Xavier?
First of all, just the athletic traits, right? Just like height, weight, speed, 6'1", 221, 4.39, really balanced hands. That's a pretty good start. Then you look at the versatile ways that the Gamecocks were able to use him out of the backfield, jet sweeps, short crossers, perimeter screens, down the field posts. There really isn't much else we do with receivers. He's done it all, and in the past, coaches that I've been with have said, how quickly can you make a cut up of a player that does all the things you need? That's how you can really, gravitate towards guys, whether it's a quarterback making all the throws that you need to see, whether it's a receiver running the different routes, and does he need polish? Absolutely. But it was just to be able to see that on film gives you a lot of confidence, and it really helps me envision, him fitting into our offense. So that stuff really just jumped off the tape.
Dave, there have been some who have compared him to DK Metcalf. Do you see that at all?
Other than big fast guy, it's a different player. It's a different type of player. I don't really want to get into too much of the comparisons, but I definitely do see just some of the physical traits. This is a rare combination of athletic ability.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
It was 200.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it was. All right. Yep. Yeah, no problem.
See you tomorrow.
See you.
All right.
There you have it, man.
Hey, Cody,
Dave Ellis and Dan Morgan telling you what they loved about Xavier Legette. My first thoughts is that they want that ability to take to throw to the middle of the field and have a player that can throw to that. And Xavier represents that. I'm happy with it. What do y'all think?
Hey, Cody. Cody, I sent you some videos of some highlights for him.
I think my biggest thing about Legette is now there's all the people that are in the chat, and not necessarily in this chat, but just the Twitterverse itself, all the people that say that Bryce Young can't throw a deep ball. We're gonna find out this season if Bryce Young can throw a deep ball. We are gonna find out 100%.
I mean, maybe Legette can get to those deep balls better than Mingo could last year. I mean, Bryce overthrew Mingo 2 or 3 times last year on deep balls that would have been touchdowns.
I think Legette, with the 4.39 or whatever they said we ran, which is ridiculous. I didn't realize he was that fast, but I mean, it's not super fast for a wide receiver, but it's still fairly, good enough, right? The question I was having is, I think he isn't going to be the deep ball threat. I think he'll be the jump ball threat, but I think Deontay Johnson is going to be more of that deep ball threat.
Well, yeah, and that presser that Deontay gave, they said that he was going to take the snaps, first team at the X receiver. He was going to be the first read. So I mean, that would definitely lead to what you're saying, CK, that maybe Legette is on the same side of the field as Thielen, and they figure out how to use the step route where they're drawing the corner from one side to the other. In the deep route or the short route, and trying to get him that way. I get that.
He also be a kick returner.
Yeah, I heard that.
That was a video with him.
But yeah, but we wouldn't have signed Amir Smith-Marset way before the draft if we wanted a kick returner in the draft.
Well, he can also just be used as that too. I sent Cody a video of it.
Hey,
with this new,
is Legette automatically? a starting wide receiver at very least. I do like that he has the opposite body type of Deontay Johnson and play style. I don't know. When you have 4.39 speed, CK, I think you need to be a vertical threat. If Bryce is able to get him the ball, I think both of these guys now have the ability to really stretch the field.
He ran faster than Tyreek Hill this year on the field.
The one thing that may not matter to a lot of people, but I saw in some videos that he wore number 17 in college, and number 17 is currently available for.
Hey, put my picture on the screen, Cody. Put my picture on the screen.
Yeah, he's definitely going to wear that.
No, you have to learn how to do your virtual background so it takes up the whole thing.
I'm on my phone. I can't.
Yeah, you can. Go to settings, hit virtual background, upload
Put my picture on the corner of the screen, bro.
I'm curious, who's everybody's
there's this little
Yeah, I predicted this.
Well,
you know what? You and the rest of the damn internet predicted it.
I was going to say, I wanted XL, but I didn't want him at 33, to be honest.
And look, to kind of play devil's advocate on that, Kyle, I've always been of the kind of the mindset, if you like a guy and you go, oh, I didn't like him at 33, but I liked him at 41, then that gets problematic, right? Is because you like the guy. They obviously liked Xavier Legette. That wasn't smoke. It was actually a fire. He's got to work, guys. He's got to work, and because of this is first, he has a better chance of working because we picked him in the first round. Because if we would have picked him in the second round, historically, the Panthers have no luck picking wide receivers in the second round. Right. And I mean, obviously 33.
We did pick Moose.
Was he second round?
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right. Well, think about how long that was ago.
Yeah. The one thing
here is the thing, and I'll leave this, and I'm going to start with my bastard son, White Chocolate, because he loves Xavier Legette. The accent, right? It's like I mean, he's like Carolina. He's like 2 counties over from speaking Gullah, right?
Man, that's like Alabama, Louisiana kind of shit.
Yeah, that's Bubba.
You know what? It just I swear to I didn't mean that. I just get bad vibes when I think of who was the guy we got from USC that was dumb as a
Dwayne Jarrett.
God,
he is nothing like Dwayne Jarrett.
I just still want to be in that huddle. Imagine if you had a helmet camera, a GoPro in that huddle, and you're Jimmy Claus? No, it was before.
No, it was before that.
I wonder.
It was Matt Moore.
Yeah, we would have Matt Moore and Steve Smith looking over at Dwayne Jarrett, going, "Why are you so dumb?"
Well, he got like a bunch of DUIs too. Like he had like a bunch of DUIs and shit.
Yeah, and in the middle of telling everybody that he didn't know why he didn't get no more playing time, Steve Smith walked up in the locker room in the middle of the presser and said, "You need to get in the film room."
I mean, you see that he's an aggressive jump ball receiver. He does a good job pinpointing the ball.
He don't stop either.
And he does not go down at first contact.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to need this type of explosive playing ability. Kev, are you hoping he's another Deebo Samuel?
I'm hoping he's better than Deebo Samuel. Because I think he has the deep shot ability that Deebo doesn't really have that much.
Deebo
can do it, but he's not like him.
Deebo's had one great season, and everything else has been injury plagued and mediocre at best.
Yeah, injuries.
I wonder what he's wearing.
You know what? I tell you what.
I hate when I'm on mute and I'm just yelling into my microphone. Lance, I got your direct message, and look. I just sent you, or I'm about to send you something back, is email me at carolinacatchronicles.com. Let's make sure we get you the shirt that you want. Thank you, though, for the generosity, my friend. Lance Kubiak not only bought a shirt, but added, is it Kubiak? Like, what are you, a basketball coach? I feel like, isn't there a basketball coach that was a Kubiak or something like that? Or
wasn't that Coach K?
Harry
Like
Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak.
But thank you, A and B. You can go to CarolinaCatChronicles.com. We've got some great shirts up there. In fact, you probably need to do it before June because they're about to shut down my Stripe account. And not shut it down, but it's like crazy, like the second identification. And now Joe is passed away, and he was how we're gonna get the Stripe account. We're gonna have to start a new one, but you can go to CarolinaCatChronicles.com and still order a shirt or a mug. Tomorrow night, we're going to be giving away some draft hats. We only have one pick now. And Frisky, guys, if we get a lot of people in the chat, if we can get 500 live viewers, if we can get 500 live YouTubers to live viewers on YouTube, I'm giving away an XL jersey. That's right, folks. Because
you mean you're giving me
an
an XL jersey
that are doing tremendous numbers right now, and I support all these people. But come on, longest running Panthers podcast around. Been doing this live reaction show for 11 seasons, guys. All you got to do is smash the thumbs up, be a part of the podcast. Consider being a C3 super fan. Tomorrow night, C3 super fans will have 2 opportunities to get that hat. But we love everybody for being here, particularly on this panel, guys. I'm shook and happy, but not how I would say this is the only scenario of the Carolina Panthers trading up actually happened. One spot, not a lot of allocation, and you guys have convinced me with the 5th-year option. Other than that, we really didn't sacrifice any depth of opportunity going forward. Now, what did the Carolina Panthers do at 39? Are they interested in fielding calls like Dan Morgan was saying, sniffing around? I feel like they're going to be ready to stand pat and get a guy at 39 that they love.
I don't disagree.
Well, hey, I mean, I feel like the greatest podcaster ever when I told everybody that and they just were quiet.
That's right. I mean,
hey, they don't
they very easily
for
could
nothing.
pick 39. I mean, I don't know that they trade out of that.
Yeah, let the board come to you at this point in time. You got your guy. They're trading up in 4 or 5 spots at this point in time. I mean, granted, it could get you the guy, but I really don't know that there's as much value since the 5th-year option aspect of it can't be really taken into consideration. So, yeah, stay pat and see what happens. And unless there's a killer deal to move up, then I think you're good to go.
Or a killer deal to move back.
Right. Yeah, true that.
Like 41 and pick up a 3rd. Yeah, bet.
Hey, Tony, you really mean you're going to give me the XL jersey, right?
He's muted again, and he didn't realize it.
And then disappears.
To Tony and CK, y'all be aware. You'll find this out when he makes his phone calls, but G Baby is adamantly upset over this.
Oh yeah, G Baby is Twitter is on fire.
Man. I was just thinking about this. I don't know the thing we can do with Bryce Young and Xavier Legette and how we can be creative, but I was thinking about this. We really missed an opportunity with not getting Odell Beckham because then we could do BYOB. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So
I like
what
that.
would be the equivalent of something similar to that with Bryce Young and Xavier Legette?
I'm just teasing.
Yeah, I don't think there's an equivalent acronym for that.
I know it's like XL, like you got extra large. I was just trying to figure out, how you could equivalent that with Bryce Young being a bit of a
extra
maybe
small,
not so large. Yeah, extra small, XS and XL.
BY needs him some XL.
Grant
man.
Tillis was
Or at
wearing
least
a
a
Dan
sandwich
Morgan
in
jersey
that
in the
thing.
draft.
Tony.
That's what I
Yo.
saw Brant tell us a minute ago in a jersey, but with the way the picture was, I couldn't tell what jersey it was. I could not tell. And I was like, I'm going to have to look that up later. I need to know what jersey he was wearing. Okay, so he was wearing a Dan Morgan jersey.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He was
Wow.
wearing number 55. I was like, oh my gosh.
Technically, I'm
that's
wearing a
weird.
Dan Morgan jersey, but it's my personal
funny.
jersey.
Tony, did you see the Atlanta GM with the Arthur Blank video? I think you were gone.
No.
That shit was hilarious.
Video. Good video. Yeah,
He was like, explain it.
Tony Arthur was not happy, my friend.
Well, tell me what happened.
So like Arthur Blank was standing there asking the coach and the GM what was going on, and the GM was like, "Well, you see, like we did this, and we had to move this."
Cody has the video
like,
up.
It's so funny.
He was defending himself.
So do you think he knew what was going down or didn't?
I don't think he did.
Arthur Blank, there's no way he knew.
No, Arthur Blank did not know it, but he.
Cody, play it again.
Sure knew it afterward.
That shit was funny.
And Falcon fans are still on Twitter and YouTube raising hell.
As they should be.
And our
They
fans
just
are
went out and spent
so far.
their whole cap on a fucking quarterback and then drafted another one.
Oh man.
And our fans are ungrateful for selecting a receiver for Bryce Young. At least we didn't select another QB.
That's the key that I'm finding rather oddly irritable and funny at the same time, because Panther fans are becoming quite weird. A lot of them, they didn't get the coach they wanted, so they're going to complain. When they don't get the quarterback they wanted, they're going to complain. When they don't get the receivers they want and the coordinators they want, and the owner they don't like, they think if they complain enough about everything, eventually someone's going to give in to them. It makes no sense. It's like arguing with a bunch of 10-year-olds. Anyway.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I guess for me personally, Pickle, I'm just uneasy. I'm not even gonna say I'm upset, because I'm not, because I wanted Xavier Legette. But I'm uneasy about it because if I look at the board and I look at the players that are available right now at 32 and where we picked, there's a very good chance that Xavier Legette is still on the board at 39. But these other players that we passed on probably won't be. So that's my only hesitation. It's not upset. I'm not upset that we got him, because like I said, I wanted him, but at the same time, I felt like there was players that had a little bit more value on my board per se, but I'm not the fucking GM. So
yeah, Tony, I sent you the video.
I really think that I had mellowed through this when he first started saying that they thought he was picking at 33. I thought, well, I hope not. I like him, but it's a little early for that, because I really liked him earlier, and then I settled myself down because I realized that, well, you don't draft a guy high in the draft just because you like his accent. So, but the more I watched some film, the more I realized, I said, wait a minute, the way this draft may turn out, and it started turning out that way, the people was just going at where the coaches wanted him and the GMs wanted him, not necessarily where everybody had their boards. And I settled myself down real quick thinking, okay, and I talked about this in Spaces before the show, of we'll likely, if we draft Legette, and that was my point yesterday, Space. Well, actually, it'd be the day before yesterday, Space now. But that was my point then, was if we draft Legette, whether it's at 33 or whatever, there's going to be people on that board that people are going to say was a better option than Legette. And that was my question the day before yesterday's show, was asking people.
Those are my seats, but
let's, before we get into that question, thank you, Pickle. Great question too. Is I think it a little bit just is only going up one spot makes that a little less difficult in some ways. So you just got to look at what other players could you have drafted that make your team better. But I want to give a big shout out to Nervosh Q, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. He said, who is your favorite option at pick 39? I want JPJ, Zach Frazier, or Peyton Wilson personally. And also AU Link, who is from, I believe, all the way over in Australia. Thank you for being a C3 super fan. For $1.99 a month, you can help grow this legion of fans that is incredibly important to us. He says we need to poll linebacker, center, cornerback, or other. I'll try to get that happen. I'll turn it back to you, Pickle, and then you can put the mic to the other people about your question. Who would have been better Who do you want at 39, Pickle?
Personally, I want a corner. I like Kool-Aid myself. At this stage, I still like JPJ and Zach Fraser as a center option. Whether Corbett plays great or not, he still only have 1 year left on the deal. I think getting JPJ, who's 325, would be a great fit next to these already big guys. I really like that idea. That being said, not both of them may not, all three of them may not be there, or one or three may be there. If none of those are there, I would definitely go linebacker Peyton Willis. And if they go Peyton Willis and the others are there, I'm still happy about it. So,
all right, Lance,
Kyle, what do
check
you
your
think?
Twitter. Also, let's go around. Actually, I'll start with you, bastard son, here. Because you sent me this, we got to play it. This is the, hold on, where did I go with it? This is the reaction. Hold on. Come on. All right, y'all got to be quiet for 1 second because I can't hear. Well, because I got these headphones on and they're not working. All right, here we go.
Listen. No, you know.
You just signed him to a big
It's like explaining the cloud. That's what he's doing. Is he actually talking about the draft pick, or is he's like, hey, you don't have to attach that file, you can just share the link? Oh, sorry. It's kind of funny, right? All right, guys, what do you think about let's go around real quick to everybody get in there. We'll start with like I said, we'll start with my bastard son. Kev, what do you think I know there was no player that they should have picked other than XL for you. So what do you expect for, or kind of hope that this team could add? It doesn't have to specifically be a player. What do you want to kind of happen as we tune in tomorrow night? By the way, that's our big show, folks. As we get here, we'll be here at 6:30 tomorrow. The draft starts at 7. The Panthers have a 39 pick, but who knows? Who knows how many picks they'll have tomorrow? Kev, what do you want to see happen next?
I want to see either a center be taken or a linebacker, maybe even a corner. But I also want to hear some breaking news. The Carolina Panthers have signed Stephen Gilmore to a 1-year deal.
All right. Who's next?
I got you. So just like he was saying, if JPJ is there, you take him. If he's not there, I've got to try and emulate that same energy that Kevin has right now. So I really need Peyton Wilson to get drafted by the Panthers. I need that same energy. I need to jump up and down and be like, "Fuck yeah, let's go! I got my guy."
Oh yeah, he doesn't play for Clemson. You have a chance.
What's up?
I said he doesn't play for Clemson, so you have a chance.
That's
True,
right.
true.
That's true.
I do think I feel like that is a linebacker is a position that can instantly make your team better, right? Because they play fast. I don't know, the reactive players. I feel like that's one of the positions that's less of a transition. I think running back is kind of like that outside of pass protection, but we've seen a lot of linebackers come in and make a difference quickly. The thing is if you're not going to get a long body type man-on-man corner, is like, yeah, you add a defensive player, but is he going to be out there in every set? And that's my question when it comes to that Michigan kid. You know what I'm saying?
So I can say, Tony, Peyton Wilson is phenomenal in coverage, and he did get 6 sacks last year from the middle linebacker position. So, I mean, he does know how to rush the passer, and he does know how to stop the run, but he also knows how to cover. So I think that's why he's probably like what you would call my quote unquote draft darling. Like that's the guy I want because he can do everything. And I think that having a quarterback on the defense is probably better for this team than just trying to plug a hole.
And honestly, you want a linebacker who's going to be great in coverage rather than great against the run today's game. If I had to choose between the two.
Tony, I'm jumping on the train with them. I'm going Peyton Wilson for sure because of his leadership abilities, and I feel like he could be the quarterback of the defense within 3 to 4 years, most definitely.
Man, I'll jump in here. I would love to see a center drafted at some point tomorrow. Maybe a linebacker as well, but if the Panthers don't sign Stephon Gilmore, maybe look for Kyrie Jackson, the corner out of Oregon, to also be in that consideration as well.
Yeah, my biggest hopes are probably JPJ, Kool-Aid McKinstry, or Peyton Wilson being there for sure. Those are definitely some of the better players that are still left at this point. And I'm probably hoping for JPJ out of those three, but I wouldn't mind any of them.
I'm going to say JPJ, Wilson, or Sanders from Texas.
Oh, Tavion Sanders? Yeah.
Hey, Cody, I
Can't be
sent you
mad.
something that'll make Tony happy.
What's that? Make me happy, brother.
It's a video.
Tell me I don't owe you back support, back pay. All right. Okay, man. Interesting round, Cody. You've been writing and doing a lot of stuff. What do we got to do? Do we still got to keep going? Or are we trying to shut this thing down?
I mean, I don't know. We're about almost at 1 o'clock. I mean, we're doing this again tomorrow.
I got to work in the morning, but hey, I mean, I'm here to talk
Same
with
here,
you
bro.
guys until the shit runs off the rails.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, actually, how about this? Did everybody get their position in? Does anybody got something they need to dyingly say?
Did you do the calls?
Oh, great question. Did I do the call?
Oh god, there's probably like 18 fucking 50 calls.
My
If
shit hasn't
anybody-
gone. My shit hasn't gone wild. I don't think.
If
Let's see.
anybody's available sometime tomorrow,
There were actually no
probably
calls,
not at
guys.
9 o'clock. I'm
Oh
gonna do it.
Shit.
Yeah. Let me know. Pickle, just send me the link. I'll.
Pickle, I can do lunch
They
break
probably
around
went to
that
bed
if
thinking
you
we
want
weren't going to trade up.
Hey, but tomorrow at 6:30, we will be live for a special edition of the Free for All, and we will be prepared to do the draft tomorrow, boys. It'll be fun.
Hey, Cody, play that video so Tony can hear that accent.
Yeah, let's.
That thing is
Oh my
thick.
Dude, I'm telling you, this guy is from the. What are the where are the islands that are the Gullah Islands? You know what I'm saying? Like there's a place in North Carolina that's a lot like this. It's called Harker's Island. I am on the
to. Tony, I know what you're trying to do.
We all grab them, man. Hey, they get to work, man. Keep climbing.
Hey,
Going on, Panther Nation, man. Hey, I'm excited and blessed, man. Y'all grab them, man. Hey, they get to work, man. Keep climbing.
Man, from here on out, I'm calling that man. I'm calling that man Big Country.
What's going on, Panther Nation, man? Hey, I'm excited and blessed, man. Y'all grab them, man. Hey.
He said 7-4 blitz.
No, we got.
No, he said I'm
We don't
blessed.
call him Big Country. We don't call him Big Country. We call him Low Country.
Low Country.
Yeah, he's from the Low Country. Huh, all right. Okay. Good God. The party in the back. You guys hear the people in the background here?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah, a little bit. You having fun?
No, I'm not having fun. They are. I didn't even ask them to
Go
come
have
over.
fun.
All right.
You didn't know you was hosting a party, did you?
All right. Yeah. It turns out I'm hosting two at the same time. All right. Actually, I think the one time I did have a bunch of people come over and they splashed in too, and we were getting blitz. Anyway, hey, Tony kept it together because there was no Panthers pick until 32. What?
Until there was. There was no Panthers pick until there
I didn't
was.
believe it would happen.
Until the
Cody
last
Black is
fucking
right
pick in the
again.
draft.
All
Yo,
right,
hold on. We gave up the first overall pick and ended up with the last overall pick.
And folks,
you get Mr. Irrelevant?
The one thing, C3 is
In
here.
the first round.
I say that in a lot of
okay.
places. C3 is here. You got some podcasters out there who are in the bed. Some podcasters went to bed at 9 o'clock. They didn't even know we traded in. They still don't. They're going to wake up in the morning and try to do a breaking news that ain't broke. That done got broke.
You're talking about Pat Coltrane.
We here.
Oh, yeah.
We now.
We here. And you know what? I want to thank you, Pickle. I want to thank Colby and everybody else. Kyle, Evan,
Yes, sir.
Cole, Lance. Thank you guys so much for your time. Number one, all your input in the spaces on Tuesday nights and on Friday nights. It really means a lot to me. It was fantastic hanging out with you. Cody, I'm actually going to let you close the show out. I'm going to remind everybody we'll be here tomorrow.
We're closing it now. Close it out now.
Okay, well, here, I'll close it out. Hey, you're listening to the C3 Panthers podcast. It's the annual live draft party. We were doing the live reaction shows before they were a live reaction thing. How about that? I was like Donald Trump. I stumbled into greatness on Twitter. And hey, I'm not pushing a candidate. I'm just saying you got to respect Donald Trump's Twitter game. That mug knows how he uses Twitter better than all of us, motherfucker. Guys, 1 second. I'm closing the show out. All right. Guys, how about that? Shut the crowd up. I love you guys. C3 Panthers podcast, 11th draft party. Think about that. 11 years ago, we were doing this on Google Hangouts. Google Hangouts. Wish they would have kept them. Way better than, I guess, Zoom or whatever it is. But anyway, C3 Panthers podcast. We might not be the biggest, but we're the mightiest, homie.
Hey,